paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think to send us some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, like curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Really. You confuse skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is moral decay, and growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. No, every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday, like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat nuance like a sin, fake confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadow boxing paper tigers in your head, then declare the whole debate dead. Every conversation's a battle in the war, turning into the same old score. Trust me bro, I've been there too. No bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism and scrutiny. I used to be an atheist, that line's getting old and thin. You weren't looking for the truth back then, and now you just can't comprehend. Yeah, you call it testimony, but it sounds like revisionist history. You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back. Round and round while you twist and turn like a figure eight that never learns. You think you've mapped infinity's face just because you're trapped inside your maze. And if your mind can't comprehend the scale, you declare that everybody else must fail. You draw the limits of your tiny frame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, then scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon your blind faith inspires.
Hello, everybody. It's me, Gretchen, back for another night of whatever the hell this is. Hi, Nectu. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'm doing good.
It was a good day.
You know, yeah, it was a cool day. We do have Robin backstage.
Yeah.
Robin, do you want me to bring you up, or you want to wait till I'm done talking my shit?
Agreed.
Because you know what's happening.
It's okay.
What do you think, Robin?
You're the boss. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I know what you're going to talk about. But go ahead. I'll just remain quiet.
All right, cool.
Oh, we just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. All right. First off, let's say hello to our friends. So we got. All right. First tonight was Timothy. How about that?
Nice
That's
work.
new. Hey, Timothy. Eric is here. Hey, Eric. And we got JR. How you doing, dude? Let's see. I guess we don't have a lot of people here, so this is like going to take no time at all. We're going to have to like jump in and say hi to people as they filter in. So
Marduk.
And Marduk, hey man. And that's it.
It is a Sunday night.
Oh. Huh? It is. And I guess Thinker's live right now, so probably quite a few people watching her. So, but that's cool.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with John Cohen's numbers. Like that guy has been drawing like 1,200 people on a nightly basis.
I can't wait for that too, Eric. It's gonna be fun. He's been drawing what?
Like 1,200 people a night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like John has been pulling huge audiences. Not every single stream, but pretty consistently. Every time I look, it's like 1,100, 1,200. It's usually over 1,000.
I think he has the benefit of, like being in Europe. So like his, by the time he starts, a lot of the American ones are pretty much done. So
yeah.
That makes sense. So
I think I need to go get some lotion. Got some dry skin. My legs itch.
Oh.
Never mind. Back. I got some right here. Who's back?
Rudra Chekhar and Krishna Dharmic. I don't know. Some weird dude.
Never seen that.
He's been dropping in asking like odd questions.
Yeah.
Like woman who owns channel, please answer why someone was talking about me. I'm like, I don't know what anyone was talking about you. I've never fucking seen you before. I don't know what you're talking about. So
trolling maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. But definitely out there. So I guess we'll see what it's got planned for us tonight. So all right. So
we are gonna have, so the audience knows, we are gonna have Eric come up and react to a Jehovah's Witness video with us.
Okay, so there's Eric. Well, we could do that first, since he's here.
Oh, I don't care what we do first. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So. Hi, Eric.
Hello. Look at that. Nectu said something was going to happen, and it happened. Nectu must be a prophet.
Gotta
Definitely. Definitely a prophet.
Definitely.
Definitely.
No other explanation.
be. There really isn't. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, I
mean,
have
show me
tapped
the-
into the universal, the Gretchen. I can't even think of it. how
They have
it's
a prophet, yeah, and the universal necessary.
Gretchen, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
yeah.
I just pray once a day, and all my prayers are
Oh
answered.
no prayer needed. I don't answer prayers anyway.
Oh, I've been
so.
doing it for nothing, for no reason. Damn.
Yeah.
Pray to Joe Pesci.
Totally.
I'm talking to myself.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't answer prayers, and I don't answer questions about,
Well, that would explain some things.
Pray
I
to Joe
answer-
Pesci.
So.
I answer prayers. Just my answer is usually no.
Yeah.
That's true, Timothy. More
Insert
prophecies
coin, try again
fulfilled in
later.
Jesus. Exactly.
So. Yeah.
Line-
I use.
The line
I
tonight
should
was
give.
wild.
I should come up with a canned answer for people's prayers. I'll give them like the typical mom answer, like, "We'll see."
I'll get you 8-ball, a magic 8-ball.
Yeah.
Mhm.
When
What was on the line?
Nectu said earlier that, or maybe it was Gretchen who said, what other explanation can possibly like cover this? That's essentially what was a theme for the Line After Dark tonight with Paula G and Austin Archer.
Yeah, I watched that.
Oh my God, that was painful.
Oh, that one dude was. Oh gosh.
It was really funny because I'm seeing a pattern, and I suspect that there are many, 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 many older folks out there who have kind of like really skewed reasoning, and they'll tell these stories, and they expect these stories to be proof of like miracles, the supernatural, God. And I think they've told everyone in their circle these stories, and they've alienated themselves from them. And so basically they pushed everyone they care for away from them. And now they then turn to online call-in shows to call in to dump their stories on the hosts. And
that Irish guy,
I've thought that
I
before,
can't hardly
too.
even understand what he says. Like when he
Yeah.
Some people don't get up when some people don't get upset, like in a typical social interaction where,
yeah.
like, that's what leads me to believe at times, like, this person is probably just happy that anybody is talking to them about their
Anybody's
religion.
listening. Yes. That's the objective. It's just I want to tell my experience, and I want somebody to listen.
Yeah,
I
and I,
think
don't
that
care
is
if you
it.
make fun of me or you point out how wrong I am.
Yeah.
I'll just ignore all that.
I think that's where Felix is coming from.
It really yeah.
Maybe.
It's basically my grandkids won't call me, so I'm calling you.
Yeah,
That's what it feels
Yeah.
like.
I've
But,
noticed that
And-
before too.
The funny thing,
I mean-
the funny
Picking
thing
up on
though,
something.
the funny thing though tonight though was on the Line After Dark. The first two callers was basically that it was two older dudes wanting to just tell their stories,
Mhm.
and then the third person came in, and the person at first sounded like kind of not to be ageist, but younger, kind of more there, more coherent, more willing to like engage in an actual conversation rather than just dictate a story. And then that person and that kind of like lowered my guard, and I was like, finally somebody who's like, here. And then that person dropped a bunch of racial slurs and just like was a troll. And I was like, oh, he got me. The bastard got me. It was just like,
Yeah, it don't even matter.
just when I thought we were out of the woods.
I don't think like people are scared of Paul G. I think.
Oh, Apology is great. He's
I know, like
he's great. He has seriously studied the New Testament, and he can really dismantle a lot of the claims that Christians make about it. That's kind of the route I'm taking. I think I'm taking more of apologia route in my kind of like skeptical journey, because I'm really super interested in the New Testament as well, because there's so many fun holes you can poke into it. And the New Testament is, especially the Gospels is the jugular of Christianity. You go for that and Christianity dies.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a wild day.
I missed all of them. I saw most of them unapologetic, but
Yeah.
I watched Unapologetic this morning. And then I
but
watched
then at a certain point, I crash. I gotta sleep.
Professor Dave.
So,
Yep, I watched that one too.
yeah.
What did you think, Robin?
I mean, I still like Professor Dave, so like, I think
Well, good.
I think
I
like,
don't.
yeah,
Go ahead, I'm
I
sorry.
mean, I ain't never unsubscribed. Like, I like Professor Dave, and I really never did. I didn't understand I didn't understand all of that anyway. Why he spent that? Like, it would have just been so much better if he had just stayed out of it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people
Oh,
have
you
come to
mean
that
Travis?
conclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did enjoy the fact that Dave's whole coverage of the Travis stuff, it basically hit note for note everything that I've been complaining about for like
It did.
3
I
weeks.
was,
He's like, why did you do this? You didn't have to do this. Why are you doing this? Oh, it's got to be about money somewhere, right? Oh, yeah. Look, here's why it's about money. I'm like,
I don't know what it's about. I really don't.
it has to be. It's got to be about money. I mean, because he had no reason to do that. You know,
I
none.
don't know.
He could have just let Dave and Destiny fucking fight.
He should
You
have.
know,
He should have let him.
and it would have been all fizzled out by now. And there was no reason for Travis to do that, and no reason for him to move on to, you know, what was
right
his.
back.
I mean, Dave didn't tag him for, you know, throwing Milo Rossi into it, you know, but he did. He did a full half-hour video just on fucking Milo Rossi being a fucking anti-Semite now, because
he's done so many.
because he said something. He said Destiny was a fucking dick when I met him. That's really all Milo said. And you know, Travis had to make fucking content out of that. I don't know why. Like, I mean, maybe it's just like the drama tubers, like their little strategy of picking on somebody bigger to get subs and views and shit out of it.
He's just making it harder for me to fundraise. Is what he's doing.
The cynical part of me.
Yeah, I would imagine.
The cynical part of me does look at that and go, yeah, this feels like monetary motivation here. Same thing like the Joe Schmidt thing last night. I was like, when I was talking about it, I was like, just the stuff that I see in that, it's just the cynical side of me goes, oh, yeah, I see kind of the motivation here. It's really, I don't know. I
watched the Joe Schmidt thing, and
yeah,
I see everything. I see exactly what you're saying. It doesn't seem real.
Yeah, and that new intro that he showed, like, oh my god, it's just it's so pandering to believers. I was like, what the fuck? This is so horrible.
Doesn't seem real. Yeah.
Like, I mean, at this point, I've already watched it twice, and I watched a couple of reactions. Either he is like performing some type of like social experiment, or he's trolling, or he is like full on like he's a believer, but man, he's gonna milk that cow for everything it's worth. Like that's the only three conclusions I can come to. And I think it's probably the latter. I think he is a believer and he sees monetary opportunity here. But I don't know. We'll see what time pans out, but that's just kind of like my assessment. And I am a cynic.
Yeah.
I think the worst of people, so
yeah. I just yeah, I mean, at least when Alex O'Connor did that weird turn thing that he did, I mean, it didn't seem like it seemed kind of genuine, because right before he did that, he had been spending a lot of time trying to convince ChatGPT that
I remember
that God could be real. And I'm like, oh my God, you just fucking psyched yourself out, dude. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Is you spent all that time trying to convince ChatGPT that God could be real, and you did. Great, you got there, but I think he was just conditioning himself in the process. So, and I think that's where the Alex O'Connor. And that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, perhaps.
But it seemed like okay, this was your own little personal trolley problem brought to life. All right, I get it.
Yeah.
You fucking played yourself. Fine.
I welcome
Whatever.
these.
We'll see if that lasts.
Yeah.
But this one was just crazy.
Isn't it? Yeah. It's like it's kind of got like a pinch of like, I don't know. Like I haven't watched too much of Majesty of Reason, but just some of the stuff he says was very manic in my opinion. I'm no psychologist, whatever. But yeah, kind of manic, kind of exploitative, kind of manipulative.
The one shot you were talking about where he actually pulled his webcam down and like I've seen his past videos. He could easily just have shared a screen and put the info up there.
That rosary, yeah, it's just that rosary's there. Like, where did that come from? I don't know. It's just there. He just spontaneously decided to film a screen with a rosary right.
And what's it doing on the fucking floor?
Yeah, it's like so contrived.
The whole thing is so weird.
And maybe he's just like a 40 chess player. Maybe he's like, I really have converted. I'm gonna really fuck with people by making it look like I'm just like conducting a social experiment using this. I don't know. I really don't know what his thought processes on that is. It's fascinating to me.
It almost, and I know I have like ARGs on the brain, but it almost reads like the kickoff to an ARG or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're looking through all of it, just looking for clues and hints, and like, what is he doing?
But like,
why is this weird?
Just what he said too was, I don't know. It's like, okay, so we went over like his intro, how kind of like over the top and like beats you on the head with a mallet, like extreme it is. The rosary, the contrived nature of the rosary being there, how manipulative that is. We also talked about we mentioned how he was talking about how he was getting these waves of euphoria and how he was like, I can be a saint, I can be a saint. Then he said basically like, hey, join my Patreon and send me thousands of dollars. Like literally he said that. Like all these little things. I'm like, does he really think that this, like the optics of this is positive, or is he doing this on purpose because he's trying to trigger people? He's trying to like get people to focus more on the form of what he's saying rather than the substance. And then he can like later on address that easier. Even just the list. Oh, he also made the comment that he wants to put out the best series of pro-Catholic apologetic videos, and I quote, in the history of ever. Basically, like he wants to put out the best video series in history. It's like these like smack of delusions of grandeur. Oh, and then also the outline when he was showing his laptop screen, like what he's basically saying, this is all the things I'm going to do. I'm like, whoa, dude, he's basically like, yeah, I'm about to prove Catholicism to the world. And it's so bonkers to me. I'm so interested to see what happens because first of all, it's going to be great fodder for content. And also the fact also the fact he didn't once mention any of the scriptures of the Bible or anything like that is also interesting, because I would imagine that would be kind of a critical component of the conversion rather than just, going off of the claim.
Then the miracles, like
yeah.
So
it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting with this channel, I think.
I don't know.
But anyway, Godspeed, Joe Schmidt. We're gonna be watching.
What the actual fuck? Felix, don't you know what once a week means? Like, for serious. Once a week. Gave you your... You got it early last night. And you don't get to come up unless nobody on fire is here. Because and I fucking told you not to fucking call unapologetic. What are you doing? I told you Justin didn't want to talk to you anymore. And you did it anyway. Like, I'm not bringing you up tonight, Felix. Not happening. You need to wait your week.
A break from Felix would be nice.
Yeah. So.
Because I can only use a joke about elder abuse so many times.
Yeah, I can't do that again. I don't know. I get super mean with Felix, and he just. I don't know. He drags it out of me. I mean, not like it's that hard to do, but like still, and
I mean,
then he left. He left this morning when we have another guy that calls that I've talked to him a few times, and he's very pleasant to talk to. He's out there, but he will actually, listen to the things you say and actually think about them,
like engage in a conversation.
Yeah. I mean, and I see a couple people in chat going, "What is this? Why is Gretchen being nice?" It's like, and and I always ask him like certain things, and if he can't answer them, I'm like, okay, homework assignment, get back to me, and there we go, Ray. I thought it was Felix again. I'm like, no. But yeah, it was and I guess Felix, like, I had just finished fucking screaming at him, and well, I wasn't really screaming, but because he insisted that we watch the rest of that call with Matt.
Yeah, it was going nowhere.
Yeah, because we didn't finish it, and he was like, "Well, we never finished it." And I'm like, "Why would you want anyone to see that? You look fucking ridiculous.
There's
There's nothing in this for you."
There's no substance to that call. That was the problem, because it's just question after question after question, and Matt's like begging for an argument, but it's just more questions.
Yeah, just to shut him up. I played the rest of the video. He's like, "There's like 10 minutes left." There was like 2.5 minutes left, and I'm like, "All right, cool." And I showed him why he was wrong, where he was being stupid, and then Ryuzaki called in. So I'm like, all right, cool.
Ryuzaki.
And yeah.
Ryuzaki or Ryusaki? I know it's probably hard to differentiate it.
Ryuzaki, Zaki.
Is that a Death Note reference? Ryuzaki.
I don't know. I've never seen Death Note. I don't know anything about it.
Yes, Death Note. They used the name Ryuzaki in it. It was probably a Death Note reference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ryu's an interesting guy. He's a Christian who has left all denominations of Christianity because he's on his own little search for truth. And he's really into the Apocrypha and the pseudepigrapha. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, pseudepigrapha.
Collective.
Yeah.
Huh?
Pseudepigrapha.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, he has his own interesting view on things.
Yeah.
So.
Fun fact: Christians in the audience right now, half of the Pauline letters are pseudepigrapha, as in they weren't written by Paul. They were written by false writers attributing or claiming to be Paul, but they were not Paul. Yeah, to somehow mean in the
Yeah.
Bible. So
Somehow, huh?
quite the conundrum that God let these false writers write in the Bible claiming to be Paul, but they weren't Paul.
The more I read on this stuff, like, I'm really fucking with Jaron's theory that Paul wasn't real, and it's probably just a literary stand-in for Marcion throwing himself into his big story, you know?
When did Marcion live?
Exactly, I'm not sure.
He died in 160 in Rome. So that means he was probably born in the late 1st century.
Yeah.
Okay, so if Paul,
I mean, as I understand it, it matches up with everything we think about Paul, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so Paul's letters are attributed to be between 50 and 70, and Marcion is the 2nd century. Why do we think, I'm Googling this, why do we think Paul's letters are from the 1st century? Tell me, infallible AI, why do we think Paul's letters are from the 1st century?
Because mostly that's when he was alive, and that's when he had his
they reflect
Damascus Road thing.
Well, those are the claims of the letters.
Like his epileptic seizure.
Yeah, those are the claims of the letters. But they reflect this is probably a good point here. They reflect an early fluid stage of the Jesus movement before institutional hierarchies formed. So, like one example is Paul nowhere mentions a Trinity, ever. He nowhere mentions of Jesus being God. That appeared in John in the early 2nd century. So the fact that Paul's letters don't mention any of those attributes or aspects of Christianity, that's strong indication that it was 1st century, not 2nd century. So if Marcion of Sinope, if he was in the 2nd century, then he probably would have put in elements of the Trinity and Jesus being God into the writings rather than keeping them out.
I don't know. The Trinity was there a whole lot of Trinity going around before the council?
Oh, the Council of Nicaea in like the 4th century?
I thought that's when they adopted the Trinity.
Yeah, that's when it became official doctrine. But yeah, obviously up to the 4th century, it was present, but there's not really indications to show that was present in the 1st century. Because Matthew, Mark, and Luke don't mention a Trinity or Jesus being equivalent to God. Paul doesn't do it at all. It doesn't really appear until John. And then it's like a kind of a proto version of John because it just simply says that, Jesus was.
That's definitely something to talk about, Zen Master.
Yeah.
Yes, that's me, Felix. I'm here.
Yeah, Felix, I said no. Like, I said no.
Boundaries, Felix.
And
the answer was no.
Yes, I served my country, but I don't know what that has to do with anything. Don't fucking do that. I hate that, and you know that.
I was just teasing you.
Yeah,
I did it because I know you don't like it.
I know. It's just.
I'm sorry, though. I won't do it again.
But
yeah, I think Felix and Cafe both need to learn about boundaries and how somebody says no.
Let's not tell him to go away, though.
That's fine. You don't have to go away, but Felix,
he's more than welcome to hang around.
No, he doesn't have to go away, but he doesn't get up on the panel more than once a week. That's it.
Yeah. But like Felix, you were told multiple times no, so respect those boundaries. Cafe, I'm not going to do drugs with you. Multiple times I told you that, so respect those boundaries, and we can be friends. Because I'm getting to a point. Where it's like if you don't respect those boundaries, we can't be friends. I will simply just not interact with you because you don't respect simple boundaries.
And some people that has to happen with.
Yep.
Because if you don't, if you
not
set a
funny,
boundary
Felix.
and then you don't
And
enforce it,
I've been talking to
they
Cafe.
will take advantage of you.
I've been talking to Cafe on and off for 3 years, but it's like if he's not going to respect my boundaries, then okay, I think we're at the end of the road here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Anywho, let me turn off my game here so I can fully put my attention to.
So these are Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, why don't you give the background, because I don't know the channel like you probably do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is a channel called XJW Panda Tower. I'm not sure how
First
he got
of all,
that name.
will you full screen that and get tacos out of my fucking face, please?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a YouTube XJW channel called XJW Panda Tower. I don't really know him all that well. I've maybe interacted with him once or twice. He seems very friendly, and his channel is very successful, like 172,000 subscribers. He's a solid YouTube content creator, unlike me. And he puts out XJW content, basically like responding to what they're doing, making comparisons between the JWs and the Mormon Church and all that kind of stuff. And I've never seen this video before, so I'm just going to do a blind response to it.
I think it's recent. I actually don't know now that I assumed it was the most recent thing they did.
Yeah. Tell you what, give me about 60 seconds. I'm going to go bio and grab another drink, and then I'll be ready to go.
Take your time.
Yeah, be right back.
Okay.
Speaking of drinks, I picked me a wine with strawberries and grapes in it.
That sounds yummy.
Yes, it is.
Sounds fruity.
It's sangria.
Sangria going. Yeah, there you go.
Sangria. Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yeah, this video is from 2 days ago.
Okay.
How long is this? Is it real long?
37 minutes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, if you don't have anything
It's a
else
little
to watch,
long.
oh, that's not long, but like
Well, for us, I mean, especially with good content, like it'll take us. It can take us half the night or all night to get through something, just depending.
But if we run out of stuff, I've got my
we're not. We're in no danger of running out.
No, I've got
But
me.
you're more than welcome to suggest. I mean,
I was on Skeptic Philosophy today. I did I did a presentation. I even made slides and everything.
I saw RP talking about that.
I should make slides.
You know what? If the socialist policies, I mean, the Republicans are going to come after us anyway for those. And I mean, if you really look at it, the socialist Dem policies or the socialist like DSA kind of policies, I mean, most of the other Democrats fucking agree with those anyway. The whole division between the establishment and the DSA, I mean, it's all bullshit. You know that, right? It's the only way that the Dems with the fight in them, they need to attack somebody. They need to feel like they're fucking taking scalps, and they can't do it against the fucking Republicans. So what do they do? They're attacking other Democrats because they can at least win those battles and makes them feel like they won something, but they're not. They're actually doing harm because you could say you're DSA all you want. That doesn't make you a fucking political party. DSA is not a political party. It's a fucking super PAC. I mean, don't take my word for it. Look it the fuck up. You know, DSA is just a fucking super PAC. That's all they are. And they're saying don't take super PAC money, except take ours and definitely give us some too.
And then they'll be like, well, you can't if you don't.
And all they're doing is going after, establishment. So far they've managed to primary a few Democrats that have only been in office for like 1 term, sometimes 2 terms. Like they think they fucking won something in New York by getting rid of Dan Goldman. Like, that's fucking stupid, because now they're going to go back. They're going to go from, that district is going to go from having a a third-term congressman to a freshman again. And guess what? Freshmen have zero fucking clout. They don't know how shit works.
They don't have any.
They don't know anything. They don't get good committee appointments. They're screwed, which means the amount of money that congressperson is going to be able to bring back to their district is going to be less
And Dan Goldman
than Dan Goldman would have brought them. And Dan Goldman was fucking good.
Yeah, he was. He was.
You know, and he was definitely on the like far progressive side rather than the centrist side. So
yeah,
and that's the other thing. It's like they pretend like the progressives are fucking nothing now. They're talking about fucking AOC like she's practically a fucking Republican. Like, what the fuck? It's ridiculous. And it's all what? So you can feel like you're fucking winning something? Like, wait until the actual fucking midterms and go after the real fucking enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I'm convinced it's like 90% just like made up drama, and it's all part of their like aristocracy plan to fuck with us. You know what I mean? To get us to do one thing or another.
It's not.
You mean like a whole production? That'd be extremely expensive and.
No, like I don't think like the whole thing is like that. I'm just saying I think there's like Democrats and Republicans that don't really care about being Democrat or Republican. They're just taking whatever money from huge people, and they like get together at parties and stuff like.
No, they don't get together at parties, but
they might used to it, but they don't get along anymore. The Democrats and Republicans do not get along.
There always going to be some on both sides. There's always going to be some on both sides that just have questionable morals and don't fucking care about anyone but themselves. It's like it's the same as anywhere else, because where are we picking these people from? We're picking them from the general population. That's where they come from.
Hakeem Jeffries.
I don't like him.
He's a Democrat, right?
But yeah, I like him just fine.
I don't.
What's his problem?
I heard he takes APAC money.
So they all take APAC money,
which is crazy.
I think he don't fight hard enough. No.
I think it's crazy that APAC's even allowed to exist, but I mean, past that, past that, like, if the Democrats want to say, okay, we're not taking any, we're not taking any questionable money anywhere ever again, that's fine. What you're really saying, that's what you say, but what I hear is we don't want to win elections anymore. So I hope you enjoy your Republican fucking rule, people.
No, I hear you. That's definitely a dilemma.
And it takes, you have to get to a certain level of success before you can say, I'm not taking APAC money.
And we need to get rid of it from both sides. Yeah.
Gavin Newsom is now saying he's not going to take APAC money, but that's Gavin Newsom. I mean,
I'd love to see him as president.
He's pretty established.
But that's him. He's got lots of money now. He can afford to say that. But someone like someone no one's ever heard of from bumfuck Kansas or some shit, that person can't say that because they need the money. They need, if you don't have the money, you don't have a campaign.
Yeah, and Republicans have got big war chests. They've got huge war chests.
And the Republicans have way more money than the Democrats do, period. They have more donors. And, it's like, was it the Financial Times or something? I don't know. Someone just released a list of the top donors, the 10 top donors for this election cycle, and 9 of them are all Republicans.
Yep.
But that's the way it is every fucking time.
Bumfuck is in Kentucky, Rembrandt. I just want you to know that.
What do you guys think? Are we
Sorry.
Did Eric ever come back?
I am back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were in.
Are we cooked?
You were in the middle
we're
of a
not
thing,
cooked.
so I didn't like announce myself.
We're not
Okay.
cooked.
Are we ready then?
It's not. I mean, this isn't a zero-sum game. It's a pendulum swinging back and forth, you know? And, you know, the Democrats will come back.
That gives me some hope. I mean, you're definitely
like,
more about it than me.
I mean, it sucks now that, you know, the Republicans have the majority in both houses and the White House. So, yeah, it sucks. But then, you know, come the midterms, we're going to get the House back. And
I hope to God.
I mean, some people say maybe the Senate. I don't think we're capable
we need the
of.
Senate.
I don't think we're capable of getting the Senate back. In fact,
not without some miracles.
I think that we're functionally capped at like 53, and that's not a big enough majority to really do anything with. So,
yeah, I don't think Kentucky
if we get the Senate. If we get the Senate this cycle, I think it's probably going to end up being like a 50-50 kind of thing, and they'll have to do like a governing agreement again, like they did a few years ago, and really the only thing they're going to, but we still have, you know, Trump in the fucking White House, so I think things are going to get a little bit worse in the next couple of years, because really all we're going to be capable of doing is causing gridlock and, you know, being a fucking roadblock, and that's going to look bad for us. But I mean, it's better than just letting Trump spend money, you know,
is that
on
true?
Crazy shit.
Republicans have more revenue, less taxes, less pollution, and better infrastructure compared to
it's kind of set up that way because they that's where they send the money to their own districts, and they have they have the districts with the rich white people. You know what I mean? Like and they knock down taxes, like you know, they knock down taxes because they want to get rid of government anyway. So they want to make government just weaker. But yes, Republican states are welfare states. Almost all. There's only like in the top 10. I think there's
that's
one
what
Democratic. I think
Yeah,
there's one
true.
Democratic state in the welfare states. Like Kentucky's a big
New
one.
Mexico.
Yeah, New Mexico. Louisiana, Mississippi. I mean, all of them are very poor states.
Yeah.
I used to follow
And
this.
they talk shit about California, like California is the big bad evil.
Yeah, and they pay for our stuff.
Yet they won't, you know, the second we start talking about, fuck it, we're, you know, we don't want to be part of the U.S. anymore, then they still won't let us go because they fucking need us, and it pisses them off. They know it, and they fucking hate it.
Y'all pay for all our stuff. I mean, like you should see when on Facebook when I post something about that, all my people live around me are like, "That's crazy." I'm like, "Look it up, look it up." Like we are a state who lives off of and we dropped our income tax last year, even though we are actually living off of you know, other states.
Yeah, it might be crazy, but like. All right, cool, but it's a fact. And how the fuck did you people let it get like this? You're to blame.
I know.
You know. So why you want to complain about it instead of doing something? I don't mean you. I don't mean you. I mean like the people that vote for this shit. You know, it's like you should ask them, like, well, if you think it's so crazy, why'd you let it happen?
Charles, I was going to say, I don't know if you noticed though, Charles Barkley came out in support of Andy Brashear. Of course, Charles Barkley, you know, he's a basketball player, but still. Sir Charles, he came out. He was on Andy's podcast last week, and he came out and said he was one of the only Democrats that he would support that he liked. So
he's a huge influence.
I hope so. I'm rooting for my governor.
Is he running again?
No, he can't run for governor. He may run for president, though.
Oh, I hope not. I don't want to see that happen.
I mean, I would love to see him be president. He's a good guy.
I really wouldn't.
He's a good
I mean,
guy.
I'm sure he's a good. I'm sure he's a good guy, but
he can get Republican votes. Like he's won.
No, he can't. None of them can.
Yes, he can. Like, he's won twice in a red state, and he by a great margin the last time against Like I told you, when like my parents voted for him.
I know.
My parents do not vote for Democrats, and they voted for Andy.
There's a difference though between the general populace and the
on a nationwide scale, it doesn't matter who in Kentucky voted for him. It just doesn't.
His name's getting around. I mean, he probably
Robin, though, even though Mitch McConnell's a zombie somewhere, they're going to continue that policy of they're not going to work with Democrats ever. Right, that's going to be their hard line until they're voted out. So the general populace might love the guy, but as soon as he gets up against the party, they're not going to work with him. They refuse to.
Who? The Republicans?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
on a national level, Republicans
refuse to work
Democrat, with them on anything.
Any Democrat that we have is going to be in that
situation. Because he can get Republicans in Kentucky to vote for him doesn't mean he can get Republicans in fucking Kansas to vote for him, or Texas. I'm sorry, but I don't see it happening. That's all. I don't think anything bad about Andy Bashir. I think he probably only got elected because of who his dad was. People liked his dad. People liked his dad too. He's totally shanking the whole Mitch McConnell thing. He can't do
anything about that. I don't know why people think he has the power to do anything about that. He does not. He doesn't have any power to do anything about that. He's been raising hell, but he does not have the power to do anything.
But he hasn't been raising hell. He should have just fucking appointed somebody new and then let the court smack him down for it. He can do it. He's gonna get sued and it's gonna get overturned, but he could fucking do it. No. He hasn't been raising hell. He's just been politely complaining.
I mean, he's been
politely complaining. He should have showed up to the goddamn hospital and said, "You know what? I'm a fucking citizen of the state of Kentucky. I want to see my senator. And the goddamn governor let me in." And he didn't do that either.
Say that. He's a Christian, so he's not going to cuss like that.
He needs to do something. Like, he needs to, like, if you say he's raising hell, then all right, go pull a stunt.
I don't know.
No, he hasn't. He's been going on MSNBC and CNN and just asking politely, "Please, will you show us a man's corpse?" And it's like, okay, cool.
I don't care if Mitch McConnell's not there anyway. I don't see the benefit of replacing him. It's just one more vote they'll have.
Has he appeared since he's been hospitalized? I haven't been watching that.
No.
No shit. That's
some
been
pictures
like a month.
that were supposed to be him.
Wow.
Yeah. He hasn't appeared
He's gone
anywhere.
in November anyway. He's going to be, he's not running again. So like it's going to be.
Well, he's not gone till January.
Well, that's true, but he won't be back. I don't think he'll be back.
No, he definitely won't be back.
Like it's just one less vote they got, and if they any other way, it'll be just another Republican in there. So, I mean, like I would love to see Charles Booker win his seat, but I just don't know if he. I just don't know if Charles can.
I don't think he can.
It's just really hard to get elected as a Democrat in Kentucky.
True. But I don't think the fact that Andy Bashir did it means that gives him any sort of advantage nationwide.
Well, he'd be like a good president, I think. He stands by his principles.
Let's get Mom Donnie in for president. I know he can't, but that'd be great.
Yeah.
We ready to jump into this video?
Yep. All right.
Sure.
All right. Here we go.
Jehovah's Witnesses have preached that the end is near. They have traveled to the most distant parts of the earth to warn their fellow man of the upcoming destruction. Despite numerous prophetic failures, the religion has continued to preach the nearness of the millennium and amassed more than 9 million active members,
Ooh, they
with
hit 9
millions
million?
of other adherents.
They hit 9 million. Good for them. When I was a kid, it was at 4 million. So when I was a kid, we were 4 million and we were baptizing like 250,000 a year.
Good for them.
Yeah. When I was a kid, we were 4 million. They were 4 million. Baptizing like 200,000 to 250,000 a year. And now 30 years later, they finally hit 9 million, which tells you about their retention rate. Their retention rate is abysmal.
Are J-dubs one of those religions that like try to get you to have lots of kids?
No, they are not. In fact, they discourage you. It's really weird because like some religions are very aware that, hey, you know, the end is not coming. So they will encourage followers to get educated, have kids, build big families, communities, to continue on the church tradition. JWs are they very much act against their own interests because they discourage having kids. They discourage going to college and becoming self-sufficient. They discourage any type of future proofing because I think the leadership actually does believe the world's going to end any day now. So they will give these, but you know, obviously the world's not going to end any day now, at least not to Armageddon. So they are in this position of, they've been telling their followers to do one thing or these other things, like, you know, don't plan for the future. But then on the other end, they are struggling to make ends meet, or, you know, they're struggling with finances and all those things. And also with retention rate and the fact that they are not repopulating their numbers the way that other religions do. So it's really, really weird.
They're going to go extinct.
Yeah, it actually might be the case that they just diminish and dwindle and just poof out.
Yeah. Nobody wants to get out there and prance around and knock on doors and stuff. Young people don't want to do
that. Felix, I'm 44. I'll be 45 at the end of the year.
I would have not guessed that. You look like a good 44, dude.
I've heard that. Thank you. I'm told a lot that I look younger than I actually am.
I get told I look young a lot too.
Yeah.
Dude, I still get ID'd at 27. I'm probably gonna be ID'd till I'm like in my mid 30s.
One day you'll stop being ID'd and you'll be like, oh, I wish I was ID'd again.
Hey, I give.
Well, that's the law, isn't it? Or is that I think that's a state law. Like in California, if you look under 35, you have to they have to ID you.
Not everyone.
I give them a cussing if they don't. I'm like, you better ID me.
Yeah.
I look older now because my beard has turned white. So, I mean, like not many 20-year-olds running around with white beards.
Yeah. Mine's going that direction too. I got a lot of white coming through.
My hair is salt and pepper stranded now, like gray and silver.
Same.
So it's all happening. Time slows for no one. Time waits for no one. All right.
All over the world. The Witnesses have established a highly sophisticated printing and publishing empire, a worldwide missionary program, and a highly structured hierarchical organization to govern their community. But where did this religion even come from? And how has it been able to survive for so long, despite its many failures? Today, we are starting a multi-part series on the history of Jehovah's Witnesses, from the late 1800s until today.
They've established a publishing industry.
Yeah.
Go J-dubs.
They kind of have.
The wing.
Yeah.
Because their corporate name is the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. Yeah. They started off as a publishing company, yeah. And they actually were very fortunate because when they started back in the mid to late 1800s, they had some really prime real estate in Brooklyn where they set up their printing facilities, like 150 years ago in Brooklyn, like right at the end of the bridge on the way to Manhattan. And if it wasn't for that, I quite honestly, if it wasn't for that, this religion would be dead right now because they just like within the last 10 years, 15 years sold all that property, and which is financing their continued efforts up in upstate New York. So it was fortunate that to happen because otherwise they'd be dead right now, basically. And this is kind of interesting. They have a character actor playing Charles Taze Russell, the founder of the religion. I've never seen that before.
What is he? This is probably from a movie, isn't it?
It looks like it. And that's another thing too. The Jehovah's Witnesses have been more and more leaning into digital content distribution. So they're like kind of dismantling their printing operation because printing is really expensive. And in this day and age, the digital age, it's inefficient. So they're switching more and more over to video production and online distribution. And as such, they have like these recording studios. And they're making like essentially shorts and probably like near movies in their facilities. And this is probably a shot from one of them. So yeah, it's getting kind of weird the way they're changing because it's not. I mean, I left 15, 16, 17 years ago, and they're very different than back when I knew them.
Sure. One of my first times being on Async, you guys showed me like an animated video of like what the Mormons believe, and that shit fucked me up. It was so weird.
Was it about the descendants of Ham, which are Ham is the son of Noah and how their skin turned dark and stuff like that? Was it?
Yeah, and they're all on planets and shit.
Yeah, creepy ass shit. That Jesus.
Well, when you don't know jack shit.
It's true.
Well, the best part about the Mormons is that they think Jesus is coming back to Missouri.
Independence, Missouri.
Well, it's actually like right below Kansas City, like just south of Kansas City.
Independence.
Just like that's where Jesus would want to go, is to Missouri. Like that's I've been through there.
Well, that's where they think he went in the 3 days after he got nailed to a cross and resurrected. They think he spent that time in Missouri with the natives.
Did he
pretty close to hell?
Did he not know that? Did he not know that Fiji existed or Hawaii or like of all the places to go?
I mean, like it's infested with like bugs. Like through there, when you come down 35 there's like all these bugs that just like these flying bugs that will stick to your car, and it'll look like the front of your car looks like fur.
It's so funny you're mentioning this. Gretchen, if you show my screen share, I want to tell you guys about Beth Sarim.
It's so funny. It called you ex-Jew when you
what?
Ex-Jew Eric's screen joined. That's what it said.
Hold on, did I type it wrong?
No, you put XJW, but when it announces when someone comes backstage, it reads it. It reads you the whole name, and it said ex-Jew Eric, and I'm like,
how can you possibly be an ex-Jew? What if you're born a Jew? You're always a Jew. What the? Oh my gosh! Okay, so you mentioned. Sorry, I only caught part of it. You mentioned about Mormons believing that there was going to be like an event in a location, and people would like be resurrected and come back, something like that. Okay, so the Witnesses had something similar, and this house was built by the Witnesses, and they called it Beth Sarim. So in 1918, Watchtower, which is the Witnesses, began predicting that under the direction of Rutherford, who was the president at the time, in fact, here's a picture of Rutherford at Beth Sarim, under the direction of this president of the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, that Old Testament patriarch princes would come back to life, such as Abraham, Moses, David, Isaiah, and Samuel. And this was a house built to receive and accommodate them because they were freshly resurrected and they were going to be back and teach us and all that stuff. And this was started in 1918, but then they realized it wasn't going to happen, so they sold the house to a private owner in 1948. So kind of something similar.
Would have to come into existence first.
Yeah, that would definitely be a good first step. But this is what they thought. Like they thought that these prophets were going to come back to life, and they needed a place to stay. And so Beth Sarim was built in San Diego.
It sounds like Jim Jones shit without the Kool-Aid.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. But that's Beth Sarim. This was supposed to house the prophets that were freshly resurrected, but never happened. And the witnesses don't talk about it anymore.
Yeah, but the world what was it? The World Health Organization, when they did their prophecy about climate change.
Mm-hmm. Wait, what?
Spot on. Was it the World Health Organization?
I think the World Health Organization deals with diseases and health, not climate change.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who it is now. The climate change report back in 2010 or something like that. That predicted exactly what was going to happen and is now happening. It's funny how some prophecies come true, but they base it on, established science as opposed to a bunch of made up stories.
Actually, we reached the temperature, the temperature that they predicted earlier than expected, which is not good news.
No, it's really bad.
Yep.
It's going to be a runaway thing.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what happens. There was an interesting take on it. There was this is a fictional take, but Battlefield 2142, I think it was, is an old video game. In their reality, global warming started to run away, but then it caused some type of change on the Earth, which then triggered an ice age. And so the whole concept of like the war going on was basically just fighting over like the usable land and resources because we were in a new ice age, which is interesting. But it's like it just kind of shows that, like, not shows, but it's an interesting idea where, sure, yeah, we can see global warming occur, climate change occur, but we don't know what the downstream effects are going to be. It could potentially like do the reverse of what we expect and actually cool the planet, but dangerously so, where it's like an ice age.
There's a tipping point.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I hope not, though, because my whole plan is to move where it's colder to avoid the heat.
That's what I want.
Go to Alaska. Canada. Pretty soon, Canada will be real nice weather.
Vancouver or Seattle or something like that would be my ideal.
Yeah. Seattle's nice. Yeah, Seattle's nice. As a Seattleite, so I grew up in Vegas in extreme heat. I moved to Seattle. Seattle's really nice, but I am probably eventually going to move to maybe like one of the Scandinavian countries, I think.
Yeah, dude, that's like my dream. Yeah,
that's where I want to retire.
We had a debate, like one night in Pangburn over the climate change, and Travis is like, "Well, is there anything good that can come out of climate change?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Well, Canada could become livable, like most of Canada." And I was like, "Yeah, is Canada going to let all the people that live at the equator move there?"
It's such a dumbass question.
Like, if Canada will open up the whole country and let all of the people from the equator who are going to not be able to grow food or
I don't know if borders are really going to exist if it gets to that point.
Look, I tell you what,
it's going to be a matter of people letting you in. I don't think like there's going to be governments like that.
Yeah, it's going to be like we're going to be fighting over land again.
But it's like it's just such a dumb question. It's like, what's the upside of 1 billion people being displaced by rising oceans and climate change?
Nothing.
It's so stupid. Yeah.
and species going, like hundreds of thousands of species of animals going extinct because they haven't had time to adapt to the.
Oh yeah,
because they seem to limit the effects of climate change to just the oceans are going to go up a bit, but it's like, no, weather patterns are going to change. Forests are going to turn to deserts. Deserts are going to turn into swamps.
Well, one of the reasons
our bread bowls, our farmlands are going to be drastically changed. It might not be viable for growing food anymore. We could have mass starvation. Like, The Earth is so complex and it's such balance, and we rely on it to stay the way it is. That if there is a drastic change in these things, we could have like death and just starvation on this massive scale, and these people are like, yeah, well, it's fine, the ocean's just going to rise. Like, no, you don't really appreciate what's at stake here.
You guys
I
know
don't know.
the
I don't know.
YouTuber H Bomber guy?
Brittany, I'm not the one that said that.
Yeah, I like H Bomber guy. He's awesome.
You know,
I don't know if you think I'm the one that said
climate
that
change?
or what.
You know how he does like a measured response?
Yeah.
Like his video on climate change is really good.
Yeah.
If anyone doesn't know who H Bomber guy is, definitely go sub to the guy.
Any of his videos are good. This guy's
he hasn't made a video in like a year and a half. He only does like one video a year.
That's his MO. When he drops a video, man, it becomes big. Yeah.
The last time he did it was like it caused like the whole internet to change course for like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a little dramatic.
That guy wields massive power in YouTube.
Yeah. H Bomber guy is the shit though. He's also really funny.
Yeah, he's great.
So,
well, like you're saying, yeah, they just think sea level rise, but a lot of that sea level rise is going to come from fresh water pouring into the ocean, which then is going to stop that mid-Atlantic current, which kind of keeps England at a moderate temperature and keeps the jet stream going.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that would trigger that ice age is like once the jet stream stops, like weather's just going to sort of linger over those areas. So it's going to be prolonged heat or prolonged cold, and nothing's going to move it. It's going to, it's going to be really bad.
You can already feel that in America. You can already feel the jet stream moving up or whatever.
Well, the heat wave that Europe's getting hit by now is an indication, right? They don't have the AC to deal with it, and they're suffering with it now. They're used to having that current bringing cold water over and cooling that air for them, but not so much. But who wants to listen to science?
No, but if you buy real estate in the colder areas now, that's a good investment.
Yeah, but Obama bought a house on the beach, so that just means climate change is not real. They say, because why is Obama buying a house on the beach?
Because he can afford to move at any point for any reason.
Yeah, and he'll be dead before this shit happens. The major probably. But anyway,
who's he gonna sell the house to?
Huh?
That's
so I'm gonna
sell it to.
He can take the loss.
So Gretchen, if you can share my screen one more time. I'm gonna give everyone personal permission. If climate change runs off and like the world collapses, I'm personally right now giving everyone permission to do this.
That's fucked.
If the world collapses and the billionaires are hiding in their bunkers, just cover the entrances of the bunkers with concrete. I give you permission to do this.
That's crazy.
That is funny though.
But I don't give permission until the world collapses. After the collapses, you have my permission. I want to make that very, very clear.
About the religion's founder, Charles Taze Russell, and all the religious undertones that shaped his worldview. I will attempt to show you how Jehovah's Witness beliefs did not originate from a vacuum, but actually trace their origins to various Christian traditions of the 1800s. To write this script, I have pulled from two main sources. The first is the book Apocalypse Delayed by James Penton, a historian and former Jehovah's Witness. The second book is Jehovah's Witnesses, Proclaimers of God's Kingdom.
Oh, I remember when this book was released. I was at, this was like in the 90s when this book was released. This was such a not a groundbreaking book, but this was just like such a milestone book with the witnesses, because it was full of, this book had like a complete listing of the governing body members and their pictures, which was unheard of.
What is it though?
This is kind of like a historical book covering Jehovah's Witnesses from their start to the 90s when the book was published. So basically just a history about them, their printing operations, all that. It was a pretty thick book as well. but I remember when this book was released, and it was pretty groundbreaking at the time. But anyway, it was this book's now like ancient history. Like they don't produce this book anymore. It's like been 30 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Society. This last book presents a very idealized version of events, which should be taken with a grain of salt, but it does provide some valuable details and gives us some insight into how the organization views its own history. If you enjoyed this series, don't forget to drop a like and share the video with your friends. Let's get into it. To begin, we have to travel back in time to America in the early 1800s. This was a time of religious revival known as the Second Great Awakening, in which Protestant ministers rejected the traditional church hierarchy in favor of a more personal relationship with Jesus Christ. America was on fire for Jesus. Itinerant preachers roamed the countryside. Joseph Smith received his first vision of Christ, and in 1834, William Miller, a Baptist preacher from New York, claimed that Jesus would return in 1843. Miller wrote,
God. Mark your
"My
calendars.
principles in brief."
Mark your calendars, 1834.
Did that ever happen?
43. 43.
1843.
Did we fucking miss it?
No,
Like-
it didn't happen.
No, that's when the rapture happened. We're just stuck here now.
Oh, we dropped the ball on that one.
I know. We missed the bus.
And many more balls to be dropped.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that explains why the world's so shitty.
Did he say 1843 or 34? I thought I heard
He said 43.
Ah, okay. I'm just not paying attention.
All I can say is,
So-
Jesus, come get these
Jesus
motherfuckers.
came back and nobody noticed. That's why the world's fucking piece of shit right now. 'Cause
No.
God
Somebody,
punishing us because we didn't pay his fucking baby boy the proper amount of attention.
Jesus, come get these motherfuckers. Come get them.
Yeah, Opal, that's me with the crickets. Sorry. But I got my garage door open and it's fucking hot as shit. So
It's 63 outside where I'm at.
I fuck
It's
with the crickets.
63.
It's 61 here. 61.
I have to go out with like a hoodie.
Yeah.
My
It's a little
God.
breezy. What's crazy though is right now I'm going out with a hoodie because it's 63. But if this was in February and it was 40 degrees, I'd be going outside in shorts.
Yep.
Darwin had, I don't think Brittany Darwin published it, 1859, I think, is when he published Origin of Species.
It is funny how your body acclimates to the season.
Yeah.
And whether you're hot or cold, like changes based on, I guess, maybe like the last week of what your body's been experiencing. Because I've had days where I'm sweating like a pig, but it's not really that hot. But then like I'll acclimate and then all of a sudden I won't be sweating anymore. It's really strange.
It's what is it? It's 80 degrees right now.
Damn.
60 here in Seattle. It's pretty nice. I noticed the leaves are starting to fall off the trees here. Like we have a lot of crunchy leaves on the ground.
Damn, already?
We're only a month away from fall. Like, yeah, that's pretty good. It's been a super mild summer up here in Seattle. Like, we've had very, very few days in the 90s, let alone the hundreds.
Yeah, not here in PA. It's been hot as hell.
Yeah. Like the heat dome has just been sparing Seattle.
You ready then?
Yeah, let's go.
Are that Jesus Christ will come again to this earth, cleanse, purify, and take possession of the same with all the saints sometime between March 21st, 1843 and March 21st, 1844. Miller arrived at these dates through some very complicated Bible math, taking disparate verses from the book of Daniel and Revelation. And then his ideas started attracting a wider public. What started as an obscure religious calculation would become a national sensation. Jesus was actually coming back real soon.
The following day,
After March 1844 passed without the return of Jesus, Miller redid his calculations, and arrived at a new date for the end times, October 22nd, 1844. But the new date came and went, and Jesus didn't return. Most of Miller's followers, then known as the Millerites, would become disillusioned and abandon his movement, an event known as the Great Disappointment. But a few determined believers would not admit defeat and figured that maybe Jesus did return in 1844, but invisibly. This was the beginning of the Adventist movement.
Right here, what was described, and I see exactly where Panda's going with this, and he's brilliant for doing it.
And the great disappointment that the world didn't end.
Yeah, because you're not going to heaven.
Yeah, wild.
Yeah.
Christianity inverts everything.
Yeah, it also really explains why Christians, like a lot of these Christians who think they're going to heaven, really just don't give a fuck about the earth.
Right.
Yeah, it's really, and it's sad because like we're all suffering because of it, and will suffer more because of it. But this is a phenomenon we see. This is a phenomenon we see many times over. And I know for a fact, like I said, I haven't seen this video yet. I know for a fact that Panda is going to he's going to draw a comparison to the Great Disappointment to what's going to happen within the witness religion, where these predictions are made, these concrete predictions are made that the world is going to end on this date. And then when it doesn't happen, how does the religion cope with that? Well, and this is a common like cult thing that goes on as well. When a prophecy fails, the prophecy is then recontextualized. Oh, Jesus wasn't going to come back physically. He came back spiritually. And the prophecy was true because Jesus returned spiritually. And we can see that he returned spiritually because, and then they'll point to like an arbitrary event. The witnesses did this very same exact thing, where the witnesses were predicting that 1914 was going to be the return of Jesus. But then 1914 came and went. Jesus didn't physically return. And all of a sudden became like, oh, Jesus returned spiritually. And we know that Jesus returned spiritually because in 1914, World War I erupted. And this is something we see many times over numerous religions where when prophecies fail, they're then recontextualized.
Yeah.
And then that just simply solidifies the faith or further strengthens the faith of those who remain. Some people leave.
Well, the Seventh-day Adventists had they went through 5 or 6 failed prophecies, didn't they, before they,
probably. I don't know about them, but I know the witnesses went through at least 2 or 3. And
well, that's what he's talking about. The Millerites, they're the ones that became the Seventh Days.
Yeah, there you go.
The SDAs.
But
the Christians went through 2 or 3 this year.
We see a clear pattern of failed prophecy. People leave, but the people that remain will recontextualize, strengthen their faith, and then do another prophecy. And then it's just rinse and repeat. And eventually you basically boil out all the people who just simply won't.
Keep talking for a minute. I'm going to go get something to eat.
Sure. You'll boil out all the people who don't play along with this, and you're left behind with a purer faith, basically.
Yeah, and this kind of shit still works today. Look at all the people that got caught up in the whole rapture business just last year.
Yeah,
and then when that didn't happen, that didn't happen, they postponed it. Oh, it's going to happen in October now. And then when that didn't happen, oh, it's going to be in 2026 or 27 or whatever. It's like, and there are actually still people believing that shit.
We've been going through this for 2,000 years.
Yeah.
I just came up with this, but it's reset. I'm sorry. It's a rationalize, reset, rest. I just came up with this. This is what these people do. They will rationalize the failure. They will reset the prediction to some other date down, years or decades down the line, and then they'll rest on it. And this is what we've seen. We've seen this so many times. It's such odd human behavior.
Because it gets them paid, man.
Yeah, whatever it is, keep the train going. Exactly. Nick Dude's not here to start the video.
Let's talk you're kind of given the formula to create your own cult, though, right?
Oh yeah.
If you want to do that, here's what's get it in numerology, make up some math scheme.
Yeah, if you're ultra cynical about it, you could observe and learn from all these things and start your own cult and probably do pretty well. You're a shitty person, but you could make a living.
Yeah, and you make it an apocalyptic cult because that way you get all the poor people to sell off what little they have and give it all to you.
Yeah.
And
we
we
saw this with Harold Camping.
It won't matter because the end's coming.
Yeah, remember Harold Camping back in the 2010s? Harold Camping.
Name sounds familiar.
Yeah, Harold Camping in the 2010s. So what he did was in 2005, he predicted that the second coming of Christ would be May 21st, 2011. That failed. And then when that failed, he bumped the date to October 21st, 2011. And then that also failed. And then he died a few years later after that. And if, I should hopefully find it. I remember him being interviewed after his second prediction about the end of the world failed. He was like in a hotel room, and they interviewed him at the door of the hotel.
Talking about?
They interviewed him at the door of the hotel room, and he struck me as drunk when I was watching him. I was like, that dude is drunk because he realized how fucked up or how much he fucked up. I should find it. It'd be a really fun thing to kind of watch.
Well, and that's sort of the thing, right?
A dead man's despair. It'd be a really fun thing to watch. Yeah.
Like I wonder about that though. Did he fuck up his prediction, or was he guilt ravaged by having duped so many people into believing his bullshit? Right. That's the thing.
That's the good question. Yeah. Yeah.
I made a shirt for a buddy of mine, and I made a second one for myself. I'm wearing it right now, and it just says, "Be grateful. I'm too lazy to be evil."
There you go. No, and that's the thing too. Like the Harold Camping thing, like he convinced people to sell their houses. He convinced people to completely like liquidate their lives because the end's coming in 5 to 10 years. Like people dismantled their lives to do this. I heard rumors. I haven't confirmed any of this, but I heard rumors that people were putting down their pets because they were afraid that they were going to be raptured and their pets would stay behind and suffer. So they went ahead and just euthanized them to prevent that from happening.
I'll take the pets in. Like I'll take the pets in.
Yeah. Well, this is where I'm on the fence about setting up like a rapture insurance company for pets, right? Like for those people, because it's dubious, but you're trying to do something kind for people anyway, right? Like you want them to have that peace of mind that their pets are going to be taken care of when they go to heaven.
Well, during the rapture last year when it was supposed to happen, there were people who were actually buying.
Yeah.
Like that one woman, she was buying like extra dog food to leave in her house for somebody that would come along and feed the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was people who sold their house last year. Like they sold their houses. And
sold
then
their houses, cars, everything.
Next day they were crying on the internet going, I sold my house and Jesus didn't come
and
back.
they weren't just selling their houses. Like you like a person would say, oh, you sold your house? Okay, you got money, go buy a new house. But no, they sold their houses months beforehand and then spent the money preaching about the upcoming apocalypse. And they spent the money they got from their houses. So when the apocalypse didn't happen, now they got nothing.
I just don't feel
or
sorry
giving
for
that
them.
money to the people that were grifting about
I
it.
don't feel sorry for them. I don't. I
Here we
can't find sympathy for that kind of ignorance right there.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen here since Nectu's here we go. I found it. This was let me see here. What's the date on this? May 24th, 2011. So this was in between the two prophecies. This was after his first prophecy failed, and he then came back to talk about a second prophecy later. But I think this is the clip that I saw. It's been 15 years, so I'm not sure. But anyway, let's go and watch this. Hopefully you'll hear the sound.
No,
Full screen, Eric.
Okay.
Hold on. This seems to be like a joke clip.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, this is a joke clip. Let me find a better one. It might take a moment. I did a search for Harold Camping interview. I guess that's his home. This is the faultiness of memory. That looked like his home instead of a hotel room. Okay. This is May 23rd, 2011. I'll full screen it. Let's hear what he has to say. 42 seconds.
No interviews. No interviews. Give me a day. No interviews at all today. Sorry. Yeah, you know, this is a big deal. Big deal, and I've got to live with. I've got to think it out, and so no interviews. Okay. Sorry. No interviews.
That sounds like an admission of guilt if I've ever heard one.
Well, the fact that he sort of half said, he cut off, I gotta live with what I've done.
Yeah.
Right. And change it to something else. But that's definitely, I think, what he was going to say there.
Yeah. But this was a man supposedly touched by God.
Gross.
Yeah. I mean, it was probably consensual. I mean, like, okay. Give God the benefit of the doubt there, Neku.
True. Well, you know,
I don't think God would touch you without consent.
God does not have a good track record.
Listen. I'm sorry.
Ask Mary.
God won't touch without consent unless you're like a Jewish girl in the first century named Mary. Okay.
No, I don't know, man. He's supposedly everywhere, right? Everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Like he struck down people. He struck down people for the guy that touched the Ark of the Covenant. Like, remember, he just like struck him down. And those two temple workers that like had the wrong incense or whatever. He struck him down.
Yes.
I mean,
but
I'm
anyway,
not
that
gonna
was
shame God or anything, but if he's gonna be everywhere, I mean, could you just not be in my butt? That's all I'm asking.
But anyway, that interview was 2 days after his prediction failed to come true, and he's very different than when he's like preaching. So I'm not sure if he was just drunk out of his gourd or what's going on there, but he was definitely like, I don't know. But he came forward and said, "Oh, hey, guess what, guys? I was wrong. It's actually October 21st, 2011." And then he just did the grift all over again. And
we know we were wrong. We figured that part out.
Yeah, he died in 2013, so he died 2 years after his failure of his second grift. But anyway, Charles Taze Russell is exactly the same because he made predictions that failed.
The fact that it sounds like he realized what he'd done and how horrible it was, and then went back to it makes it all the worse.
Yeah, that's what got me.
I kind of wonder though if like what we were seeing there was him on or off a certain medication that he should have been on too.
Maybe.
Is like it's so.
Like I said, I'm a cynical asshole, so I'm like,
no, I'm with you.
I think he's drunk.
That's the best bet.
Yeah.
Given our society,
it's the most plausible explanation.
Alcohol. Yeah,
that he's just drunk off his gourd because
he knows
he fucked up.
Yeah, I think we all know people who have regrets and drink to try to.
Yep.
All right.
Here we go. Litter it.
Oh wait, I'm on the wrong screen.
The Adventists proclaimed a two-stage Advent teaching in which Christ would return in 2 stages, first invisibly to a few select followers, then to the entire world. Remember this idea because it's gonna be important to our story. Charles Taze Russell was born on February 16, 1852, in Allegheny, Pennsylvania, to parents of Scot-Irish descent, Joseph Russell and Anne Burney. Sadly, Charles' mother passed away when he was only 9 years old. Young Charles turned out to be quite the businessman. When he was only 14 years old, he became a partner to his father in a thriving men's clothing store, and by the time he was 18, the father and son duo were running several stores and had amassed a small fortune. But despite being a successful businessman, young Charles was more interested in the field of religion. As a boy, he was a devout Calvinist, but when he entered his teen years, both him and his dad joined the local Congregationalist.
Oh, so he was probably incredibly insufferable to be around.
I didn't know he was a Calvinist. That's new to me. Wow, that's interesting.
Every Calvinist I've ever encountered is like that.
It's funny it's funny because JWs don't really have Calvinist like.
No, well, he became
philosophy.
He became a Congregationalist, which is like a universalist. Like
Yeah. So witnesses aren't
like opposite of each other.
Yeah, but even witnesses aren't universalists; they're annihilationists. But like, okay, so Calvinists basically say that okay, God created the elect and He created the damned.
Yes.
And there's nothing you can do to escape your role. It's just that's how God created you, and that's your role. Deal with it.
Yeah,
like,
you're the elect.
Yeah,
know your role.
That's the Calvinist position. Universalists think that okay, all souls will eventually make it to heaven, but there might be some process of them going through like hell to be refined in order to be acceptable to heaven. And so ultimately, no soul stays in hell forever, but you'll eventually make it to heaven. But witnesses are annihilationists. If you don't meet God's standard when when Judgment Day comes, you are destroyed, annihilated. You're gone. You no longer exist. There's no suffering. There's no hell, but you're gone.
Nice.
And then everyone else who meets God's standards will either ascend to heaven or live forever on earth. But so that's kind of like the three things there. But that's actually surprising me that he was a Calvinist, because it feels like the annihilationist position, and there's no, in witnesses, there's no like your role is set and you can't do anything about it. Everyone has a choice and everyone can change their role based on their decisions. So it's really strange that he was a Calvinist, but then he ended up on the annihilationist position.
He sounds like he sort of went in the middle between compatibilism between
he might
Calvinists.
He probably that's probably actually true, Robin. He probably just looked at the Calvinist position and go, wow, this is fucking disgusting. I can't fathom a God is like this. And then he just basically developed his own position on it.
Because the Congregationalists, though, were Universalists, I think. Like that, I mean, I think that's what they were.
Yeah.
That's about the time that they were real big too, of traveling around and everything.
Oh.
So he kind of like took a middle road, I guess, in between there.
Yeah.
This has had to have fallen into obscurity, though. There's no like modern day Calvinist, right? I just looked into this.
I think there are.
Jill is a Calvinist.
But
yeah.
surely,
what do you mean?
Like Jill that comes on here is a Calvinist. There are a lot. They're Calvinists. They're not a huge group. But
they're not like a majority or anything, but they're around.
Pine Creek Doug was a Calvinist, I think, at one point.
Probably. That sounds about right.
Well, the first thing that stands out to me is that you would have to concede the argument of free will for all the evil.
They don't have free will. No, they don't believe in free will.
No,
they don't
you'd have to give that up.
Because
so God's just evil as fuck.
They don't give it up. They don't. I mean, they accept that God's evil. They think.
Yeah.
They
Calvinists will bite every fucking bullet you fucking feed them.
Yeah, they're
like everyone.
Like in a weird way, like it's shameless, but it's also very like confident. Like they're very secure in being assholes about it.
Hey Gretchen, deal with old Rud Chakra out there in the chat. Look at her. Or him or whoever, whatever it is.
This channel's a mess. This time I'm permanently blocking her. You know what?
Well,
typically, no, I don't read the screen if I'm doing something else. Like,
yo, why is this guy crashing out?
You promised to fucking leave and block me like 2 days ago. What the fuck are you still doing here? Thanks for the engagement, though, dipshit.
We got our own little deathless light.
Oh, even deathless makes more sense than this guy does. So, he comes to an unmonetized channel and says, "You're just here to make money." Like, okay, like whatever.
Well, they can take a break.
Sit him down, Robin.
I did.
Thank you.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a big deal. Just said this time they're really doing it. This time they're really gonna block me and leave.
I'm gonna do it. You're going to sway.
You'll see.
So, talk to you again tomorrow when you block me again.
See you, bitch.
I love seeing this comment was removed by such and such because I'm like, oh, something interesting happened here.
Yeah.
Church, which was a bit less strict than the Presbyterians. His father also started gaining interest in Adventism. When he was only 16 years of age, Charles began to be shaken in faith regarding many long accepted doctrines. As his early writings reveal, Charles started to question the doctrine of eternal torment. To him, it was unthinkable that a loving God would punish his children with eternal hellfire. He reasoned, a God that would use his power to create human beings.
It really seems like this God's an asshole. God can't be an asshole. Like that's that. I mean, and that's a great question to ask. Like, wow, this God's an asshole. Is God really an asshole? Why would God be an asshole? And it's like,
he's coming out of Calvinism right now.
Yeah, it's a good thing to wake up to.
What's been infinitely harder, though? Not infinitely, but you know what I mean. Much harder. You know, because we stand on the shoulders of giants and look back, but you know,
yeah,
the lack of information that he would have had access to, you know,
yeah,
not that he couldn't have figured this all out, but
it's just interesting that he didn't. Of course, I don't know what his thought process was, but it's interesting that he didn't just simply say that, oh, you know what, I think the story of God is false, rather than, oh, I think the story of God is wrong, and there must be some other story about God which is right.
Mm-hmm.
You know. That's kind of like the fork in the road for people who are deconstructing. You know, okay, do I say, hey, you know what? I think this story is wrong, and I'm going to go to a default position of not believing in these stories, or I'm going to modify the story into something that I'm more comfortable with, and that's what he did.
I think there's another possibility too.
A lot of them do.
They get that first taste. They look out. They open that door for the first time and they see how much actual knowledge is out there, and they get terrified and they recoil back. They're like, oh no.
Yeah.
That's a lot of scary stuff that I don't know if I'm going to be able to ever learn.
That's a good observation, I think. I wonder how much that factors into people's like decisions, like that fork in the road. Like, do I stick with what's familiar or do I go into the unknown?
I mean, you hear them arguing with like Blitz, right?
Yeah.
Like, where would you get the arrogance?
I think people tend to like split the difference. I think they tend to go into the unknown, but they bring their fucking security blanket with them. And that security blanket is just their belief, you know?
I mean, when I deconverted out of the JWs, I went to the default position of, okay, I don't think a God exists. So I'm going to wait until I have sufficient evidence to believe that some God exists. And then, you know, maybe hopefully go from there. Like, okay, this specific God exists. And if this specific God has a religion, does that religion hold up? And that's yet to happen. I've reverted to the default position and I've yet to be persuaded out of it.
Yeah, if you were playing the Jeopardy tune for that one, you'd have gotten sick of it by now.
Yeah.
I think it's just really hard. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. It kind of baffles me because every once in a while I'll hear a story of an ex-JW who deconverted out of the JWs, but then like went to like Catholicism, went to Protestantism, and I'm like, what? Did you not like think about any of this as you exited? It's like they went to a more general, accessible religion rather than thinking like, okay, maybe I should just question the validity of all these claims rather than just like, okay, I'm going to go down to like a more generalized version of these claims and then just adopt that first.
I think it's just really hard for people to deal with that initial wave of nihilism when you start to deconstruct. But what really helped me was Ian bringing up virtue ethics. And I read Nicomachean Ethics by Aristotle, and that really helped me deal with the nihilism.
Yeah. That is probably a blocker. That safety blanket, that safety net is gone. God's not there. He's not looking out for you. There's no plan. There's no eternal life ahead of you. Yeah, it's a difficult thing to swallow, a pill to swallow when you're leaving a religion. So yeah, it's gonna be very easy. Just kind of like shift sideways into a different religion that gives you those comforts, but it's away from what was like causing your cognitive dissonance and your deconversion over here. You just simply moved yourself over there and into a similar thing, but just kind of more palatable to yourself, you know?
Yeah, and because of our desire to be in social groups, if it's a nice enough group of people, they might never leave, right? Never give it another thought.
Yeah.
Like, oh, these people are great.
Yeah, social aspect's a big factor in it. Look at that ascot on that guy. Very classy.
Oceana said everybody's dressed like Frodo. He said everybody was dressed like Frodo.
Yeah. I mean, everyone dressed like Frodo in the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
It's a fact. This is where you hit play, Nick, dude.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention.
That's good.
Whom he foreknew and predestinated should be eternally tormented, could be neither wise, just, nor loving. His standard would be lower than that of many men.
Yeah.
Charles became disillusioned with religion. But one evening in 1869, 18-year-old Charles was walking down Federal Street when he heard religious singing coming from a basement hall. Charles stopped to take a look. The speaker was an Adventist preacher, Jonas Wendell. Charles sat in and listened, and that waning fire in his heart, that love for the scriptures, began to burn again. He later wrote, though his scripture exposition was not entirely clear, it was sufficient, under God, to re-establish my wavering faith in the divine inspiration of the Bible, and to show that the records of the apostles and prophets are indissolubly linked. What I heard sent me to my Bible to study with more zeal and care than ever before, and I shall ever thank the Lord for that leading. For though Adventism helped me to no single truth, it did help me greatly in the unlearning of errors, and thus prepared me for the truth.
Now remember, at this point, Russell is not an atheist, but he's just discouraged. He doesn't feel that truth can...
This guy here is one of the governing body members. So the governing body is a group of 11 men, I think it's 11, that lead the Jehovah's Witness religion. They are the topmost authority of the religion. They claim that they are advocates for God and basically like enacting his will in the organization, but they're
like popes.
Yeah, basically. So on the human level, they are the top of the food chain. This guy's name, I think, is David Splain, and he's quite a lot younger here than what he is currently. So this is probably a 20-year-old video here, or this clip at least. But yeah, this is one of the governing body members, David Splain.
Be found anywhere, and that sermon by a second Adventist was enough to get him to get his well-worn Bible off the shelf and to start digging again.
Charles never joined the Adventist church, or any other church for that matter. Instead, with this newfound excitement, he called several of his acquaintances from Pittsburgh and Allegheny and invited them to form a group to study the scriptures. According to a later associate of Russell, the small Bible class was conducted in this manner. Someone would raise a question. They would discuss it. They would look up all the related scriptures on the point, and then, when they were satisfied in the harmony of these texts, they would finally state their conclusion and make a record of it.
So right here,
under his guidance, this small...
If you pop back to that quote, just like 2 seconds back. Yeah, okay. Somebody, and this is exactly what the witnesses did in my time 15 years ago when I left, and that's probably what they're doing now. This quote is pretty much descriptive entirely of their strategy at teaching and evaluating the Bible. Someone would raise a question, they would discuss it, they would look up all related scriptures to the point, and then when they were satisfied on the harmony of the text, they would finally state their conclusion and make a record of it. This is called proof texting. So we see this a lot on Justin Deconstruction Zone's channel, where Justin's like, no, let's talk about the text in the context of what the writer was experiencing at the time and what the writer knew. Bart Ehrman brings this up many, many times where, many people who want to advocate or push their theology will do a thing called proof texting, where this scripture over here will then relate to some other scripture and some other book from some other century. And somehow like these is like all unified, and you can like build a theology based off of these cherry picked, hand chosen texts or scriptures from the Bible. And when you take that approach, anybody can make whatever religion they want because they just have to select whatever scriptures they want. And that will allow you to craft pretty much anything what you want to say. Is God a Trinity? Yeah. Other people say God's a Trinity. No. Hellfire, yes. Hellfire, no. Like it depends on what scriptures you choose and how you like evaluate them against each other. So the witnesses engage in proof texting, which we see a lot of people do that today. But the question comes down to, and this is kind of like what I really like about Justin's and Bart Ehrman's and Paula Geo's approach to evaluating the scripture is, what did the author at the time know and what were they trying to say? In other words, stop trying to put John's words inside of Mark's mouth. Stop trying to put Paul's words inside of King David's mouth. Like, if you allow yourself to put one person's words in the other person's mouth, then you can craft whatever religion you want. Whereas if you keep it strict and say, I'm going to let David speak for himself, I'm going to let Paul speak for himself, I'm going to let Luke speak for himself, so on and so forth. Now you're getting closer to what was actually being said by these writers of the Bible, and you're going to eliminate all of these false religions that crop up because of proof texting. And witnesses love their proof texting. It is their bread and butter when it comes to preaching. If you ever talk to a witness, you'll see how they jump around the Bible. This scripture supports this scripture, and this scripture supports blah, 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 blah. Like it's incomprehensible to anybody who really cares about like what the writers were actually saying or anything like that. And it's one of the things I realized when I left. I was like, yeah, I was a proof texter. I knew how to jump around that Bible like I was playing hopscotch. But that doesn't really get you any closer to truth or what the Bible's actually trying to say. So it's, yeah, I look back and I'm embarrassed at it.
Conclusion and make a record of it. Under his guidance, this small Bible study group would gradually evolve into a brand new religious movement. But Charles did not take all the credit for his doctrinal innovations. He indicated frankly his indebtedness to the Adventists as well as other denominations, and mentioned two persons in particular, George Stetson and George Storrs, who had tendered spiritual assistance to him. Speaking about the period from 1869 to 1872, he said, "The study of the Word of God with these dear brethren led, step by step, into greener and brighter."
One thing I really like is I'm a sucker for anything like old newspapery. Like I love reading like old publications, especially.
Oh yeah,
like,
those are works of art. Like, I mean, just we see half of it right here, right now, but it's like it's a work of art. It's artistic. Yeah, it's great.
I really like things from like the 1800s, and but the thing I've been reading lately is the beginnings of like Popular Mechanics and that type of magazine. There was Science and Invention that came out, and like it was the first called the Electrical Experimenter, and like when people were first making like their own radios at home, and like that was kind of like where it got its origin. But reading that what was that? Oh, you got something to show us?
Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna kind of like support what you were saying there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
all that stuff is cool.
Yeah, but you can see here like here's one of the original watchtowers. Oh wait, hold on. Share this tab instead. It's like there's one of the original Watchtower magazines. What year is this? 1879. So you can kind of see the art, or just how they lay it out, and like these old school like newspaper and printing. It's kind of I don't know. There's kind of an art to it that's kind of lost today. Here's kind of what it became. This is in what year is this? 1907. Like, this is pretty striking artwork. You got to admit, Zion's watchtower and herald of Christ's presence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard of Charles? Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Mhm.
Did you ever hear of Charles Babbage and like Ada Lovelace?
Sounds
Charles?
familiar.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had like this. They basically made the first computer in code. Like they never actually built the mechanical computer. It was called the analytical engine, but they have diagrams and shit of
Yeah.
it, and it was super cool.
Yeah. Anyway, this is what the watchtower looks like today. This is from 2023, so you can see how it's a far cry from what it used to be, at least in terms of aesthetics.
Here, I'll show you something here. So this is a website. Can you see it?
No,
you're not
you gotta put
sharing.
it on the screen.
Oh, whoops. I'm dumb. Derp. There it is. I forgot I got to come back and do this first. Okay, there we go.
Ooh, cool.
The
electrical experimenter.
Yeah, this is like this. Eventually, they became like at the end of it, they become science and invention, and I think that's what they eventually and like they get bought out. I think today it's like the modern. It's like modern popular mechanics. It's one of those, something like that.
Yeah.
But I loved like the art for it, like all the drawings for like the futuristic, it's like futurism kind of stuff.
Like retro futurism.
Yeah. And I'm just a sucker for this kind of stuff, and I've read through most of these now, but like
it's pretty cool.
There's some. Let's see if I can find a good one for you. Some of them don't have covers.
Drop the link for this. This is cool shit.
Yeah, this is so fun to read because there's so much, like it's not as like strict as like a publication would be today. Well, maybe not. Maybe today's are just as bad and just as sloppy, but there's a lot of pseudoscience you're going to encounter, and there's a lot of things that they didn't understand. Like they get a lot wrong. But I mean, they're still like science enthusiasts. They still care about, they were doing their best.
Yeah, it's a lot wrong in an attempt to get what's right.
Yeah,
you got to look at it as that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
But these covers were just so cool to me. Like the artist who got paid to do that was, I don't know. I like that kind of stuff. But yeah, then like the ads in here too are really good. Like they're really interesting.
Is it like snake oil stuff, like makeup with?
No, it's like how to get into like building your own radio or how to become an electrician. It's usually like because like the origins of it was like like building like radios in the privacy of your home. This was like a big deal in like the early 1900s. People were into that type of thing. It was like, think of it like when, like
I remember building a radio in my technology class in the mid 90s.
Woman doctor.
People are still into that kind of thing.
Cures by electricity. I love it.
Yeah. I read these things for hours. I'm so fascinated by it.
It's great.
It's like looking at it through the lens of 100 years later.
Yeah. And then 100 years from now, people are gonna look back on our shit and go,
Right.
"Wow, these guys are so fucking backwards. These morons."
Yeah. Like the stuff during wartime is pretty rad too. Like because like
well, it definitely drives some of the biggest innovations.
Yeah, it looks like the Death Star.
That's the Death Star, yeah.
June
1950. Oh man, I wouldn't be surprised if George Lucas got some inspiration from this.
That's
But it
crazy.
started as just like a flyer, like a brochure.
Yeah.
But then it took off. So, but anyways, yeah, I'll throw the link here in
Where was
chat.
this based out of?
There was a guy named Gernsback. Was the guy that I can't remember his first name. If you look at the Wikipedia for it, just Modern Electrics is the successor. It tells you here on the left here, like the history of it.
Nice.
There is a post Science and Invention publication also published by Gernsback. Where's his first name though? Still haven't found his first name. Hugo was his first name. All right.
I'm going to bed, y'all.
Night,
Sorry,
Robin.
listening.
Take
I'll
care.
be listening. But
Night, Robin.
not.
I hate to be a buzzkill and all that, like your little nerd shit here, but can we get back to the video?
Yeah, I'm getting back. I'm turning it off. Sorry.
We went down a rabbit hole.
Nerds.
That's super cool though.
I think I just closed the wrong one. God damn it. Well, I can get it right back.
What is this?
Still
Amateur
listening,
hour,
sorry.
neck dude? Come on, man.
Right? I'm tired. I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too. I worked out in my backyard for 4 hours today, which doesn't sound like much, but I was like hauling around like big tree rounds, like logs. So I did that for 4 hours. I've been fasting. I'm now drinking on an empty stomach, so I'm getting pretty punchy. But
You're
I'm
drinking
like,
right now?
I got a Foster's beer here, but it's on an empty
Nice. I haven't
stomach,
had
and
a Foster's in forever. So
yeah, the green Foster's cans, that's kind of like my go-to for okay, I just want some casual drinking. So
I'll tell this quick. We found and this is when the internet was like fairly new. This is like the late 90s. Me and a couple of friends found a recipe online for how to make your own LSD, and it required
what the fuck?
Foster's beer
Really?
as one of the ingredients, because there was a rye ergot that you were supposed to like boil out of the beer. That was like the main ingredient for the psychoactive ingredient.
Yeah.
We fucked it up, but we made, like, if it had worked, we made like a bathtub full, and like if it had been legit, like an eyedropper full would have sent us all to prison.
Oh my god.
We have a whole bathtub, but it didn't work. We sat there drinking full cups of it. It didn't do anything.
Oh, that's crazy.
We started out just taking like an eyedropper though. We're like, you feel anything yet?
No, man, not feeling anything. Yeah.
Wasted like $100 on this stupid internet recipe just to find out it was a hoax.
Imagine if it like did work and it was just like a late onset high. You guys were fucked.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like any second now it's gonna hit.
Right.
The ingredients list was wild though. I mean, like it called for like turpentine and like Everclear. And
Wait, you drank turpentine? What? Wait, no, right? You couldn't.
Yeah, we had to go to like a hardware store to find all the ingredients.
Oh, that's wild.
We probably had no business drinking it, but we were young too. And
Closest thing to that I ever did, it wasn't like okay, I want to create a psychedelic, but I made rainbow Skittles vodka, which was basically like, okay, you buy a big bag of Skittles, separate the colors, and then you dissolve the Skittles candy in like a bottle of vodka, and each bottle turns the color of the Skittles you put into it.
We used to get
and it was just really sugary vodka. That's all it really was.
You remember Zimas?
Yeah, I remember Zimas. Yeah.
We used to get Zimas and we put Jolly Ranchers in them. Like,
that sounds good.
Yeah, and it was always like a way to flavor them more, and you just put like a few Jolly Ranchers of whatever flavor you wanted, and it's really good.
Are they still making Zimas?
They came back for a while. I haven't drank them in a long time.
Hell no.
Oh, they're actually, yeah, you can buy them right now.
Yeah, they still make them.
Wow.
I know they came back though.
Who says the 90s is dead? Zima's here. Yeah.
You gotta mix Hennessy and Hypnotic. That'll put you down.
Sounds like
Quick
it.
too.
I used to love cognacs. Man.
Okay, can we get back to the video?
I guess.
Brighter hopes for the world. Now, I think we should spend a bit of time talking about these two figures, George Stetson and George Storrs, because their writings had a profound effect on
I'm just
Russell's
saying, we just
theology.
yelled at Cafe
George
for talking
Stetson
about
was an
drugs and shit,
Adventist
so
preacher acquainted
Yes,
with
but we're
Jonas Rendell,
we're talking about
the
alcohol.
preacher who had revived Russell's interest in Christianity.
It's a difference.
Starting in
Still.
1871, Stetson became a close friend and mentor to young Charles. It seems that Russell adopted his non-Trinitarian doctrine from Stetson, who had himself learned it from Henry Grew, an ex-Baptist preacher.
learned it from watching you.
Non-Trinitarianism was a fringe belief, even in Adventist circles, but nevertheless, both Stetson and Russell embraced it. Once Stetson died, Russell would give his funeral sermon and even publish an obituary in an 1879 issue of Science Watchtower. George Storrs was also influenced by Henry Grew, and he came to believe in conditionalism, the idea that man does not have an immortal soul, but instead gains everlasting life through the atonement of Christ. Remember William Miller, who we talked about in the beginning? Well, it turns out that Storrs had supported Miller's 1844 calculations, but when nothing happened that year, he became disillusioned with the movement and would not attempt to establish future dates for the end times. Storrs would publish a new journal, the Bible Examiner, in which he laid out his belief that all people who did not have a chance to hear the gospel would be given an earthly resurrection, and if they proved faithful, they would receive everlasting life on paradise earth. Does it sound familiar? Most people in the Millerite movement rejected Storrs' doctrine of conditionalism, but some other Adventists embraced it. It's evident that Russell adopted his belief in conditionalism and the paradise earth from George Storrs. And according to James Penton, it's evident as well that the practice of celebrating the memorial of the Lord's Supper once a year
Go ahead and pause
on
it.
14 Nisan was also adopted.
If you can go back to the memorial photo there, like 1 second back. Okay. So yeah, so the conditionalism and these other aspects that Charles Taze Russell adopted did become central JW doctrine. Basically, like there is going to be no hell. People who have never been given the chance to learn, quote unquote, the truth will be spared from everlasting destruction, and they'll be resurrected on a paradise earth. And then the memorial thing here. So when you go to Catholic communion every week and do the Eucharist, the witnesses do that once a year, whereas the Catholics do that every Sunday. And the witnesses, when they're practicing the memorial, only, here's where I guess it's kind of weird, only the anointed partake in the emblems. Only the anointed partake in the wine and the unleavened bread. If you're not anointed, then you don't partake. And so
how does one know if they're anointed?
They just know. It's just like an internal thing. But within the witnesses, there are two groups. There's the anointed, and then there is what's called the great crowd, or the not anointed, basically. The anointed are the ones that are going to go to heaven when they die. So if they die, they go to heaven. And then the great crowd are the ones that are going to remain on the earth forever. Only the anointed partake in the emblems, and then the great crowd does not, which is different than the Catholics, which, every week they do this and everyone partakes. But that's kind of the difference there. But yeah, basically Charles Taze Russell got a lot, like he basically piecemealed this new religion together based off of influences from other religious thinkers. Religious thinkers in religions that the modern day witnesses would consider to be false religion. Like if you ask the witnesses, what do you think of the Seventh-day Adventists? And the witnesses will say, oh, that's a false religion. What do you think of the Catholics? Oh, that's a false religion. So the witnesses, their beliefs were piecemealed together from all these false religions, and they somehow have the true religion based off of it.
Religion's always been the name of the game has been borrowing from other religions, even back in ancient time.
It's true. Yeah.
But you had to justify it. You know, you couldn't just blatantly do it. They had to. So like the mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
Required or always going to look bizarre.
Yeah. It's just it's rationalization built upon rationalization built upon rationalization, and that's why you get so many denominations today, and none of them realize how they're just built on a big mountain of assumptions.
Right. I think a lot of people get caught up in the idea that somebody would have spoke up, if somebody would have surely, you know what I mean, like this.
Well, a lot of it was also spread by the sword too. It's
All these people
either
can't be wrong.
you're a
Yeah, when
Christian
fear
or
is
you die. Like if those are your
Yeah.
options, people are just gonna be like, so I just got to say I'm Christian. All right,
uphold the order, uphold the order.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Right? They didn't even have to believe it. They just had to say they were, because it's better than dying.
Yeah, like if I know, like let's say like we live in like we live in like the worst possible timeline, and like Christofascism takes over. If Christofascism takes over and it comes down to like, okay, accept Christ or die. Hey, I'm accepting Christ. Hallelujah. Like,
Yep.
yeah. So, yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing how that works. You know?
I really wanted my uncle's a Freemason, and I've had some opportunities to join that organization, but like I just kept, I could fake that. Like you have to believe in God, right? It's one of the contingencies for being a Freemason.
Yeah.
I can fake it. Why not? But no, they're a bunch of tools.
Yeah. But the memorial, the witness memorial here, it's a hoot. Like if they really push every year for people to attend the memorial, even if they're not like studying or anything. So the memorial is every year on the Jewish date of Nisan 14, which is basically the full moon of spring. Nissan. Yeah. Nissan 14.
Like the car.
Like
brand?
the car. Yes. Nissan 14.
Okay.
I liked them better when they were Datsun, but
yeah. But like if you look up the Jewish lunar calendar, Nissan is on that calendar, and Nissan is the time of the Passover. It's spring. It's the full moon of the spring season. It kind of gravitates around like what Catholics do with Easter. Easter is always on Sunday, whereas Nisan 14 is on a different day every year because of the Jewish calendar's incompatibility with the Gregorian calendar, which is what we use. So anyway, so yeah, if anybody ever wants to go to like a memorial to just kind of like observe this, you can. Like it's an open door thing. You can go in there and just watch. And it's usually around April or May. I don't know if there's a cuck chair. But you can just pretend you're in a cuck chair, and that's fine too.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
Of the Lord's Supper once a year on 14 Nisan was also adopted by Russell from George Storrs.
Now that's interesting.
Storrs died on December 28, 1879. As you can see, many of the doctrines that we associate with Jehovah's Witnesses today actually originated before Russell in the minds of various Adventist preachers.
Mm-hmm.
The rejection of the Trinity and hellfire, the belief in a two-stage Advent, and the resurrection in paradise earth. All of these ideas did not originate from an unbiased study of the Bible. They were simply part of existing Christian traditions that Russell would adopt. In January 1876, 23-year-old Russell received a copy of the magazine Herald of the Morning, published by Dr. Nelson Barber, who was, you guessed it, another Adventist preacher, and who had known Jonas Wendell. Do you see how all of these guys are connected?
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Barber's chronology projected that the year 1873 marked 6,000 years from Adam's creation and would see Christ's second advent and the consummation of the earth by fire. But when nothing visible happened in that year, Barber simply moved the coming of the Lord Jesus to 1874. He published his
Sound
predictions
familiar?
in the Herald of the Morning.
Yeah. Like Harold Camping.
Like Harold Camping? Does it sound familiar,
Yeah.
folks?
Just call a redo. Here's you get a mulligan. Come on.
Yeah. Everyone gets a second try. Yeah. Everyone deserves a second chance.
It's hard when you're trying to listen to an all-knowing, all-powerful being.
Math is hard.
Math is hard when like you just have to kind of make up the rules as you go.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god! And some people think it makes it more convincing.
Yeah.
No, because then he thought about it harder.
The first prediction was like a rehearsal. The second prediction is like the real thing. Yeah, that's the way it goes. It's just a rehearsal.
He put his A game into that second prediction.
It's kind of like Rocky. Rocky gets beat down the first round, but no.
Yeah. Everyone loves the underdog. Right?
Round 5, when he's like beat to a pulp, that's when he really pulls it out. Yeah. Imagining Carol Hamping, or not Carol Hamping, Harold Camping. After the second failed prediction, he's like, I didn't hear no bell. Round 3, here we go.
Ding, ding, ding.
But of course, the apocalypse did not arrive in 1874, so Barber, in classic Adventist fashion, did a bit of reinterpretation. He turned to Benjamin Wilson's interlinear Greek-English New Testament translation called the Emphatic Diaglott, in which the Greek word parousia was rendered as presence. So now, 1874 was not supposed to mark the beginning of the apocalypse, it was to mark the beginning of Christ's presence, a period of harvesting that would lead to the apocalypse.
Wow, that's a lot to take in.
Russell, who had previously
hit pause and go back to that timeline, please. This is exactly what the witnesses did with the 1914 prediction. So here, 1874 was supposed to be Christ's physical return, but obviously he didn't physically return. So it became a spiritual return. And if you like bump it forward just like half second, get the other half of that timeline in there, Nekdu. I know it's probably a little difficult. Just hit play,
presence, a period.
There you go. Okay. 1874, Christ was supposed to return, but he didn't. So now it became a spiritual returning of Christ. And now some unknown date in the future will be actually Christ's physical return.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly what the witnesses did, except replace 1874 with 1914. Now, in 1914, Christ was supposed to physically return, but he didn't. So they changed it to a spiritual return. And now Christ's real return at Armageddon will be at some later date. And this is where the witnesses are at right now. They are continuously waiting for this question mark date to occur. They expect Armageddon to hit any day now, and that's going to be Christ's real return. It's just history repeating itself.
That's wild.
Right. Harvesting that would lead to the apocalypse.
Wow, that's a lot to take in.
Russell, who had previously avoided setting dates for the end time, became fascinated by Barber's calculations. He arranged for Barber to come speak with him in Philadelphia to show fully and scripturally, if he could, that the prophecies indicated 1874 as the date at which the Lord's presence and the harvest began. In the end, Russell was convinced by Barber's explanations. He gave his financial backing to Barber so he could print a book outlining their beliefs respecting the end of the age. Russell also put his business interests aside to engage in preaching and traveling, while Barber wrote and published. Russell later wrote, "The knowledge of the fact that we were already in the harvest period gave to me an impetus to spread the truth such as I never had before. I therefore at once resolved upon a vigorous campaign for the truth." In 1877, Russell and Barber released the book Three Worlds and the Harvest of This World, in which they laid out their end times chronology. Although the book was published under both their names, it was mostly Barber's creative work. After a lot of complicated Bible math drawing from centuries of disparate traditions, Barber arrived at two important dates. The first was 1878, in which the saints would be raptured up to heaven. The second was 1914, in which Christ's kingdom would come in full sway and restore the Jewish people to God's favor. Barber was greatly impressed by his own system. He stated that he was not willing to admit that his calculation is even 1 year out. Suffice to say, this guy was absolutely satisfied with his new biblical chronology. The rapture was going to happen in 1878 and Christ would return in 1914. And Russell bought into this idea as well. But Russell's and Barber's partnership was short-lived. They had a falling out, not over their failed 1878 predictions, but over the doctrine of substitutionary atonement, the belief that Jesus died as a ransom for the sin of Adam. Barber rejected this doctrine while Russell embraced it. After a few months of back and forth, Russell decided to withdraw from fellowship with Barber and suspended his financial backing of the Herald of the Morning.
Oh dear.
Barber would oversee a small congregation in Rock.
What's that?
I've just said, oh dear.
Oh. Right.
Yep.
Being dramatic.
I was being dramatic, yeah. Trying to add some comedic effect. Like womp womp. Like they didn't get along. Yeah.
Rochester, where he would continue setting dates for the second coming, although a bit more cautiously this time. Today, Watchtower paints Barber as a contentious heretic, just a side note in history, but in reality, Barber had a deep influence on Russell's beliefs, and most of the eschatology laid out in the three worlds is still used by Jehovah's Witnesses to this day. On March 14, 1879, Charles Taze Russell married Maria Ackley, an attractive woman 2 years his senior. Mrs. Russell was
attractive by whose standards? Just kidding.
Well educated, and over the next 60
She's a nice looking
years,
lady.
she would prove to be an
Yeah, I wasn't really serious.
She's a nice looking lady. Yeah.
She's fine.
Yeah. That style though,
intelligent.
that clothing. Oof. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, he's not looking too good though.
Yeah, that that hairdo and that beard. Wow. I mean, just it's amazing what was like considered like I don't know, stylish back then. She's a nice looking lady though.
So nobody.
Yo, I got the right avatar.
Hey.
You do. Congrats.
You do?
I do.
Show enough.
I still see your eyeball.
Eyeball?
No,
I don't
it
see an
looks right.
eyeball.
It looks correct to me and on stream.
I see a red.
Yeah, my YouTube stream is showing, but on my Talk Studio stream, it's still showing your eye. Weird. Fucking
That could be
weird.
your browser caching the image.
What URL do you and Ray, you and Nick two use to log on as a team member once you're already?
Be right back.
I don't even go to the browser anymore. I just type in, or I mean, I don't go to YouTube anymore. I'm sorry.
It's just a /studio.
Yeah, I just click on my browser and then I hit the T and it comes up with the first link. And I just hit enter. And then if it has me logged in right away, I log out right away so I can log back in with YouTube. But most of the time it takes me right to the login page. And I just log in with YouTube.
So Ray, you're saying it just says talkstudio.streamlabs.com/studio?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna bookmark that then.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Anyways, how was your day, nobody?
Oh, great. No complaints. How about you?
I'm good.
Everyone else okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty good.
Meh.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Meh's better than bad. Like
there was the
I'll take meh any day.
It goes back to the Simpsons episode where they're at like I forgot which one of the tours had like Sonic Youth. It was a bunch of Gen
Apparently,
X
I got
fans.
2 people coming after async, but sure.
At the horror show. At the horror show.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Is there somebody new here?
There's someone in the back, yeah.
Uh-huh.
You want to handle that?
I
No,
misheard what
not
the name was.
happening. Not happening.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's because I changed his fucking name.
I can't see who's in the back.
If you click on his name, it'll open up the box to where you can.
Oh,
and you'll
Felix.
Yeah, it's Felix.
Is Felix trying to do a sneaky?
I said no, Felix.
Oh my god, bro! Like
he was hoping I would bring him up.
Nowhere.
Oh, no, he saw.
No, he sees nobody and thinks that means he can come up. And never did we make the fucking rule that you can come up whenever nobody's here. You can't. That's not the fucking rule. You're still limited to once a week.
Nobody has the patience of a saint, so we're not gonna like subject him to that, right? But like that seems.
It's not even subjecting him to it. It's everyone else. Like no one wants to deal with Felix's crap every fucking night. Once a week is plenty.
Oh, for sure.
And that once a week, yeah, it needs to be when nobody's up here.
I'm just saying we're also kind of doing nobody a solid too, right? Because
I think nobody deserves a break.
You can only test that patience for so long.
I have crashed out on him, so.
How many hours in was that though?
Like 6.
Right. Which is longer than anybody else has given him thus far.
Okay.
How long were you on match streams tonight?
Gretchen.
No, I didn't say that earlier, Felix. I didn't say if nobody on fire shows up, I'd let you in. I said once a fucking week, period. And when you do show up for that once a week, nobody on fire needs to be here for it. That's all I said. If you can't understand that, well, you know what? It doesn't surprise me that you don't understand that because you don't fucking listen.
Have a bad time.
Plus, well, Felix, we're talking about the amazing story of Charles Taze Russell and the founding of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Like,
yeah, just tell me what you want to even talk about in the chat, and they can continue what they're doing.
You guys could go to Discord and have a private chat and a voice channel. Mm-hmm. You guys are really
yeah.
Somehow I don't be interested in that.
See you, Timmy.
Shit, he was on a politics channel earlier. I don't know why. I mean, and then he came in here saying, "Well, I can talk about anything." Like, no, you can't.
Well,
you fucking can't.
To politicize, if you politicize anything, then a necessary being exists.
So a necessary being.
I've tried talking to him about politics before. He can't do it.
So a necessary being is contingent upon something being politicized. Fascinating.
Well, he's gonna hate that, but.
All right, Neck D, let her rip.
Okay. Oops.
Well educated, and over the next 16 years, she would prove to be an intelligent helpmate to her husband. Later that year, in July, Russell started publishing his own magazine, Zion's Watchtower and Herald of Christ's Presence, or Watchtower for short. Russell published some other books like Food for Thinking Christians and Tabernacle Teachings. As Russell's audience grew, they started organizing themselves into groups to study the Bible with the help of his publications. And this is the beginning of the Bible student movement.
Those who joined them became known simply as the Bible students.
People who love the
like
truth.
grandmas and
They
grandpas.
want
Night,
to have
Timmy.
answers to questions.
Night, Tim.
Who is God? Why are we here? Where are we going? And they're disillusioned by what they see in the churches. And so they're searching, and so they found something.
It was in Ordinary Issues of the Watchtower that Russell laid out his most radical ideas. One of these was theosis, or the divinization of members of the church. In the December 1881 issue, he produced an article based on Psalm 82:6 entitled Ye Are Gods, where he stated, "When we claim on the scriptural warrant that we are begotten of a divine nature and that Jehovah is our Father, it is claiming that we are divine beings, hence all such are gods. Thus we have a family of God, Jehovah being our Father, and all his sons, brethren and joint heirs, Jesus being the chief or firstborn." So yeah, Charles Taze Russell really wanted to become a god in the afterlife. New Bible student groups kept popping up across the East
Kind of like how
Coast.
Joe
But
Schmidt
it
wants to
seems
become
that
a
in
saint.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Same delusion.
Can you guys talk for a minute? I need to use the bathroom.
Sure.
Yeah, so I saw that he converted. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of responses to it. Digital Gnosis just did a response to it today that I haven't watched yet, but I did watch James
it's a
Fodor's.
super genuine, not sketchy at all looking conversion.
Yeah, not sus at all.
Well, I always saw it coming, so I don't know why everyone's surprised. Like, I've seen him defend. You remember, like, what's that one thing that I brought up prior? It was like Alex O'Connor responding to like Ricky Gervais of all people. And Ricky Gervais was doing like the I can't remember what his initial statement was, but it was basically just like the bad inference that leads to God, like some instance of that, whatever, who cares.
Yeah.
And then Alex O'Connor's response was, oh, well, like we can disagree if our dad had red hair, if we never met him, if he had brown eyes or whatever. But what and then this is his claim that Gervais is saying, well, you know, we just like, why would I even think that I have a dad? Well, that's physically necessary for a human. And so whatever Gervais was saying is completely misrepresented by this thing that's clearly physically impossible, to not have a father or at least someone with small gametes or whatever the fuck as a human. That's crazy. To try and say that the atheist is equivalent to someone saying, well, why would you even think we have a dad? That's asinine. And so you'll just have to watch the clip. It's like really, really bad.
Yeah. I think after watching, I've watched enough Alex O'Connor that I don't know. Like, I'm a cynic. I think humans are terrible. I think he's just kind of skirting that line of like, oh, I'm an atheist, but I could be a Christian. I'm like teetering on the edge. Doesn't mean he's showing the right thing. And then that kind of drives viewership from both the audiences of, you know, non-believers and believers. Like that's kind of the impression I get off of him. Joe Schmidt, I'm still reserving judgment about like what's going on there. There's weird. I see weird things, but I'm waiting to see what he brings to the table because he seems to be very confident in what he's claiming. But I think with Alex O'Connor, I think it's just this. I think it's just kind of more of a tactical decision to position himself the way he does because it increases his viewership and probably his income.
No, I agree, and I do still think that they're like very different from each other. And I like Joe Schmidt, but
yeah,
I was just saying that I kind of saw that coming. Like he was like very sympathetic to a lot of stuff. It was
yeah.
Or that was my opinion on.
But you saw his video, right? Like
I didn't watch the These Are the Reasons video.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. His video is. We could talk about that. That actually might be a fun thing to go over one of these evenings. because the stuff that he says he's going to do is pretty fucking spectacular. So I don't know if he's like manically confident in his own abilities or what, but like what he's promising, man, he might be writing checks that he won't be able to cash.
You guys mind if I go have a smoke real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're fine. This did you say that he said he's going to be a? Did you say that he said that he's going to be a saint?
So he went through for the first 2/3 of his video. He was talking about all of the claims about how Catholicism is true and miracles and divine healing. That was the first 2/3 of his video. Then he said the last 1/3 of his video was all the personal, basically emotional reasons why he's adopting Catholicism. And one of the things he said, and I'm paraphrasing, was that he was like working out at one point and he felt these waves of euphoria come over him. And in his mind, he was thinking, I can be a saint. I can be a saint. I can be a saint. And those are the I can be a saint are his words. You'll have to watch it yourself. But it was just these like, wow, he was like in this fit of like delusional grandeur. I suspect that he has been emotionally convinced that Catholicism is true. And without thinking about all of the counter arguments against Catholicism or the counter arguments against the classical theism or counter arguments against God itself or even the Bible or anything like that, I think he's been convinced by whatever he's experienced. And now he thinks it'll just be trivial to counter all of the proposed defeaters to his position. And so he's like, okay, I believe now, and I'm going to defeat all of these counter arguments against my position because I am convinced. And that's kind of what I get from him. Like just his like 6 or 7 point bullet plan about what he's going to be doing over the next several months is, to me, insane.
It's interesting.
Because he's like, oh yeah, there you go. You about to bring it up here. We can actually bring up. Let's bring it up. It's like, near the end of the video.
I'd just be sitting in gym and I would just feel almost in waves, just like this sense, you could be a saint. You could be a saint. I didn't actually like hear a voice in my head, but I knew that somehow was what's being communicated to me. Right?
Like, what the fuck is this?
I just felt this.
Like, what the fuck is this?
Like, dude, no, he was so good to watch. Oh no!
Like, he's in the gym, he's stressing his body out, and he's having delusions of grandeur. And this is evidence that he's right on Catholicism. What the fuck?
How old is he?
He's got to be in his late 20s, mid late 20s.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Like, well, I don't think anybody who cares about truth can look at that and go, yeah, that's a good way to come to your conclusion. I don't think anybody can say that.
Yeah.
No, the first thing I think of is, okay, you're at the gym releasing endorphins.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe a little lactic acid buildup going on there. Oh,
it's just so funny. Like, while you're working out, like this, to me, this just sounds
25.
To me, this just sounds like, I had a shower thought and I was like, oh my God, what a shower thought. And then I decided to like change my opinions on a bunch of stuff because of my shower thought.
But he's like, okay, from his point of view, okay, imagine you're Joe Schmidt. You have a successful YouTube channel. You have lots of engagement. You're generally regarded as an intelligent, rational person. And you're leaning towards Catholicism. And now when you're working out, let's take it to the next level. I can be a saint.
I also found it interesting that he's going back to school as for his philosophy PhD at Princeton.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
And like, maybe did he fucking Philbro himself into being a fucking Catholic?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so. Because what he brought forward wasn't philosophical. He's just really impressed by.
Yeah, that's true. He's
impressed by all he's impressed by the multitude of stories from Catholic believers that support the Catholic faith.
Yeah,
and it's like, okay, how many Catholics are there on the planet right now? 2 billion? 1 billion? How many? 1 or 2 billion Catholics? Let me look at this up. Hold on. How many Catholics are in the world? 1.42 billion baptized faithful Catholics. Okay, so we live in a world with 1.4 billion Catholics. Surely there's going to be some stories circulating among some Catholics that are very spectacular. We're going to see coincidences line up with 1.4 billion people. And he seems to have like latched onto these and just said these are evidence. These can't be these have yet to be defeated, but they're evidence now.
It's defeated with the law of large numbers.
Yeah, it's like surely with 1.4 billion people, you're going to have coincidences. You're going to have spectacular stories. You're going to have things that have no
miraculous
explanation.
Healings.
Yeah,
all kinds of
cancer spontaneously going into remission. Like surely, statistically speaking, you're going to have some of these things happen. But he's latched onto these things and he's like, yeah, these are evidence because they haven't been defeated. And that's like ass backwards when it comes to like seeking truth.
Of course, on the flip side of that, you're also going to have that many more predators choosing to go into that area because they know they're safe to be predators there.
Yeah.
So
he's also right in the fucking butter zone with the age where the onset of schizophrenia shows up.
Yeah, I was always.
I didn't think about that before, but
I have no idea. He does.
He's 25. Like he's right in that fucking zone.
He does. So I'm no psychiatrist, but the way he conducts himself and the way even in this video, he does strike me as a little different. And it could be the case. Like it's a slight possibility. It could be the case. I have no idea. I doubt it. Like if I would bet against it if I had to bet money on it. But that's always a possibility. But can you skip ahead to his screen share when he filmed his laptop and his rosary? I want to show nobody what he plans to do in the next several months. It's near the end.
Possible next
yeah, there it is.
Back yet? Nope.
Yeah,
he is back.
Okay. Somewhere in there. It's close.
Lots of other mysterious in-person interviews that are going to come out that I'm not going to talk about right now. You're just going to have to find out what those are about and who they're with. Here are some plans for the channel going forward. I'm still planning to occasionally produce general philosophy content.
Go ahead and pause it. The rosary there is so fucking tacky.
Right.
Totally
not staged at all.
So
I didn't
fucking
even
tacky.
notice it.
It's
Oh my
tacky
God.
as shit. Because like Joe knows how to fucking share a screen for his video production. He did this on fucking purpose. So is he like telegraphing to his new Christian Catholic audience like, hey, I'm the real thing. I got a rosary right here.
And what's the book?
On the floor next to my laptop.
The Spiritual Life.
Where? Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't see that.
The book. It's called something. The Spiritual Life.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Like stuff like this tells me this is like a social experiment. Like I don't know. Like he's doing this as like not a joke, but maybe he's like performing this grand experiment for his PhD or something like that. I don't know. But anyway,
and is this on his desk? Because I thought it was on the floor. Because that looks like carpet.
Yeah, it looks like carpet.
Yeah.
Unless he has like a really weird, fucking furry desk covering. But anyway, nobody look at the bullet points there. This is his plan. He's going to first start with arguments for theism. So he's going to put out videos with arguments for general theism. He is then going to systematically respond to the arguments for atheism. He's then going to comb through the miraculous arguments for Catholicism, which he gish-galloped in the first 2/3 of this video here. Then he's going to comb through the non-miraculous arguments for Catholicism, which I don't understand why. Like if his channel is Majesty of Reason, he should be going through the non-miraculous arguments first before getting to the miraculous, but whatever. But he's going to respond.
Whose arguments for atheism is he going to use?
Good question. He didn't reveal that.
You know what? We should like put together a video of all the arguments for atheism, and we should use old clips of fucking Joe Schmidt giving the fucking arguments for atheism.
Yeah, make Joe
Let
Schmidt.
him fucking take himself down.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But then he's going to respond. He's going to respond extensively to all objections to Catholicism issuing from atheists, Protestants, Orthodox, etc. So he's going to basically like defend Catholicism against criticism, and then he's going to go after all other religions, or well, not all other, just other religions. Like this is crazy. The scope of this work that he's putting forward here. He's saying he's going to do all of this. And like, even if you're convinced of Catholicism, surely you got to look at this and go, wow, I need like 4 lifetimes to do all of this.
Well, you know what he did do here is give us bullet points for all the annoying arguments we're going to have to foresee.
Yeah.
Thanks to him having fans. So
yeah,
this is what we're coming through too, guys. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what he puts out because it's gonna be fun to like respond to and tear apart. But anyway, elsewhere in this video, he says that he wants to put out the best collection of Catholic apologetics.
Oh my God! He even asked for money in the fucking on his document. He's even asking for money.
Oh, really?
Your
Where?
patronage. Yeah, it says, you know, I want to especially create and compile blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
And your patronage would give me extra motivation and time to do this. So any amount helps.
Like, see, shit like that, where he's like, I'm converting to Catholicism. Send me money. He's literally, okay, so he did it here and he did it later on when he was talking about his Patreon. And when he talked about his Patreon, he literally said, send me thousands of dollars. That's the quote.
Yeah.
Like, is this a fucking social experiment? Am I going crazy here?
Yeah, maybe.
Right? I don't know.
Nuts. But anyway,
no, he's found what religion's good for. It's good for making money, and that's what he's going to do.
The scope of the work, the scope of the work he's proposing here is insane. What he's promising is he might be writing checks he can't cash. There is this there's this like crassness to the way he says, I'm converting, now send me money so I can defeat atheism. Yeah. It's bonkers.
And he knows that they will.
Yeah.
Just by saying that.
It worked for Cameron Bertuzzi when he went to Catholicism. He got an influx of Catholic donors. I don't know. It's like I feel like what was his name? Will Ferrell's character in Zoolander, Moombatu. Like, am I taking crazy pills here? Like, it's just it's insanity to me. I don't know. It's hilarious though. I'm laughing at this the whole way. But in his words, he's going to create the best collection of Catholic apologetic videos in history. You know, like in history.
That's a pretty low bar to pass.
So definitely, of course, hit the subscribe button, the notification bell, and like, I think you're really going to enjoy it. That's
right there. Go back.
Of course, hit the subscribe button. And I think you're really going to enjoy it. That's going to be on my channel. So definitely, of course, hit the subscribe button, and the notification bell, and like give me like thousands of dollars in Patreon. Of course, hey, our time together has unfortunately come to an end.
Like he tried to pass it off as a joke.
It's ultimately a love story, and I hope it's the beginning of a similar love story on your end. Praise God.
Like if this was released on April 1st, we'd be like, wow, this is a brilliant April 1st thing, but it's not on April 1st, so it's
big news.
Yeah, it's just fucking weird.
What the fuck is going on here? Here's the thing though, I'm gonna take him at his word. I'm gonna think he's genuine. Like I think he's genuine on this. I think he really did convert to Catholicism. But if for some reason, if some small chance he does come back out later and say, yeah, this was a social experiment, I didn't actually mean it, I think both sides are going to hate him for it. Catholics are going to hate him, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Atheists are going to be like, fucking get out of here, dude. You wasted so much of our time.
Yeah.
This would be a fun video to review, maybe one of the nights.
Did he really?
So
he added a $250 tier on Patreon.
So Azuka, I don't think he added the $250 tier. I think he renamed his $250 tier to Saintly. So I think the truth is, I think a little bit in the middle there. I don't know for sure, but I think he did have a $250 tier already, but then he renamed it to Saintly. So the cynic in me says yes, he's trying to fucking capitalize on his conversion.
That's fucking nuts.
It's bizarre. I know. I am highly entertained by this.
Yeah.
So
when I came back in from outside, my wife says, "Did you find it?" I was like, "No idea what she's talking about." I'm like, "Did I find it?" And she said, "Yeah." I said, "Did I find what?" She said, "The moon."
Mm.
She's sleeping though. She has no idea what she's talking about.
Oh, she's kind of that
She's
half
out
asleep, half
cold.
awake thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've woken
Did I
up.
find the moon? Yes, I found the moon. She's like, okay, good.
According to my wife, I've woken up from a deep sleep and I was looking for burritos. I was like, "Where the fuck are my burritos?"
Your burritos?
Yeah,
Or
my
Doritos?
burritos. My burritos. And my wife said, like, she just told me, "No, your burritos right here. It's fine. Go back to sleep." And I was like, "Okay." And I went back to sleep.
You're like, my burrito shelf is empty.
Priorities. Okay, the burritos.
My
are
burritos,
good.
are they here?
Rest.
My burritos, are they here? Are they safe?
Are we keeping this up, or are we ready to
No,
go
let's
back?
go back. We can go back to the XJW video.
Yeah.
We were just on a tangent while you were away.
That's fine.
Yeah, but it's super weird. Now we should probably review it.
Yeah, I'm down.
These early years, Russell did not have visions of grandeur to become a founder of a new religion or the next American prophet. It seems that in Russell's own mind, he was just defending what he viewed as essential Christian doctrine. It was his duty to share these newly rediscovered truths with the world. But Russell still subscribed to Barber's short-term eschatology. The 144,000 elect ones would be called to heaven soon. In May 1881, he stated, "The favor which ends this fall is that of entering the bride company. We believe the door of favor is now open, and any who consecrate all and give all can come into the wedding and become members of the bride. But that with this year the company will be reckoned complete."
That's such weird language to me. Like, become what does it? What did it say? And become members. Come into the wedding and become members of the bride. Is that not weird to anyone else?
Well, okay.
What does that mean exactly?
The favor which ends this fall is that of entering the bride company. We believe the door of favor is now open, and anyone who is concentrated on give all. Wedding. Yeah. So witnesses have this really weird idea of Christ being the husband and the anointed, the 144,000 anointed being the bride. Like together, this group is like the bride of Christ. And that they will basically like create this union and then rule over the next 1,000 years after Armageddon. So I don't know if this is going to tie into that, but it's the terminology is reminiscent of the bride of Christ, which is the 144,000 under JW doctrine. I'm not sure.
Okay. It's just religious language is always going to be a little bizarre, but you just never know what. Certainly, when it's a religious group you're not familiar with, it can be harder to suss out what they mean.
Yeah.
Members of the bride, but that with this year the company will be reckoned complete, and the door to that high calling closed forever. This new prediction served two purposes. It turned the attention of the Bible students away from the disappointment of 1878, and it fueled the flames of evangelistic activities. It's evident that Russell truly...
Felix, fucking boundaries. I said no. That's the only answer you're gonna get. If you keep fucking crying about it, you're gonna get fucking kicked from chat for the night too. So make your fucking choice. Sorry, go ahead.
You're fine. You're kind of crossing some lines, Felix. Take take a step back and think about what you're doing.
So Felix, the boundary has been drawn. Are you going to respect it or not?
Believed that the saints will be raptured in 1881, since he predicted that by that year, the churches of Babylon would begin to fall apart. Russell was not planning to carry out a preaching campaign for the next 3.5 decades. He expected to become a spirit being, a god, with his Lord. But this expectation of a heavenly reward...
That will eventually become core JW doctrine, where the anointed, the 144,000, will ascend to heaven to become kind of that bride to Christ, but also become like kings and priests among heaven. Like it's, yeah, part of JW doctrine is the really special JWs are the ones that will be ascended to heaven and become essentially demigods or gods.
So it's
what do you need fucking priests in heaven for?
That's a good question.
Yeah. You already fucking made it. What are we doing here?
Yeah,
we get to talk to the guy directly now.
Christ calls these individuals of heaven to co-rule with him over the next 1,000 years of Christ's millennial reign. It's a thing the JWs believe. Yeah.
Where's God during this time? In the fucking cuck chair? What? What the fuck?
Basically, yes. He's basically handed over the reins to Jesus, and Jesus is taking care of things for him. Why? Don't know. Don't think about it.
Fucking weird.
Didn't slow Russell down. He and his associates organized 30 Bible study groups across 7 states. These groups were simply known as ecclesias or congregations, and Russell would visit each one of them to carry out 6-hour study sessions. He also began to set a pattern for meetings modeled after his Allegheny congregation. Russell and his associates did not set out to establish a new denomination per se. At least at the beginning, he encouraged his congregations to simply refer to themselves as the Church of Christ whenever possible. In his mind, Charles was just trying to prepare Christ's church for the second coming, and although he denounced some of the beliefs held by other Christian denominations, especially by the Catholic Church, he also believed that sincere Christians found in other denominations could still attain salvation. But Russell's unique theological claims made the Bible students gradually separate themselves from the wider Christian community, and the way he organized his congregations was also very different. He indicated that all elders and deacons in the congregation should be elected. If a majority of the congregation felt these elders were not doing a proper job, they could choose not to elect them in the following year. Russell did not expect the Bible students to agree on every single doctrinal issue. If there was a schism in the congregation, those who disagreed with the majority could choose to separate themselves and form a new ecclesia and still be in fellowship with other Bible students, as long as they didn't deny some fundamental beliefs. Church discipline was to be kept to a minimum. Instead of a couple of elders having...
That's very... Yeah, so according to this, Charles Taze Russell was like, okay, well, if you disagree with what's being taught in the main congregation, you can split off and still associate with us. That's radically different from what JWs do today. JWs today are all about unity of belief, both internally, but also like what the world perceives them externally. So JWs are very concerned with self-image. They're very concerned with having a good reputation, and they're very concerned with unity. So if you were to disagree with the doctrine and say, hey, I'm going to break off and form my own congregation because I disagree with this doctrine, you're branded as an apostate and you're like working contrary to God. So it's interesting the shift from, oh, hey, we can all coexist. It's fine. We disagree, whatever, to today where it's like, no, you must be in lockstep with us or else you're like lost. It's quite the fascinating change. Yeah.
Yeah.
The power to disfellowship people. If someone committed a grave sin, then the whole congregation was to judge the case. But this was to be used as a last resort.
That seems unbelievable.
Russell may not have
These
planned to become a dominant.
these little inserts that that Panda's doing here. Those are all governing body members.
Yeah,
so those are all governing body members. Those are leaders of the witnesses that he's gonna tossing in there as for comedic effect.
I think it's funny. He's like clowning on him.
Yeah. The one that was just shown, quick tangent, if you can go back to him. I know I'm really asking you to like.
You're fine.
If you can get him.
Where did he go?
That was Tony Morris the Third.
Fellowship people. If someone committed a grave sin, then the whole congregation was to judge the case. But this was to be used as a last resort.
That.
Oh, wait, no, that's not Tony Morris the Third. I'm sorry, that's not him. Tony Morris looks kind of similar to this guy. I forget what this guy's name is, but he's currently a governing body member. Tony Morris III was another governing body member who was last like 5 years deleted, ousted, removed, and kind of tucked away because he was saying stuff that was like contrary to what the rest of the governing body was saying, and he also probably had an alcohol problem.
What was he saying that was so different? Was it just like
let me recall what he was saying. I think his views, I can't remember anything specific, but his views were more extreme than the other governing body members. And something caused him to basically be outed. And back then there was 8 governing body members. Then they brought on a few extras and then they removed him, which kind of indicates that the new extras were brought on to get the votes to remove him. But anyway, Tony Morris is a whole other story, and I have no idea where he's at right now because they tucked him away and hid him because he's kind of an embarrassment, and nobody knows what's going on in that situation, as far as I know. Yeah. Ain't politics fun? Internal politics. It's great.
Right.
Seems unbelievable.
Russell may not have planned to become a domineering religious leader, but he did become a prominent one. Not only was he a charismatic and zealous evangelist, he also had the capital to fund all his projects. People knew him for his speaking abilities and his warm personality, eventually giving him the affectionate title of pastor, a term which he would wholeheartedly embrace, even though he lacked any of the credentials to be an actual pastor. So Russell kept publishing and his followers kept growing. New congregations were set up in Canada, and by 1881, missionaries were being sent to England. The pastor traveled around the United States and abroad, delivering sermons and even debating other preachers. These debates were published in newspapers which were read by 15 million people weekly. And in order to better organize the work, Russell incorporated the Zion's Watchtower and Tract Society in 1884. Through this corporation, Russell had full control of what was printed in his publications, and the society became a centralizing force in molding the separate Bible student ecclesias into one cohesive religious movement. So ironically, Russell's original vision of a group of people studying the Bible without bias turned into a movement of people who studied the Bible through the biased lens of one man. I think it's important that we mention some of Russell's marital problems, as they reveal a darker side to his character. In 1894, Charles and Maria Russell were living in a large residence home in Allegheny, Pennsylvania, called the Bible House, along with other Bible students. 4 of these workers would bring charges.
Sounds like a cult.
Well, I mean, it is.
It's definitely cult shaped.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wholeheartedly say that the witnesses today are a cult. They, like, I go by the Bi model, and the Bi model is pretty
Stephen
good. Stephen Hassan, yeah.
Hassan, yes.
Witnesses almost universally fill all points of the Bi model. They're very much a cult.
Against Russell, accusing him of being an autocrat and mistreating his wife. Maria came to the defense of her husband, traveling to different congregations to dispel the slander launched by the 4 disgruntled workers. But Maria took things even further. She created a new doctrine around Matthew chapter 24, verse 45, in which the King James Bible mentions, I quote, "a faithful and wise servant whom his Lord hath made ruler over his household, to give them meat in due season." So Maria claimed that the term faithful and wise servant applied to her husband. And although Russell was hesitant to accept that title at the beginning, he eventually grew into the role. Now he was not only a pastor, he was God's spokesperson, the faithful and wise servant, whom Jehovah had chosen to give his people meat in due season.
So go ahead
but
and pause
Russell's relation.
So the faithful and wise servant, or the faithful and discreet slave, as they call it in modern day times, is the anointed. Well, actually, I take that back. Back in my day, 15 years ago, the faithful, discreet slave was the anointed. It was the 144,000 of God's chosen. I think, though, in the last 15 years, they've reduced the scope of that, that the faithful and discreet slave is just the governing body, I think. So it's gone from Charles Taze Russell was one of the anointed to the 144,000 is the faithful and discreet slave. And they're the ones directing the organization and God's true followers. And then recently that power was consolidated exclusively to just the governing body, the 8 men in New York.
Neck 2?
Neck 2 falling asleep.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I fell asleep.
You're good, man.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys.
What time zone are you in?
It's 3 a.m. I'm Central.
Okay. So you're in Central. Okay. Yeah.
I apologize.
We'll forgive you this time.
No,
You want me to take over the video?
Yeah, you might want to.
Yeah.
I'm not leaving though or anything.
Yeah. You're a trooper, Neck, dude. Thank you for driving so far. Yeah. You're good.
It's only got 9 minutes left.
Yeah, we're close.
I need to sit up more though. That's my problem.
Yeah.
All right.
I do the same thing too. I'll fall asleep in my computer chair every once in a while.
I got plenty of sleep today.
Yeah, it's still 3 a.m. though.
I've been known to wake up with an imprint of my keyboard on my face. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
It happens. It's worse when you drool though, right? Then. Oh.
I'll let you take over after this video ends. We got 9 or
yeah. If you
12 minutes left.
if you go down to the gear icon, go down to the gear icon.
Oh yeah, I should have been doing that.
Yeah, get it up 1.15, 1.2.
Yeah. I'm an amateur, guys.
You're good.
Playback speed.
There you go. 1.15 at least. 1.5 is fine. Yeah. No, 1.5. Let's go. Let's do the extreme.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
If it's too much, we can slow it down.
Relationship with his wife was not as strong as it seemed. There were some tensions building up behind the scenes.
I think it sounds
First of all, and I did not know this before writing the script, Russell was really big into celibacy. When he and Maria got married, they entered into an agreement that they would not consummate their union at that time, and that they would not cohabitate in the future. Remember, the Russells believed they would soon be reborn as spirit creatures in heaven, and they saw sex as somewhat unspiritual. They wanted to remain.
What'd you say?
I just said, what the fuck?
Oh, that explains the look on her face.
Yeah. My poor woman.
He looks stunned.
He looks backed up to his eyeballs.
I don't understand the. This might be a whole can of worms, but I just don't understand the religious obsession with sex and pleasure. It's so ridiculous. Like Christian obsession with sex and pleasure. It's so bizarre to me.
Right.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Any kind of enjoyment that you get, right, is something that isn't suffering, and that you can't be happy because that would get you maybe
it's like we're sinful. We live in a sinful world. So anything that's that makes you feel good must be bad because we're
Right.
sinful and in a sinful world. Yeah.
And if I suffer now, I'll get the best reward in the afterlife, right?
Yeah, that kind of delayed gratification type thing.
Yeah, the ultimate delayed gratification where you delay it so long that you just divert all of your possible wealth to the rich to take care of for you.
Yeah. It's really bizarre.
I think it has more to do with just subjugating women.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor.
Because
Control.
most of the the shit about sex in the Bible, it's all to punish fucking women.
Yeah.
Like very rarely is or any men's sexual shit like punished or even looked down on,
It kind of makes me wonder if Charles Taze Russell was asexual, because like there's been lots of pastors and priests and religious like super leaders who preach celibacy or preach like sexual reservation, but then on like the sly they're doing all this sexual stuff. Like if it is the case that they weren't getting it on, maybe Charles Hayes Russell was like asexual. Maybe he just didn't have that desire, and he like incorporated his lack of a desire for sex into the theology.
Or it could just be that, by the time he was born, like priests weren't allowed to get married anymore. Because like for a long time they were, they were allowed to have families.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, popes had fucking families and shit. So
Ocean's comment. Dude is kicking off my gaydar a century and a half later. I mean, it's a possibility.
That's the other thing too, right? You think about the number of people who just have to repress their own natural instincts. That's it makes it so torturous when you think about it, right?
Maybe this was one of those lavender marriages, Maybe she was gay too, and
I mean, I had the same experience. I repressed myself for a good part of my life until I left. Like people can do it if they think it's the right thing to do, but yeah, it is torture.
Okay.
As eunuchs for the kingdom. But as the years went by, this lack of physical intimacy seems to have strained their relationship. But there was another reason why their marriage hit the rocks. You see, Charles might have accepted the title of faithful and discreet slave, but he was not always discreet nor faithful. In 1906, when Maria sued for divorce, she recounted Charles' interactions with a certain Rose Ball. Maria asserted that she had caught Charles several times in Rose's room, and that after the male workers would leave the Bible house in the evening, Charles would walk Rose to her house.
That's new information to me. So maybe he's not asexual. Interesting.
Another
lying
theist.
You aren't a complete religious leader until you've had at least one like scandal,
sex scandal
under your belt. Yeah. This is just par for the course.
He's looking rather thuggish.
Yeah, he's probably leaving his mistress's place.
Yeah, when she confronted Rose about the issue, the young woman ended up confessing that, yes, Charles had been overly intimate with her and had been in the habit of kissing and fondling her. When Maria confronted Charles, he denied the allegations at first, but eventually confessed and apologized for his behavior. But after Maria launched those accusations in court, Russell responded through the July 15, 1906 issue of the Watchtower, in which he spun his own version of events. According to Russell, Rose was no older than 13 when she was working in the Bible house. After losing her brother, Rose was dejected and in tears, claiming that Maria had been working her too hard. So Russell came to comfort her. Young Rose then gave Charles a kiss. Charles didn't make much of it at the moment, and he suggested to Maria that they should treat Rose as an adoptive daughter. Now, this was Charles' version of events, which paints him as a concerned father figure, and it's the version that is still held by the Watchtower. But the thing is, this was an outrageous lie. Rose Ball was born in 1869 in Buffalo, New York. So by 1894, she would have been 25, not 13. More shocking was the fact that Rose was a director of Zion's Watchtower Society and is listed as such by Charles Taze Russell twice. So Russell just lied. He knew that Rose could not give her testimony in the divorce trial because by that time she was thousands of miles away, serving in the Watchtower branch in Australia, along with her husband. So
Wow.
Charles and Maria's marriage came to an end, and accusations of adultery would keep haunting Charles for years to come. It's such a sick twist of irony, isn't it? Maria had been Charles' most faithful supporter, even declaring him to be the faithful and discreet servant of Matthew 24. But she would end up becoming his fiercest opposer. And she would even go on to say that Charles was now the evil slave mentioned in Matthew 24. But despite these mostly self-inflicted tribulations,
hell hath no fury.
Mhm.
Like a woman scorned.
Yep.
Charles continued traveling around the United States and abroad, visiting the Bible student congregations who received them with adoration. In 1908, the Watchtower Society abandoned the Bible House in Allegheny and moved their headquarters to a property in Brooklyn, which came to be known as Bethel, the House of God. The Watchtower of December 15, 1908 explained, "Altogether, we concluded, after seeking divine guidance, that Brooklyn, New York, with a large population of the middle class and known as the city of churches, would, for these reasons, be our most suitable center for the harvest work during the few remaining years." The few remaining years. Oh, right, there was still a huge elephant in the room that had to be addressed. The apocalypse. After 1878 came and went, the Bible students turned their attention towards a new date, 1914. For years, Russell and the Bible students had expected that the Gentile nations of the world would go down in flames in 1914, and that the saints would be taken up to heaven since that hadn't happened in 1878. But Russell, already having felt the sting of failed predictions before, started curtailing his expectations. What if he was wrong? What if the saints were not taken up to heaven in that year? Would this mean the end of his movement? But something big did happen in 1914, the beginning of the Great War, and Russell took that event as confirmation of his prophetic speculations. In his book, Faith on the March, Alexander H. Macmillan recounts what happened in the autumn of 1914. It was Friday morning, October 2nd. We were all seated at the breakfast table when Russell came down. As he entered the room, he hesitated a moment, as was his custom, and said cheerily, "Good morning, all." But this morning, instead of proceeding to his seat as usual, he briskly clapped his hands and happily announced, "The Gentile times have ended. The kings have had their day." We all applauded. He later recalled, "A few of us seriously thought we were going to heaven during the first week of that October. We were highly excited, and I would not have been surprised if at that moment we had just started up, that becoming the signal to begin ascending heavenward. But of course, there was nothing like that."
They realized that 1914 had a significance. It meant the end of the Gentile times. Now, at that time, they felt that perhaps the work would be finished and they would go home, as it were. So they were looking forward to a time of reward.
They did understand that there was a significance to the year.
All right.
Primarily, they thought that
if you go back,
1914 would just be the start.
those are both
of the
governing
judgment.
body members. So the first guy, that's Jeffrey Jackson. So we go back. Yeah, that's Jeffrey Jackson. He's a governing body member. And if you look up the Australia Royal Commission against for the investigation of child abuse cases in Australia, he was forced to testify because Jehovah's Witnesses in Australia were found to be not sufficiently protecting children in their organization against like child abuse. That's another huge thing. But that was kind of where he kind of got to the limelight because he was forced to testify because he was in Australia at the time of the hearings, and he was subpoenaed, and he couldn't leave Australia until he met that subpoena. So, yeah. So anyway, he was that's kind of how I got to know him. And then the guy after that is Garrett Loesch. He's another governing body member. I don't know much about him. I only know he's from Germany. But yeah, most of these guys are still alive and still in charge.
Interesting.
Was a significance to the year. Primarily, they thought that 1914 would just be the start of the judgment coming upon the world, or Armageddon.
So sure, the Bible students did not go to heaven in 1914, but the outbreak of the war confirmed to them the veracity of Russell's calculations. And if the Gentile times were really over, then the end had to be really, really close. The Watchtower of September 1st, 1916 said, "We imagined that the harvest work of gathering the church of anointed ones would be accomplished before the end of the Gentile times. But nothing in the Bible said so. Are we regretful that the harvest work continues? Nay, verily. Our present attitude, dear brethren, should be one of great gratitude toward God, increasing appreciation of the beautiful truth which He has granted us the privilege of seeing and being identified with, and increasing zeal in helping to bring that truth to the knowledge of others."
The way that they
Russell
cope
kept
with the failed
publishing, the
prophecy.
Bible students kept...
I couldn't. Sorry, what? No.
No, you're good. The way they cope with the failed prophecy, they frame it as we had the wrong understanding of what was going to happen, even though it was Charles Taze Russell and his publishing group that published and spoke about what was going to happen in 1914. Once that failed, the failure no longer became theirs. It became the failure of the entire religion. We misunderstood what was supposed to happen. And then they immediately reframe it emotionally, saying, are we regretful of this? No, of course not, because this opens up new opportunities for us. They simultaneously divert in that passage there. He simultaneously diverts blame from himself and his closest people to the entire organization, and then reframes it as a positive. This is cult 101. When something doesn't go right, it is not the leader's fault. It is the organization as a whole's fault. And then you recontextualize and turn it into something positive, and then you set it up as something new for the organization to look forward to. This is cult 101.
Yeah, it was definitely crazy.
On preaching, and the war kept on grinding.
The total drama of creation is presented by the IBSA, the International Bible Students Association.
Earlier in 1914, the Watchtower had launched the photo drama of creation, which was an incredible technical achievement at the time. It was the first motion picture with sound. This was about 8 hours in length and divided into 4 parts. The Proclaimer's book describes the premiere of the photo drama this way. Before the audience was a large motion picture screen. As they watched and listened, something truly amazing happened. Charles Taze Russell, then in his early 60s, appeared on the screen. His lips began to move, and his words could be heard. As the presentation continued, it took those in attendance, by means of words, color pictures, and music, from Earth's creation to the end of Christ's millennial reign. During the presentation, they also saw, by means of time-lapse photography, other things that astounded them: the unfolding of a flower and the hatching of a chick. They were truly impressed. The photodrama was seen by millions of people in North America, Europe, New Zealand, and Australia. And although it did not convert a lot of people, it did show that the Bible students were willing to embrace new technology to spread their message. And yes, the message of Jehovah kept spreading, but Russell's time was coming to an end. Russell delivered his last sermon on Sunday, October 29th in LA. 2 days later, in the early afternoon of Tuesday, October 31st, 64-year-old Charles Taze Russell died on a train at Pampa, Texas. A.H. Macmillan later recalled the morning he read the telegram announcing Russell's death to the Bethel family. A moan went up all over that dining room. Some wept audibly. None ate breakfast that morning. All were greatly upset. At the end of the meal period, they met in little groups to talk and whisper. What is going to happen now? Little work was done that day. We did not know what to do. It was so unexpected, and yet Russell had tried to prepare us for it. What would we do? The first shock of our loss of Charles Taze Russell was the worst. For those first few days, our future was a blank wall. Throughout his life, Russell had been the society. The work centered around his dynamic determination to see God's will done. So Russell died before seeing Armageddon, and he was buried in his hometown of Allegheny under this weird pyramid-shaped tombstone because the guy was really into pyramidology and claimed that the Egyptian pyramids could reveal some Bible truths. I think I forgot to mention that. That was very important. This guy had some really strange beliefs, okay? And his death
I forgot to mention that. It was very important.
Now that the pastor
I love
was
Panda.
gone, who would take his place? Would this nascent religious movement continue to grow, or would it crash and burn like many sects before it? Well, find out next time in episode 2. Epic. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode. Charles Taze Russell is such a fascinating figure, and I think understanding him and the religions around him really helps us understand the Jehovah's Witnesses of today, even though the religion of Charles Taze Russell and the modern JW movement are very, very different in a lot of ways. I want to thank my beautiful patrons and channel members for your financial support. This channel would not
I
survive
really
without
should
you.
reach out to Panda and like see if we can do like a collaboration or something. I like him a lot. I think
Yeah,
I think
he's
out of
funny.
all, like I love Panda. I love Jake at Altworldly. Like, and I've worked with Jake before. In fact, I'm going to probably be seeing him here pretty soon once I go on that cross country trip in October. There's some really good XJW creators out there. So, but anyway, and the JWs, like JWs are a tiny religious sect, but they're kind of famous with the way they do their preaching and their bizarreness of their beliefs. So it's kind of like an oddity to examine. But anyway,
that was definitely informative. I learned a lot.
Yeah, thanks for enduring that with me and let me
Oh,
narrate.
thank you for joining us for that. That was
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, Russell was
As
great.
soon as I saw that, I threw it in our chat, and I was like, if we see Eric next time we see Eric, we should ask him if he wants to react to this.
I'm always up for
happen to be here.
I'm always up for bitching about my old religion. So yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what's next though. That'll be up to Gretchen and nobody. And Ray. And
I ain't got shit.
I think once if Gretchen, you ever open this up to TikTok, probably have a lot more people in here.
We're working on it.
Yeah. But TikTok is a two-edged sword, unfortunately. You're going to get more interlocutors, but the average intelligence of the interlocutors are
Yeah,
down.
I know.
Yeah, it's a trade-off.
I know.
Yeah.
So it's a trade-off, but
yeah,
I'm trying to figure out how to get TikTok to talk and hear the YouTube people. So we don't all have to go onto TikTok to talk to people.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't know. I might just wait because I'm supposed to be getting Justin's software in October.
Oh yeah.
So,
that's gonna be fucking awesome. Well, when he finally gets all the bugs worked out.
Well, if it's software, that'll be never.
Well, you know.
Yeah.
Justin's super talented though. Like that guy impresses the shit out of me. He's got some incredible work ethic. What are you doing, buddy?
Yep.
You hear him?
Who, Fry?
I hear Dougie.
He just woke up. He's like sitting right next to my head. He's so happy.
Yeah, definitely hear that.
Love it.
He's happy I'm awake. What's up, buddy? We'll go out in a little bit.
Okay.
Or we'll go out now. Guess I don't know why I thought I was in control of that one. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. B.
Oh hell yes. You're making me stay up late tonight, aren't you?
I'm not making you do anything.
Well, this will work. I will definitely want to watch this. I'll be right back. You don't have to wait for me though to start it though. You can start it whenever.
All right, cool. All right, let's go.
And if you've watched me before, you probably know that I'm a history teacher. I specialize in teaching American history, and I think I'm qualified to do it. You know, I even got a license and everything. I even got a piece of paper, a master's degree in history. So yeah, you ought to believe me when I say that Matt Walsh doesn't know what the heck he's talking about when it comes to American history.
What is Matt Walsh? He's a reactionary pundit. I have a hypothesis that many of these reactionary pundits are actors, that they really don't believe most of what they say, and there's a lot of money to be made by being a reactionary
Oh man, what a fucking crime that he put Andrew Schultz in there as a fucking pundit. What the fuck? He's a goddamn comedian podcaster. Fuck that guy. Fucking pundit.
content creator, because you know it's easy, you don't have to actually critically think much. Now, I do believe that Matt Walsh does believe most of what he says, but he's still an actor, and an actor for the production company The Daily Wire.
And I don't use that term loosely. The dude is literally an actor playing the part of a reactionary political pundit. First and foremost, this dude is a performer. Recently, Matt Walsh decided to play the role of history teacher and tell you the, quote, real history of the United States in a series called Real History with Matt Walsh. That's the real name of it. If I were to sum it up, it's basically a show for snowflakes who get offended by historical facts, and so it has to demonize history teachers and historians. Oh, and apparently go out of its way to make white people look better for some reason. Oh, I watched the show all right. It's not good. Kind of horrible, actually. I reacted to the first 2 episodes with the Cynical Historian over on Twitch, and other YouTubers like Atunchai and Vlogging Through History have also reacted to this series.
I like the Cynical Historian. He's funny.
They generally have been very critical of Matt Walsh and the show, and yes, I've been critical.
Awesome. Atunchai and Cynical, both those dudes are awesome. I watch both those guys. Yeah, I was just agreeing with you.
Too. But I wasn't going to post a big video about real history with Matt Walsh on my own channel. After all, I didn't want to bring more attention to yet another crappy history show. That is, until they went after my friends. Both the Cynical Historian and Vlogging Through History have apparently been punished by the Daily Wire for being too critical of the show. Both have had copyright strikes on their reaction videos to the show, despite their reactions completely being legal due to well-known fair use guidelines. I should note that every time these copyright strike threats have come, both the Cynical Historian and Vlogging Through History have won their cases to keep the videos up. Regardless, it's pretty freaking messed up that the two had to go through all that trouble, especially since after just 3 copyright strike violations, YouTube completely shuts your channel down.
It's a big freaking deal. So I fear that if I do that on my channel, the same thing might happen, but screw it. I think enough people need to know that this guy's full of crap, especially if you look at the video. Look at that, 451,000 views on YouTube alone. This was posted a month ago. The real history of the Civil War. What schools don't teach you about the Civil War. Lots of comments, lots of positive comments. There are people that are just eating this crap up.
And so I'm posting an edited down reaction of a recent Real History with Matt Walsh episode I did over on my Twitch, yo, for real. I hate to break it to you, but every time you go online, giant corporations are stealing your personal data, and then data brokers are turning around and selling your personal data to anyone. Stuff like me for sponsoring this video.
So we're gonna dive right in.
On the night of January 2nd, 1864, Confederate General Patrick Cleburne was worried. He warned his fellow Southerners that surrender to the North, quote, means that the history of this heroic struggle will be written by the enemy, that our youth will be trained by...
History is written by the winners. All right, so he's tapping into that lost cause mythology right off the bat.
The South erected statues and monuments to its heroes. Several were erected inside the United States Capitol. Even abroad, people respected the dignity, bravery, and brilliance of Robert E. Lee. Winston Churchill described Lee as one of the noblest Americans who ever lived and one of the greatest captains known to the annals of war.
He's a fucking traitor.
Its heroes, who existed on both sides, were complex, multi-dimensional people.
There's good people on both sides, as Donald Trump famously said after the white nationalist rally in Charlottesville in 2017.
Very fine people on both sides.
This is the real history of the Civil War. Imagine serving as an infantryman in a battle where your enemy outnumbers your side 2-1. And not only that, your enemy is better trained. They're well rested. And to make matters worse, they've caught your regiment and your entire army in a picture. They have a massive number of soldiers behind you and in front of you, perfectly positioned.
He's framing them as the underdog because everybody loves underdogs. We have sympathy for the underdog. We root for the underdog. That's why he's framing the Confederacy like this.
Then imagine that after a week of the most intense fighting of your life, you realize that your side has somehow emerged victorious. In fact, you've won decisively. That was the experience of a Confederate soldier named Erastus Myers during the Battle of Chancellorsville, which lasted from April 30th to May 6th, 1863. On May 11th, Myers, who served as a sergeant with the 33rd Virginia Infantry Regiment, wrote a letter to his brother and sister. Quote, "The Lord hath crowned our arms with another glorious victory." I think it was...
Good night, Eric.
Yep, good night.
Good night, sir.
The hottest contests of the war. The historic victory was the result of the leadership of Robert E. Lee, the commander of the Army of Northern Virginia. It's widely regarded as one of the most brilliant tactical victories in American military history, often called Lee's perfect battle.
I mean, yeah, Lee did show good leadership in this battle.
It's referenced in books like the West Point Atlas of American Wars, and it continues to be studied in military academies today for its demonstration of outmaneuvering larger forces through audacity and tactical ingenuity. In other words, Robert E. Lee was a genius.
Some of that superlative talk, though, like the greatest ever, one of the greatest ever, I bet you there's some historians out there who would disagree with that. There are plenty of military historians who say that Robert E. Lee was not nearly as good a general as, say, Ulysses Grant, the lead general on the other side in the second half of the Civil War. So, I mean, this is all subjective. Just saying that as fact is definitely misleading.
For over 2 decades, he served as an exceptional military engineer, overseeing critical infrastructure projects for the federal government. He served in the Mexican-American War, where he performed so well under fire, he was promoted to colonel. A decade later, in 1863, he found himself fighting the very army that he spent 3 decades serving. He needed a victory at Chancellorsville because he needed European support to break the naval blockade. His enemies sought to destroy Lee's army and reunite the country. Roughly 70,000 Union soldiers ultimately converged at the Chancellorsville crossroads. 12,000 soldiers from the Union's 11th Corps.
This is a lot of time spent on a battle that was, in the long term, not that significant. I think it's more important to focus on other battles, like Antietam, for example, which was not a win for Lee. When Lee led his forces into Maryland, and it was a bloodbath on both sides, the bloodiest day in American history, actually. The Battle of Gettysburg, obviously the most important battle of not only the Civil War, but all of American history up until maybe D-Day. Vicksburg, even Appomattox, where Lee, surrenders to Grant. And Lee lost several battles, okay? You can look it up, especially in the last 2 years of the war. Even in the early years of the war, he didn't win every single battle. And if they are going to spend 20 minutes of an hour-long documentary on this one battle, that just leaves the question, why? Why are we focusing so much time on this Confederate victory? I think I know why, actually. It's because you're trying to appeal to a certain demographic. I would say the two biggest fallacies of the Daily Wire overall are the cherry-picking fallacy and the ad hominem fallacy.
Lee's foresight in recognizing the Civil War's potential for protracted devastation, unlike the naive optimism of many on both sides, underscored his wisdom and his realism. His perfect battle at Chancellorsville showcased Lee's military prowess. The South didn't have the North's industrial capacity, railroads, wealth, or population, but it had some of the greatest military leadership in human history. In other words, Lee and
I think this is still taught in most high school classrooms today, even some college classrooms, is that the Confederacy had better leadership on their side in the military, at least not politically. I don't know enough about it to definitively say that, but that's kind of how, when I used to look at school textbooks, that's what they said, and I kind of went with it. Although you still have to acknowledge that, Hooker had problems, yes. He was also a pretty solid general. McClellan was, not so good. Obviously, Grant was amazing. He helped them win the war. Sherman, who, as ruthless as he was, also considered to be a pretty good leader. I just think, though, that this is opinion. This is all subjective.
Oh, they were no losers.
they were no. This is just
no losers except for the fact that they lost.
16 minutes. Most of what we've heard. Robert E. Lee was awesome. That's what we've heard so far. 16 minutes out of an hour-long documentary.
When the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter in April 1861, an immediate question arose. What should the conflict be called? Now, the answer wasn't obvious. On April 15th, President Lincoln issued Proclamation 80, which referred to the attack on Sumter and various state secessions as, quote, combinations too powerful to be suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings. In his July 4th message to Congress, Lincoln referred to the war as, quote, a case of rebellion. Just 6 years after the Constitution's ratification, 2 U.S. senators, Rufus King of New York and Oliver Ellsworth of Connecticut, approached Senator John Taylor of Virginia and informed him they wanted to break up the Union already. They recognized a huge divide between the northern and southern states, and it wasn't just cultural differences between the agrarian South and the urbanized North.
Slavery.
They noticed major political and economic differences, too. In 1803, a group of Massachusetts-based Federalists known as the Essex Junto threatened to secede because they feared the Louisiana Purchase would dilute their political power. Aaron Burr, who was Thomas Jefferson's vice president, was their leader.
Wait.
In 1807, they threatened
Hold on. Wait a second here. The Essex Junto did approach Burr, but this made it sound like Burr was a Federalist, but he was not a Federalist. He didn't even live in New England. He was a New Yorker. Come on. Didn't you watch Hamilton? He was never the leader of Essex Junto. It was just a few New England Federalists. And it actually never really grew to be that big of a deal. So
some states considered independently making peace with the British. Massachusetts and Connecticut refused to place their militias under federal command. They claimed the federal government didn't have the power to do it. In the 1840s, northern politicians published a solemn appeal to the peoples of free states, arguing that the annexation of Texas would be, quote, so injurious to the interests and abhorrent to
Why didn't he mention South Carolina threatening to secede and retaliation of the Tariff of Abominations in the 1820s? He just skipped right over South Carolina. He's only talking about northern states threatening to secede, not southern states.
As the fervor over secession began to boil over, Lee wrote his father-in-law, quote, if the Union is dissolved, which God in his mercy forbid, I shall return to you. According to historian Alan Guelzo, as the states of the Deep South left the Union, Lee complained that the behavior of the Cotton states was wholly beyond any justification, and he was worried that their selfish and dictatorial bearing would make life for Virginia miserable should she determine to coalesce with them.
More Robert E. Lee glazing. This is starting to get boring, okay? We get it. You love Robert E. Lee.
Lee refused to leave Fort Mason and pledged to defend his post at all hazards. This is because the legality of secession mattered to him, and because his native Virginia hadn't seceded yet.
By the way, this is all AI slop. Yes, lots of AI in this already, in case you hadn't figured it out. Daily Wire uses AI for all their videos, and it is frustrating.
Lee's attitude tells us a lot about why not one single Confederate leader was ever convicted of treason, because it was commonly understood at the time that it was not treason. The legal case for secession goes back to before the Constitution.
I mean, okay, that was obviously debated. Many Republicans wanted to not pardon these Southern military leaders and political leaders, and did call them traitors, especially the radical Republicans. In fact, they said that they should still be in prison for what they did. That's an oversimplification there.
13 U.S. colonies decided to secede from the British Crown. After winning their war for independence, those colonies then formed the Articles of Confederation, which required that any changes to the Union be adopted by the Congress in all the states. But that never happened, and most states just seceded.
Is he really just bringing up the Articles of Confederation? Why are you bringing this up? Come on, dude.
Subsequently, Washington commanded armies in the field designated by those opposed to them as rebels, and whose descendants now glorify them as the rebels of 76, much as Lee later commanded and at last surrendered. Much larger armies also designated rebels by those they confronted. Except in their outcome, the cases were therefore precisely alike, and logic is logic.
Logic is logic. Yeah, so he's trying to make it so that Lee, it wasn't about slavery, man. Lee just was loyal to Virginia. You know, his allegiance was toward Virginia.
After Davis's case was dropped in April of 1869, the Supreme Court ruled in a separate, unrelated case, Texas v. White, that secession is indeed unconstitutional. As the court
There
put
we
it,
go.
The Constitution and all
He
its
finally brings it up. Texas v. White, which is a pretty big case. I made a video about it. It said that Texas, specifically, their ordinance of secession was unconstitutional. To sue the Supreme Court under original jurisdiction as a state, Texas had to prove that it was still legally part of the Union. The Supreme Court ruled that the Constitution created this indestructible union. Think of it as it's either all or nothing. And okay, I get it. There was confusion before this case, but the fact that he's finally just now bringing this case up, which is pretty important, Texas v. White, it's not just like a minor case, you know. At least he's mentioning this case. I wasn't sure if he's going to mention this case at all.
But it was a throwaway line in a case about bonds. There wasn't any significant discussion of secession during oral arguments.
It was not a throwaway case about bonds. This was the main point of the case. This was a foundational Supreme Court decision. Secession is unconstitutional.
One of the great myths of the Civil War is that the South was somehow uniquely evil. And indeed, at the time, abolitionists...
Here we go again, like, well, everybody had slaves at some point throughout human history. Is he going to go this route?
The cartoon version of history holds that Abraham Lincoln invaded the South because it had slaves. But just how peculiar was the South's peculiar institution?
No. That's a straw man fallacy. That's another common fallacy of Daily Wire shows. No one is saying that Abraham Lincoln invaded the South in the early stages of the Civil War to free the slaves.
The North had slaves too. According to the book, It Wasn't About Slavery by Samuel Mitchum Jr., in 1703, more than 42% of New York City households owned slaves, a ratio only surpassed by Charleston, South Carolina. By 1783, 1/4 of Connecticut families owned slaves, and 1 out of every 14 people in Rhode Island was a slave. Many prominent Northerners, including...
Yeah, but in the early years of the Republic, all these northern states abolished slavery. So what's your freaking point, dude?
Slavery in the North was awful. Massachusetts and Connecticut set curfews for black people, according to the book Black Bondage.
Yeah, we got to make it so that we understand that when they did have legal slavery in the North, it was worse than the slavery down the South. Because down South, they got to hang out on plantations, and they got Sundays off. They could actually go to church on Sundays and dance.
One overlooked fact is that early attempts to curb the slave trade had Southern support. In his 1806 State of the Union, President Thomas Jefferson, a Virginian and a slave owner, called on Congress to withdraw the citizens of the United States from all further participation in those violations of human rights which have been so long continued on the unoffending inhabitants of Africa. The next year, the United States Congress voted to abolish the slave trade. The bill passed the House with 96% of representatives yes, including massive support from Southern members of Congress.
It was completely for selfish reasons. These Southerners supported the transatlantic slave trade ban because it was cutting off cheap foreign slave imports. It made it so that their slaves that they did have became extremely more valuable. Most Southerners who supported the transatlantic slave ban, the reason why they supported it was because they would make a lot more money from the slaves they already had. Supply and demand. So yeah, the way he's framing it is like, oh, Southerners like, no, they wanted to also end slavery. Just like Thomas Jefferson wanted to end slavery, all Southerners wanted to end slavery and send them back to Africa to colonize.
One of the key figures in passing the Black Codes was a state representative named John A. Logan. Logan was an enthusiastic enforcer of the Fugitive Slave Act and an open racist. Abraham Lincoln later made him a Union general. After the war, Logan reinvented himself as a radical Republican senator, but it's hard to imagine that Johnny Logan held contemporary woke views on black people.
He talked about somebody from the 1860s having woke political views. Wow. We kind of joke around about these things, but when he actually does it, it's a little bit jarring still.
Right up through the shelling of Fort Sumter, the North was profiting massively from the slave trade. 4 Union states had legal slavery. But if the war was not about slavery, then what was it about? Well, the answer depends on who you ask. Though interestingly, Presidents Lincoln and Davis...
The war was about slavery. Let me say it for those in the back. The war was about slavery. Please stop repeating the stupid crap about tariffs or states' rights or anything else to deflect and just prop up that lost cause mythology that, oh, no, it's just the reality of the times.
In other words, according to both presidents, the war was...
Well, I mean, if we're being honest, it was about states' rights. It was about states' rights to have slavery. I mean,
agreed. States'
For
rights
real.
to do what? States' rights to own slaves.
Yeah. It's because they had all the, you know, all the plantations. That's where all their fucking money came from.
Yep. And the Confederacy even cited the Bible as their reason for being allowed to own slaves. And it was convincing.
Oh, that was just a bullshit coat, but yeah, it totally did. And it was about the money. Let's face it, you know.
Oh yeah, they
totally
couldn't
about
compete
the
with
money.
northern states, the factories of the north. If I remember correctly, they were getting just totally decimated.
Well, yeah, because all the money crops down in the South were all, you know, like labor intensive, like cotton and tobacco and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
And up north it was factories.
Yeah.
Also labor intensive. They just didn't have the free labor.
Yeah. But then even all those factories in the north, where did they get their fucking resources from? The fucking South.
Right.
You know? Like all the textile mills in fucking New York, where'd the cotton come from? The South.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The money flowed from the north to south, and the resources flowed from the south to north, but the South had the free labor, so they made out like bandits.
Uh-huh. That's what the Civil War was about. Period. All right.
I love the Christians and Americans.
Huh?
I love the Christians and Americans
ending
in
the
United
Union.
States.
At the beginning.
The key argument.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I tapped the wrong place accidentally.
Christians and Americans coping that shit. What the fuck was I gonna say? Lost my train of thought. Oh well, we can go on. Well, it'll come back if it's important.
Okay.
Against the idea the Civil War
At
was
the beginning of the war, it was. At the very beginning, that changed. Remember, that changed.
In the words of the great Civil War historian Shelby Foote, quote, "No soldier on either side gave a damn about the slaves." McPherson found a Union soldier from Philadelphia who wrote that this contest is not the North against the South, it is government against anarchy, law against disorder. Relatively few Union volunteers mentioned the slavery issue when they enlisted. The same is true for Southern soldiers. McPherson estimates that just 20% of Confederate soldiers even considered slavery a cause worth fighting for in the first place.
You can find these online, actually. There are thousands of letters. There are thousands of diary entries Union soldiers wrote during the war that said there was a fairly large and growing proportion of Union soldiers that were against slavery and that we should fight this war to end slavery. At the beginning of the war, not so much, but I'm talking like after the Emancipation Proclamation, absolutely. It's explicit. You can read these letters and diary entries. I've seen them. Look them up if you...
I don't listen to hip hop. You ever heard the Emancipation Proclamation? It's from South Park.
Mm-mm.
It's a joke from South Park. It's from the movie. We can go on. It's not a big a deal.
Okay.
You don't believe me. Don't take my word for it. Read the actual primary sources, the letters and diaries. They are out there. Don't listen to this guy who's just cherry picking information from a lost cause book.
Now, wait a second here. We are not saying the war had nothing to do with slavery, because that would also be ridiculous. It's just as much a cartoon caricature as what your idiot teachers taught you in school. No, slavery was a factor that led to war, and it was a major factor. South Carolina's Declaration of Causes for Secession references slavery.
Okay, good. He's redeeming himself a little bit right here, but it is the main factor.
After seceding, South Carolina immediately made an appeal to other slaveholding states to secede, and in its appeal referenced slavery no less than 32 times.
Oh, thank you for doing this. See, we're making progress with your reactionaries, okay? This could be much, much worse. So let's give Walsh credit here.
The Federal Armory and Arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, have been taken by a group of armed men. A train passing through it sent telegrams on to Washington, warning of 150 armed abolitionists who have come to free the slaves and intend to do it at all hazards, and armed poor whites who are similarly aggrieved with the slave system. They were led by a radical abolitionist and insurrectionist named John Brown, who
He's going to call him a terrorist.
wanted to provoke a massive slave uprising across the South. The attack at Harper's Ferry shows that the Northern people mean more than words. Virginia's legislature awarded Lee a sword for his gallant conduct at Harper's Ferry. The North was euphoric. Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote that John Brown was an idealist who put his ideas into action. Henry David Thoreau compared Brown's execution to the crucifixion of Christ. Northerners raised money to pay for Brown's legal defense. Many of Brown's conspirators were protected by Republican
Just
government.
like Southerners raised money for Preston Brooks after he beat Charles Sumner nearly to death with a cane. In fact, they gave him canes as gifts in the mail. You can cherry pick all this information all you want.
A full reckoning with the real history, such as Shelby Foote's epic 1.2 million word trilogy spanning 3,000 pages, demands depths that no textbook or hour-long internet video can capture. The mainstream narrative is a cartoon. The war was never a straightforward crusade against Southern evil. Secession was not categorically treason. Abraham Lincoln was not a messianic figure. The story most Americans have heard is a fairy tale. But one thing is true. Wars have consequences. And victors shape the story. That is the enduring lesson of the Civil War.
No, the enduring lesson of the Civil War was that slavery is bad. And Shelby Foote infamously propped up Lost Cause mythology in his books, so there's that. He kept quoting Shelby Foote. We're going to end it there. Half of this was just glazing Robert E. Lee, so not as bad, I guess, as I thought it might be, but still pretty bad. Pretty boring. I mean, they used all that AI. You thought that they would have better production. But yeah, overall, this is a documentary that's a combination of making claims and then cherry-picking evidence to back up those claims and then framing the whole thing using ad hominem and straw man attacks on historians and history teachers to make the viewer feel special because they're getting supposedly secret knowledge. But none of this is secret. And yeah, actually, most of this documentary is factual, but framing does matter. Anyway, we made it through. If you are wondering where I react to this stuff live, well, I typically do it over on Twitch exclusively every Friday morning at 9 a.m. Central, unless I'm out of town or have a dentist appointment or I need to shave my cat's butt. Otherwise, I'm generally pretty consistent with my schedule over there, so I hope to see you over there, and thanks for staying curious. I'm Mr. Beats, and if you've...
Okay, that was kind of boring.
Yeah, it wasn't as juicy as I was hoping.
Okay. Any objections to this one? Anybody? Because I usually catch him live when he premieres them live, but I was crashed out today, so.
What is it?
Didn't get to see it. It's Milo, Mini Minute Man.
Oh, yeah. I saw that he released one today.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm down.
Cool. Let's go. Alright, hang on a second. I think I'm gonna put the speed. Right, yeah, it's at normal. Milo talks fast, so I'm not sure I want to do this one at high speed.
Guys, I have a confession to make. I am a planet Earth supremacist, and I'm done apologizing for it. Earth is the greatest planet in the universe. Every other planet is inherently inferior to us. Hoorah! Oh, what's this? Is that liquid water? You can bet your cute little carbon-based backside that it is. What's this? What's this? Milo, that's just a little chunk of wood. Wrong. This isn't just a piece of wood. This is one of the rarest materials in existence. There's entire planets made of diamonds. Them suckers ain't worth diddly. But this bad boy right here, that's a planet Earth exclusive. Dude, who spilled all this water on the floor? Come on. Now, if you're anything like me and love this little blue rock as much as I do, then you also probably love trying to understand why it is the way that it is. Why are there mountains there or rivers over here? Why do some places have fossils, and what can they tell us about what the world was like millions of years ago? Why does this place have volcanoes, and why do they keep doing all that? Well, today, my friends, we're going to be answering those questions and many more. We're going to be having a look at 4 different landscapes and attempting to recreate them in a geologic simulation to learn more about this awesome planet. Howdy, friends. My name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to welcome you to, what is this? I don't know what this video is called. Come here, Schminky. You are so dramatic. We're doing a green screen test. Come on. Green screen test? Oh, God, you hate when I do that, but you're so baby. 3.5 million subscribers, and I don't even have a green screen. That right there is a almost green bed sheet. Look at it, it's an almost green bed sheet. I know, fascinating stuff, right? I feel like that's pretty good. Maybe that one? Pantone 156310 TCX, swamp color. Or maybe it's Reseda. I'm feeling more of a Reseda with this one. Who comes up with all these names? I don't think the person whose job it is to come up with the names for paint colors. All right, everyone look up. Selfie. Let's go. All right, so the first environment that we're gonna be simulating is Hawaii. I don't think you really need me to explain to you what Hawaii is. It's a chain of islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I mean, like, really in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Like, look at that. Ocean takes up half the damn planet. That's pretty unbelievable. Now, if there's one thing that comes to mind when you think about Hawaii, it's a beautiful tropical paradise that is
Oh my
overrun
God.
by pasty sunburned
The socks with the sandals. Oh man. Milo kills me sometimes.
forests. But if there is a second thing that you think of when you think about Hawaii, it is volcanoes. That's because all of these islands were created from volcanic activity. Wow, there's even a town just called Volcano. Oh, the Volcano Golf Course. Amazing. Honestly, I hate golf courses, but I think building one next to an active volcano is an awesome idea. Keep that thing stacked with as many old rich dudes as possible at all times. You wouldn't want to miss out on an opportunity like this. Looking at the big island here, you can get the feel that we're looking at the top of a massive shield volcano. Magma bubbles up to the surface and then seeps and erupts out and creates these long flows which slowly build upon themselves, creating this sort of shield shape. So the island of Hawaii is actively growing. Now, if we have a look at some of the other islands in the chain, you'll notice that they start to look a little bit different. The surface of this one is also pretty smooth, but there's less visible lava flows. And over here, the landscape's a lot more jagged and you can't really see any recent lava flows. And this trend sort of continues as we move down the chain. That's because Hawaii is a hotspot volcano. This means that somewhere around here, deep beneath the ocean floor, is a massive plume of magma coming up from the mantle of the Earth. As it ejected more lava and that lava cooled, it slowly built up a massive mountain that has now breached the surface of the ocean. This is quite different than, say, these volcanoes along the Pacific coast of the United States, where these ones are the result of a plate slipping beneath North America, liquefying in the mantle and bubbling back up. Hawaii is the result of a hotspot that stays pretty much in the same place. No one's entirely sure what causes hotspots. One of my favorite theories is that they occur on the opposite side of the planet from a meteor impact. The Earth is pretty much a gigantic water balloon, so you got to imagine when it takes a big hit, that energy has to transfer through the planet somehow. But here's the really cool part. You notice that all of these islands are in a chain, and this one seems more volcanically active than these ones. That's because this chain of islands that you're looking at here is the result of the Pacific Ocean plate moving across the hotspot. So this mantle plume doesn't move, but the plate above it does. And as it does, it keeps punching up new volcanoes. That's why this one is so smooth and has so much evidence of recent eruptions. But if we go all the way to the end of the chain, to the island of Kauai, you will see how worn down and eroded it is. Geology is a battle between tectonics and gravity. Massive tectonic forces in the form of a volcano pushed up this island just like the rest, but since the plate has moved and the hotspot is now way over there, this volcano is extinct. And so now it's left in the hands of gravity and erosion and slowly returning to the sea, creating these incredible canyons and ridges and this very dramatic cliff-strewn coastline. Now that's pretty cool, but honestly it gets way more interesting than this, because if you can imagine that this hotspot has been active creating all of these islands, then I bet you can guess what's going to happen if we keep looking this way. You'll see that as we move west, the chain actually continues in a series of seamounts and coral reefs. Some of these just ancient undersea mountains, but others the remains of ancient Hawaiian islands that have fully eroded back into the sea. And this chain stretches for thousands upon thousands of miles, and around here it seems like it ends. Oh, but wait, it doesn't. It goes north. So what is this all about? Imagine this hotspot like you passing a piece of paper underneath a table, and as it moves, you keep punching a pencil up through it, and right into the palm of your hand. The pencil, in this case the hotspot, doesn't move, but the paper, in this case the Pacific plate, does. So this dogleg here is evidence that at some point a really long time ago, the Pacific plate altered the direction that it was moving, going from moving north to moving west. So for our first simulation, we're going to look at this hotspot volcano chain and get a much better understanding of the birth and death of a landscape like this. All right, speaking of erosion, the second simulation we're going to be looking at is, of course, the Grand Canyon. You guys could see that one coming probably a million miles away. There's actually a lot of canyons that are very similar to this all over the world, but I'm going with the Grand Canyon because hoorah, baby. And it's like one of the most famous examples of like a sandstone canyon environment, you know? I mean, look up like cowboy, all right? It's going to be the American Southwest. I'm doing this as though I'm talking to the camera, but I'm probably like a little bit off to the side. Where is the camera? Ah, great, I'm talking to a door. All right, so what the hell is the Grand Canyon? I mean, the name kind of tells you everything you need to know, but it's a big-ass canyon carved by the Colorado River in the southwestern United States, which, by the way, is one of the largest rivers in the United States, and because of how absolutely dog shit we are at managing our natural resources, doesn't even make it to the ocean anymore. Look at the size of that delta and the amount of water that's actually flowing out of it. I don't know, man, it's a desert. I wonder where all that water is. I wonder where all that water is. I wonder where all that goddamn water is. Okay, I digress. Back to the Grand Canyon. All right, so a really long time ago, there was a massive continental plate that started to slide underneath the Pacific coast. Now, rocks and the Earth's crust are obviously very hard, but when you're working at a scale this big, it functions more like a plastic. So as this plate slipped beneath this plate, it exerted a huge amount of pressure onto the continent, which made a couple weird things happen. Firstly, as this plate went down, it brought a bunch of ocean sediment deep into the Earth's mantle. Since the Earth's mantle is, really hot, all of it melted. And since it's a different composition than the Earth's mantle, all of that molten material bubbled back up, which created, would you look at that, the volcanic mountain range that we just talked about. I mean, come on, do I plan these videos out or what? That was just a perfect setup. Actually, don't. This video is completely off the cuff, but I thought that might come in handy later. All right, now the other weird thing that happened is on an even bigger scale, and is even weirder. Imagine that you're with a friend and you have a really, really long plank of wood. It is obviously very hard. It's a plank of wood. But now I want you to imagine that both of you are at either end and start pressing in with one another. Obviously, the piece of wood is not going to be crushed, but all that pressure has to go somewhere, and so what does it do? It bends. Well, it's that exact same principle that happened right here. As all that pressure came from the Pacific coast, the middle of the continent literally bent downwards. The middle of the continent warped so low that it dipped below sea level, and this entire part of the continent flooded in something called the Western Interior Seaway, which for millions of years divided North America into two distinct land masses, Appalachia to the east and Laramidia to the west. Now, if you're an expert in beaches like I am, you'll know that they're made of sand. And of course, the Western Interior Seaway was no different. So this gigantic ocean deposited load after load after load of sediment.
I love the sense of humor on his editors. It's just so fucked up. Oh, Nick, you're asleep. Hang on. Okay, now you're muted. Okay, good night, Nick, too.
For millions of years, and then eventually, when this pressure was reduced, the Western Interior Seaway rebounded, the water drained off of it, and it left us with a whole bunch of sandstone. Before I see any comments, I know that there's other things this sandstone is from as well. There was a gigantic desert here, I think in like the Triassic period. Ooh, that's off the cuff. Fact check me on that. But either way, when you look at the beautiful layer cake of the Grand Canyon today, this is where all these different layers and colors come from. They're different deposits of sediment with different hardnesses that are eroding at different speeds. So we're gonna take a much closer look at the formation of a canyon environment like this in our second simulation. All right, on to the third location. The Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachians are the oldest major mountain range on the planet. They were formed way back during the creation of Pangaea, when continents collided and mountains were pushed up. Today, the Appalachians may not look like much, but let me show you what they would have looked like back in the day. These are the Himalayan mountains and are a pretty good analogy for both the scale and formation process that the Appalachians would have had. India is on its own little continental plate, and it's always up to some crazy stuff. It like went all the way across the ocean here in like record time. I don't know what its deal is, but it's really fast. And anyway, the Indian subcontinent collides with the rest of Asia, and at the boundary where they're colliding and pushing into each other, they pushed up the enormous Himalayan mountains, which is the largest mountain range or tallest mountain range on the planet today. So this is what the Appalachians would have looked like, you know.
Peaks of the Himalayas rise to elevation. Everest.
Like almost 300 million years ago or something like that. Today, this is, I believe, the tallest peak in the Appalachian Mountains, Mount Mitchell in Asheville, North Carolina, or near Asheville, which is over there. And I'm going there on tour, by the way, this fall. So get your tickets, they're on sale now. I'm also going a bunch of other places. Boston, New York City, Philadelphia, Farmville, Virginia, Asheville, North Carolina, Atlanta, St. Louis, Omaha, Milwaukee, and Chicago. Those locations and their dates are on screen now. and dates and locations for the western half of the country will be announced soon. So if you want to come see some live Google debunking, get some I should probably take this off. I'm not even looking at you. So if you want to see some live Google debunking, do some Q&As, and see me do my whole thesis up on stage live in front of you, tickets are available now. So go check them out. Click it now. Open the link in another tab. It'll be there when you're done with this video, so you don't forget. Do it. Do it. Bring a friend. It'll be fun. Tell your friend, hey, there's this guy in town on YouTube and he's going to be real, I think. You don't have proof I'm real. Maybe I'm going to be like Hatsune Miku. Who's your favorite VTuber? Yeah, probably Mini Minuteman. Okay, now, the Appalachians have a lot of very complex geology that we are not going to be able to simulate. But the thing I want to focus on is this. Hundreds of millions of years of weathering of the Appalachian Mountains created this enormous coastal plain. And it only ends around here where the Laurentide ice sheet went during the last ice age. Which interestingly is also why New England was such a major manufacturing hub in the early days of the country, because all of the mills could be created at places where there was sharp drops in water. So since the glacier had scraped all of the sediment off of the bedrock, there was all these waterfalls. Where down here in the southern parts of the country, it was a lot more agrarian because there was all this really rich, fertile soil, and a lot harder to do manufacturing because there wasn't these sudden drops in water you could capitalize on for early energy. Now, thankfully, the north being an industrial hub and the south being an agricultural hub never led to any problems, and we've lived in unity forever. So anyway, we're gonna simulate what happens when a gigantic mountain range is weathered for an incredibly long time. All right, the fourth and final environment that we're gonna simulate is one that's gonna be a little bit more abstract, but way more fun. And that is, some of you, I could hear you go through the screen. You know what's coming. And that is, of course, the Chicxulub impact event. Impact structures are one of my favorite geologic features. You guys know that if you've followed me on short form. I've made a lot of videos about them. But there's probably no meteor impact that's more famous than the one that killed the dinosaurs right here in the Gulf of Mexico. About 64 million years ago, a gigantic ass rock hurtling through space landed somewhere right around here. Now, getting hit by a big ass meteor is really bad on its own. But to add to it, it landed in a shallow sea, which created a gigantic tsunami. And as if that wasn't bad enough, what do you guys know the Gulf of Mexico for today, other than being called the Gulf of Mexico? Exactly, it's completely full of oil deposits. So this meteor created a giant tsunami and then instantly vaporized like an ungodly amount of fossil fuels, which pretty much caused an apocalypse. I mean, it was the end of the world. We are the sons of rats that survived the end of the world. The impact structure itself is pretty hard to see today. In fact, you would never even really know it's there. I'm pretty sure that's just because this is a very sedimenty area. I don't really know if it has to do more with the structure or it being buried. Someone who knows more about this can correct me. But using specialized like geologic equipment, you can very clearly see the impact structure that's right here. So even though this one isn't quite as impressive as the other ones, the reason I want to do it is because I want to launch a big ass meteor at a planet, goddammit. Okay, I know you want to see that too. And literally like a couple days before recording this, Terra Firma updated with meteor impact beta. So I have to use it. I have to use it. Come on. All right, those are all for the simulations that we're going to run. I'm sure my face looks absolutely insane after wearing this thing from 100% battery down to 5. So I think it's time to stop giving Mark Zuckerberg high quality scans of my retinas and hop on over to the simulation. Here we are, everybody. Welcome to the wonderful world of Terra Firma 2. It's an excellent geology sim game that you guys saw if you watched my video on the Antarctic Pyramid conspiracy, where I used it to illustrate how ice and glaciers and stuff can carve things that end up looking like pyramids. Since making that video, I actually had a call with the dev of this game, who is awesome. And I know that after the last video, quite a few of you guys went to go check out this game for yourself. And I just want to thank those of you who either got this game or wish listed this game, because, you know, it helps out an artist who's working on a passion project that is a wonderful tool for science communication. I said it in the last video, but I genuinely think that, you know, with a little bit of time and a little bit more TLC, this is the kind of game that you could literally use in like a classroom setting. And it's just damn fun. So the best type of education. All right, anyway, let's get into it. We're gonna start with our Hawaii map. This one's gonna be a little bigger. We're gonna go with one of the 66 by 66 kilometer maps. I'll mess with I don't really care about rainfall for this one, and it will be an igneous base. Wow, really exciting stuff here. Oh, as you can see, since the last time we did this, they added a water update. Look at that water physics, dude. Water physics. All right, here we go. So now we got a nice little sea floor It's a little bit rough and bumpy, and this should be totally perfect to start with. And it is thanks to the volcano feature that we're going to be able to demonstrate this. Currently, the simulation's obviously not complex enough that you can have, you know, a mantle plume and have the crust moving over it. So the way that we're going to kind of simulate this forming chain of volcanoes is by creating different volcanoes at different times and kind of staggering them. The volcanoes are really cool and have some fun kind of detailed settings. Probably the most like technical of these is the lava type, where you can specify if you want your lava to be more mafic or more felsic. Mafic lava is very liquidy. What's the word? Viscous is the other one, right? It's aqueous. Aqueous? Less Viquis. And felsic lava is a lot thicker and slower moving. Volcanoes with thicker felsic lava will build a lot taller because the magma doesn't flow as far, but the magma at the Hawaiian volcanoes tends to be a little bit more mafic, which kind of forms those broad sloping shield volcanoes that we saw in the little map we were just looking at. Then we also have the duration, how long the volcano is active for, which of course will dictate how big the volcano gets, as well as the lava flow, which dictates the frequency of eruptions and how quickly it will build on itself. And then the caldera, which only comes in at the very end and dictates how big the hole left behind is when the volcano goes extinct and collapses. So for this, we're gonna say our lava type, we're gonna go a little bit more on the mafic side of things, maybe around here. And how long are the Hawaii volcanoes active for? We're not gonna be able to do an actual time span because it's just, simulation does not work in millions of years, but I wanna get a rough idea. All right, it looks like it can vary quite a bit. They can be active anywhere from 250,000 years all the way up to 1,000,000 years. But since we can increase the speed of erosion and all that, we're gonna just put it for 20,000 years and call it a day. And then we want a lot of magma, of course, just because it's fun, it's cool. I don't think any of the Hawaiian volcanoes that I know of have collapsed into calderas. They all seem pretty intact afterwards. So if there is a caldera, at least it's not quite as notable as it is in other places, you know, like Crater Lake or something like that. And so I'm gonna just go with none for now. Sorry if that's geologically inaccurate, but I'm going for visuals here. All right, and with that, we're gonna place our first volcano right here. And let's see what happens. All right, so when I started this, I kind of forgot that you can't really see anything underneath the ocean. But right around the point that I added our second volcanoes, I realized you could do a topo view, so it's a little easier to see the seamounts growing underwater. And would you look at that, our first island has finally breached the surface. By the time I added our fourth volcano, the first one had almost gone extinct, so I decided to make all of them be active for a little bit longer. What's kind of cool is you can actually see how steep these underwater volcanoes get. The underwater slopes are a lot steeper than the dry land above. This is a real phenomenon that we see with actual undersea volcanoes, and it happens for a few reasons. You know, like if magma is flowing underwater, it cools a lot quicker, so it can't flow as far, and so it kind of builds a steeper cone. Where on the surface, lava can flow a lot farther before cooling. By the time I added our fourth island, I was getting pretty used to just adding sort of extra little volcanoes around it, so it wasn't just a perfect circle. This ends up giving us a lot more varied and realistic shapes of our islands rather than just perfect circles. As our islands get a little bigger, you can also kind of see the ecology begin to form. All of them just start as like a barren expanse of basalt in the middle of the ocean with no life on it. In real life, they would become stopovers for birds that would bring nutrients to the island, and slowly an ecosystem would begin to form on the barren rock. And here you can kind of see lava flows destroying existing ecology before ecological succession reclaims that land for life once again. By the time I added our fifth island, our first island had finally gone extinct. Here you can see this island collapse into a caldera, which I thought I set it to not have, but I guess I messed that up. So when a caldera forms, you're watching the magma chamber underneath the volcano collapse and the ground fall in on top of it. And right as our fifth island begins to breach the surface, our second island goes extinct as well. And you can watch this one also collapse into a caldera. Don't worry, I caught this on the other ones, so they'll be a lot more realistic. Even as these islands slip beneath the water, they still sort of remain as islands. In the gigantic deep ocean, these seamounts provide an isolated patch of low, shallow water. Sunlight can reach the bottom, which allows for diverse ecosystems to form, and in real life, something like this would form a coral atoll. And right as we place our sixth and final volcano, our third volcano has gone extinct as well, and thankfully does not collapse into a caldera. While tectonics are still at work building our fourth island, our third island is now just subject to the forces of erosion and gravity. And finally, our fourth island goes extinct as well. You can see that it has snow on top of it, meaning that it's actually grown to quite a height. This snow line doesn't change and is consistent across the map. So as you watch it get smaller, what you're really looking at is the mountain peak eroding away. And finally, with only one volcano remaining active, let's have a look at what we've created. Ooh, who's got the fastest hand in the West, baby? You see that? Paused it at 100,001 years. So I guess I don't have the fastest hand in the West. I probably got the second or third fastest hand, but that's still pretty impressive, and I'm gonna take a win. We are now 100,000 years from the beginning of our simulation, and I think we can kind of turn down some of these things and look at this in just normal speed. The first islands to emerge have slipped beneath the waves many, many thousands of years ago. Now, if we move over to our third island, our oldest still above the water, we can see what these volcanoes look like in sort of the last stages of their life. This one has been extinct for many thousands of years and has been subject to pretty much nothing but erosion. For our parallels, this would sort of be the equivalent of Kauai, though again, the simulation looks a little bit different than the actual island. But you can see many of the same formations, jagged ridges and canyons, skirted on some sides of the island by a broad lowland made up of sediment from the eroded mountains. Our fourth island is enormous. I was getting a little excited with the volcano tool. It looks a lot like our fifth island, but as you saw just there, our fifth island is quite a bit taller, getting snow on the peaks of the mountains in the winter. Speed this up a little to see that happen. There you go. So even though these islands look pretty similar, you can actually see just how much erosion has taken place here already because it's significantly lower than the next island in the chain. This one also has broad coastal lowlands, but significantly less of it because less mountain has eroded out into the sea. Our fifth island looks a lot like our fourth island, but again is taller. It is also an extinct volcano, but it just hasn't eroded as much yet. It's still tall enough that in the winter it gets snow-capped peaks, which melts in the spring and runs down these rivers and adds to these sort of big alluvial fans that are beginning to form here. Finally, our sixth and newest island. You guys might have saw a little sneaky. I did go in and make this reactive just for the sake of the demonstration, but it went out. The candle went out, so I had to relight it. Oh shit, guys, Hawaii went out. Does anyone have a Bic? This island is way bigger than the others. It has much more area that's covered in snow because it's a lot taller. And here, the forces of tectonics are currently winning against the forces of gravity, even if temporarily. You can see compared to the other islands, there's much less of sort of a sediment skirt and lowland around it because less of it has eroded. And another sort of a ridge over here, that's where the volcano went out. But I want you to look more at this side because this is a better representation, where the currently active volcano is not as much of a ridge as much as it is sort of a broad shield volcano, as it were. By looking at these 6 simulated islands and their real-world parallels in the actual Hawaiian Islands, I hope you're able to get sort of a better perspective on why and how Hawaii is the way that it is. When you look at a map, it's easy to be like, oh, it's Hawaii. They're just some islands in the middle of the ocean. Where else would an island be? But in the world of geology, everything has a cause, and hopefully this allows you to see it a little bit more clearly. If you're interested more in sort of the development of the Hawaiian Islands, I didn't really go into biology at all with this, but I really recommend you check out Atlas Pro's video on the biology of the Hawaiian Islands. It talks about how weird evolution is in somewhere that is so insanely isolated and difficult for life to get to, and in my opinion, it might even be a little bit more interesting than the geological side of things here. But I'll put a link to that below and I'll let you be the judge of it. So now let's move on to the next one. Okay, for my next trick, I will build the Grand Canyon from scratch. For this map, I think we're gonna stick with our large size, and we're gonna have this one be sandstone layers. Okay, so for this one, I think we want kind of like a more or less flat plane with sort of a gentle gradient to it. We don't want it to be perfectly flat because the way that, rivers end up picking their course are because of very small inconsistencies in the terrain. All right, so we can see our gradient a little better with this topographic display. To just utilize our square as efficiently as possible, I think I want our highlands to be over in this corner, and then sort of the end of our river to be down in this corner. All right, so my hope with this is that we can kind of get something starting to form that flows sort of down here and then around and out. Now, a lot of the water that flows down the Colorado falls in the Rocky Mountains. So we're gonna build some little Rocky Mountains out of an igneous stone over at this end of the map, and maybe even add in some little deserty highland things here, see if we can get some mesa stuff going on. All right, how does this look? Really strange, perfect. For this one, we're gonna get a little bit more detailed with our world settings by customizing the rainfall across the map. Because again, most of this rain doesn't actually fall in the area of the Grand Canyon. It falls in mountains far away and then it runs down. So the actual environment around the canyon is pretty arid. So in the spring, down in our desert lands, we're going to have there be a little bit of rain. I'm trying to keep our rainiest areas concentrated to the most elevated areas because those are the places that catch passing, clouds and things like that. Weather gets hung up and more rain falls in the elevated peaks. So we're going to have all this lowland be very dry. And then up in our simulated Rocky Mountains, we're going to have a lot of rainfall. For the summer, we're going to have the whole area be very, very dry, with some parts of our canyon not getting any rain at all. And our Rocky Mountains are also going to get very dry. For the winter, I want there to be a really big snowpack that builds up. So in the winter, we actually want a very significant amount of precipitation up in our Rocky Mountains, because then in the springtime, a huge amount of water will be released as the snow melts. Spring snowmelt provides a huge amount of the fresh water in places like Colorado and California, a lot of arid areas with big mountains sort of nearby. And I think that looks pretty good. Now, the last thing I want to mess with is our temperature. You can actually customize the temperature in different quadrants of the map. We messed with this a lot when we were doing our video on the Antarctic Pyramid to show how glaciers advance. But since here we've taken thousands of square miles and compressed it into a small sort of play area, I want to make sure that we're doing a good job simulating the temperature difference between the environments. I want there to be a little bit of snow that stays at the top of the mountains in the summertime. So right now it's summer, and let's adjust from the northwest to just make it a little bit colder. And the southeast, we can make a lot hotter. We want it to be very, very arid. There we go, that works. All right, let me see if I can blend these a little bit better. All right, I like that, that feels realistic. All right, let's see how this is going. It looks like we might be getting some glaciers that are a little bit too large up here. Yeah, that's much too large. Nothing a little global warming can't fix. Boom, climate changed. All right, I think this is a good enough start. I might mess with some of the settings later, but for now, we're gonna just start running this and let's see what happens. You'll see me tweaking a few things as this simulation begins to run. Since the mountains are where most of the rainfall is, they erode much faster than the rest of the map. To counteract this, I periodically make them a little bit taller. But all this erosion creates a huge amount of sediment. This is realistic, but since we're working on such a small scale, I'll periodically remove a lot of this sediment so that the water can access the bedrock beneath and create canyons. To help with the sediment problem, I also created a giant bottomless pit in the left-hand corner that I'll periodically drain of sediment as well. And you can see pretty quickly some realistic landscapes beginning to develop. Not only our slowly growing canyon, but an ephemeral lake like those found in California and the Great Basin, which fills with meltwater in the spring and then shrinks or disappears altogether by the winter. Lakes like this create a lifeline for both animals and humans, like we talked about in our Lovelock Cave video. I felt like we were losing a little bit too much water off the bottom right-hand side of the map, so I thought I could do something cool to divert it. All right, so about 23,000 years have passed now. In order to kind of speed up this process and make it a little bit more impressive, I'd like for as much of the water to be going into the same channel as possible. So ideally, I want to divert all of this water over here. But I thought we could try and do a little bit of an interesting natural process and demonstrate another one of the fun little gadgets that we have in our arsenal here. And that is an earthquake. The Southwest is a very tectonically active region. On one end, you still have a plate sliding beneath the Pacific coast, and on the other end, you have the rebound of the Earth from the Western Interior Seaway that causes it to buckle as it comes back up. We're gonna make this thing really big because I want to, and we want a big vertical slip on this. This is very unrealistic. I don't think you really ever see a vertical slip of 200 meters, but we're just rolling with it. And you know what? Horizontal slip too while we're at it. Let's do this shit. Very cool. Okay, so that made a, wow, that is a big asphalt line. Maybe I didn't need to make it that big, but it's fun. You know what, I might even do another little earthquake over here and see if we can divert some water from these mountains to run into our main river channels over here. Cool. Since the ice seemed to be eroding everything really quickly, I decided to raise global temperatures a little bit and raise up the mountains. You'll also notice that I decided to build a little mesa down at the bottom right section of the map. This is partly to keep water in and partly just to see how a structure like this erodes. I decided to manually widen the canyon a little bit since it kept getting clogged with sediment. It took a few tries to get right, but it seemed like the wider canyon could transport more sediment, so things flowed a little smoother. I went a little rogue here with our dirt removal brush, but you can kind of see some cool stuff starting to happen down at our old ephemeral lake. It got split by our earthquake, which created a lower area to the north that stays an ephemeral lake, but the area to the south that got uplifted is now high and dry and slowly begins to erode back into the landscape. Depending on how long this lake had been active for, you might be able to find fossils from the ancient lake bed eroding out of this southern slope. Here I decided to increase rainfall around the map to encourage the growth of smaller tributary canyons. And if you look at our mesa in the bottom right, you'll notice some really nice realistic erosion beginning to happen. You can see how the canyons sort of radiate out from the center of the plateau, breaking it up into a series of buttes and mesas. The final iteration of this is like what you might see at Monument Valley, tiny isolated spires of rock that are all that remain of a once gigantic plateau. And finally, after 77,000 years, let's have a closer look at the environment that we've created. So we've seen quite a bit of change in our landscape here, both changes that I've sort of sprinkled in and the natural erosion processes. Obviously, again, this is a simulation, so it can never be as complex as actual geologic processes, but for a simulation, it did a pretty spectacular job. So down here at the outlet of our river, we have a broad sort of delta that I had to keep dredging in order to make everything work appropriately. And then we sort of have two canyons next to one another. We have the main branch here, which I sort of manually sloped a little bit, following the shape of the river just to enhance the simulation process. And then on the west side of that, we have a canyon that just formed pretty much completely naturally. You can see in this game, we don't really get the same stepped pattern to a canyon that we do in real life. This is because all of the stone in this game is the same hardness, which, side note, I hope in the future that you can adjust the hardness of the rock you're placing. That would be very, very cool. But even though the sides of all of our canyons are very steep, you can see this beautiful fractal pattern that you see in all of the canyon environments. And remembering what we talked about earlier, that all of this sandstone is the deposits and remains of ancient seabeds, there is a chance that some of this canyon land would also have fossils in it. It also looks like we've developed 3 major watersheds. There's this one up here in the northwestern mountains, the huge watershed in the northeastern mountains, and then I'm kind of split as to whether or not this is 1 or 2 different watersheds in this kind of little eastern range. We have one here that feeds into the main branch of the river kind of early on, and then another tiny little one over here that takes all the water from these mountains and this mesa and drains it down its own little canyon into the main branch, almost down by the outlet. If we follow this little one that goes to our old ephemeral lake, you can actually see that it follows the path of the earthquake fault line, which is kind of cool. The other branch of these eastern mountains flows through a kind of cool, like, narrow strait over here. I bet there'd be some pretty crazy whitewater rafting in there, and then eventually just spits out into our main channel. The main channel is mostly fed by snowmelt and glaciers up in this huge chunk of mountains. Oh, look at that. We actually got a little glacial lake up here. That's cool. Something I'd love to see added into this game would be a watershed overlay, because the huge amount of water coming down this middle channel makes a lot more sense when you actually look at just how many little tiny tributaries all feed into it. This little channel right here collects water not only from like a quarter of the map, but because of where the rainfall is, probably like, I don't know, 70% of the water that falls on the map. The rivers come down the mountains into this sort of flat lowland plain area, which has been formed over thousands of years by the sediment eroded from the mountains and carried down by the water itself. I want you guys to sort of remember this silty plain outside the mountains because it's going to be a big part of our next simulation, but you can see this plain from the actual Rocky Mountains really well to their east. Then it enters our canyon land here where it meets up with our western watershed, which consists of the runoff from all of these mountains. There's also a very fun little river in here. Check this out. I just realized there's actually a separate little watershed that comes from what looks like our tallest mountain. There's a little river that runs down here, goes through a nice little rapids, splits, which most rivers don't split, but again, it's a simulation. I'll give it some slack. Oh, it only splits seasonally, it looks like, because now it is winter and it has dried up. And then it runs down here, splits again by the looks of it, some of it draining down, and some of it continuing through this really cool canyon over here. Look at that. That actually formed very well. Some of the tributaries I didn't mess with that just formed naturally look really, really good. The simulation is pretty good, but if I could nitpick, some of the things that it could probably do a little bit better are the rivers tend to be very straight, which is awesome. I don't really know how you'd change this, but you'll notice if you look at the Grand Canyon, it's all these crazy snaking patterns. A lot of that happens from a very micro scale, literally a like rivulet just moving around a rock, and it does it over and over and over, and before you know it, you have a gigantic chasm. Since there's so much sediment produced in this simulation, it's a little hard for it to kind of, you know, create oxbows and stuff. Again, I cut it slack, it's totally fine. And then of course, the biggest thing, it would be so cool if we could customize the hardness of a rock. Give us like your sedimentary and your igneous and a little slider, you know, for how hard you want it to be. I don't know, maybe it changes the color a little bit so you can tell the difference. That would just be really cool and add sort of an extra layer to this. All right, so with this understood, let's move on to our next location. All right, the next landscape we're gonna be looking at are the Appalachian Mountains, or the Appalachian Mountains, depending on which end of it you're at. I was born, raised, and currently reside at the Appalachian end, but the Appalachian end really doesn't like when I say it like that, so I'm gonna stick with Appalachian. Gotta love our intra-mountain range pronunciation beef. Easily the biggest conflict the North and South have ever had. All right, so for this one, we're gonna play around a little bit with terra firma's tectonic plate feature. So this is a thing that you can do in your map creator where it is exactly what it sounds like. You can make little continents here, show the direction you want them to move, how fast you want them to move, and then you click start, and wouldn't you know it, they move. Wow, really interesting thing we have going on there. Like I said, the Appalachian Mountains were created through a whole bunch of different orogenies or mountain building events that all took place during the formation of Pangaea to some degree. So while we could just build our own mountains, I feel like out of reverence for that, we should do it with the tectonic plate thing. All right, let's mess with this a little bit and see if we can get something interesting. Well, there they go, I guess. Damn, that's kind of nice. Whoa. You know, I think I'm gonna go with this one, and I'll explain why in just a second. I feel like we should also be showing how big this 66 by 66 kilometer map is in like the real world. So we probably have been doing that because I just thought of it, but we edit the video and then we can do things. It's fascinating what you can do with modern technology. I'll mess with the rainfall myself and it's gonna be igneous. Perfect. Let's see what happens. Wow. Absolutely fascinating stuff. Okay, it's a little intense, but I think it's pretty good, actually. All right, just to get a feel for how things are going here, I'm gonna turn off our erosion and we're gonna just speed it way up. I wanna see where ice lingers and things like that. The majority of their, 300 million years of history, the erosion they've been facing has been from rainfall. So because of that, we're gonna heat things up a little bit here so that water plays more of a role in the erosion than ice does. Couple little things I'm gonna do here is we're gonna just add some little foothills just so this blends slightly better. It's a little bit of a dramatic shape at the moment. Woohoo, look at that water physics. Fucking well done, dude, well done. I'm telling you, the dev really fucking cooked with this game. I don't even know how you do water physics like that. That shit's awesome. Granted, I don't know how you do any of this, so that's not saying anything, actually. Okay, that looks pretty nice, I like that. And now just because I like starting from zero, I'm gonna get rid of all the ice and all the soil. Remember, it's very important that if we want to keep Appalachia the way it's supposed to be, we can't have any ice. Get rid of all that dirt. Wow, this looks fucking amazing. Ah, behold, Appalachia. Biblically accurate Appalachia. Okay, I'm gonna rough up the terrain a little bit up here. Oh, wait, I have the perfect tool for this. Random add and remove. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, this is gonna be a neat one, guys. I'm excited to see what this becomes. We're gonna actually watch like a mountain range be formed, essentially, out of just a giant chunk of bedrock. And I'm pretty sure that this region was also a monsoonal environment at some point. I mean, they've existed for such a long time. It definitely was at some point. But in our little world, it is gonna be monsoonal, goddammit, because I am God. I'm definitely gonna have to mess with this a bit. I think there's gonna be way too much ice. Way too much ice in them there hills. Oh? Perfect, perfect. No ice in them there hills. All right, so with that, I think we're ready to run the simulation. The Appalachian Mountains did not just form in one event. Instead, they are the result of dozens of complex mountain building events known as orogenies, which occur when continents collide with one another. The first of which took place almost 480 million years ago, which would create the very first shadow of the Appalachian Mountains before the existence of complex life on land. These continental collisions would culminate in the creation of the supercontinent of Pangaea around 280 million years ago, and at its center, the enormous central Pangaean mountain range, which today we call the Appalachians. About 170 million years ago, a rift began to open on the eastern side of these mountains, and as it did, it split Pangaea in two and created the Atlantic Ocean. This also split the mountain range itself. While most of the central Pangaean mountains can be found in eastern North America, other sections of it can be found all the way across the Atlantic Ocean, in eastern Greenland, the Caledonian Mountains in Scandinavia, the Scottish Highlands, and the Little Atlas Mountains in North Africa. Our simulation begins after this split, where our North American mountains are much closer to an open ocean. All right, we should probably talk about our main river, because it's doing something really cool. Like all things in geology, the invisible driving force of rivers is gravity. Flowing water is trying to move from a high elevation to a low elevation, and the speed at which it does this is based both in the volume of water and the steepness of the terrain. Faster flows from steeper slopes are able to transport larger sediments, like gravel, cobblestones, and with enough volume, even massive boulders. But as the river reaches more shallow elevations, the size of sediment it can carry will decrease with its flow. It will now only be able to carry fine sediments like sand, clay, and silt, and it may adopt a more windy, less direct path. This all culminates with the creation of a river delta. Gravity has brought the water as low as it can go, and as it reaches the sea, the sediment suspended in it begins to settle down. Over countless years, this sediment will pile upon itself, creating new land in the form of a river delta. I was thinking about simulating the Nile River in this video as well, but it's kind of the same process that's happening here, so I thought it would be a little bit redundant. But keep an eye on these deltas because they're the very first building blocks of our coastal plain. This simulation ended up running on my computer for almost an entire actual day, which if it didn't take that long, I honestly might have reran it, because around here I started to realize I kind of screwed this one up a little bit. For starters, my mountains were more of like a flat plain rather than elevated peaks, meaning that from the jump this was not really going to resemble the part of the Appalachians I was going for. Silver lining is I did sort of accidentally end up creating another equally interesting geologic formation sort of nearby. What you're looking at here is actually a lot more similar to the Boston Mountains, which is part of the Ozarks, and it's actually the remains of a highly eroded plateau, where rather than peaks being pushed up like in the Appalachians, water eroded valleys into the plateau, leaving behind a bunch of peaks that were all around the same height. This is also the kind of environment where you'll find the Appalachian Holler, a narrow, steep-sided, heavily forested mountain valley where the sun comes up about 10 in the morning and sets about 3 in the day, as the song says. The other thing I kind of messed up here is making the mountains just go directly into really deep ocean. The land should form much more of a gradient into the deeper ocean, which would create a much more realistic coastal plain by allowing the sediment to spread out farther instead of having to sink, 3 miles to the bottom of the ocean before even reaching the surface. Thankfully, I do end up tweaking this, and you will see that it creates a much better result. All right, nearly 170,000 years have passed, and it feels like it's been about the same amount of time in real life as well. What was a blink for you has been my computer running for probably 6 hours or something like that. And in the timeline of me actually recording this, it is now tomorrow. So that just goes to show how long this has been running for. So let's have a little tour of our new world. So I kind of realized after starting that our mountain range that we began with was more of a plateau than actual mountains, which caused it to erode in sort of an unusual way. So we don't really have many of the same super elevated peaks that we actually do in much of southern Appalachia. We do have a pretty nice one here, which is probably the result of me messing around with things a little bit. I'm glad that we actually ended up using Mount Mitchell as an example, because environments like this are actually pretty similar to where Asheville, North Carolina is actually located. If you look at it on a relief map, it's sort of in this lowland area that is otherwise completely surrounded by the Appalachian Mountains. But the main thing I wanted to illustrate with this is the development of a coastal plain. Obviously, this is not to the same scale that we see in the real world, but you can really clearly see how over time all of the eroded material off of these mountains has developed an enormous pile of sediment out into the ocean. Realistically, I should have made the ocean floor a little bit less deep, so this coastal plain would be a lot larger had I done that. Honestly, you know what? Because that's what I'm trying to demonstrate, let me add a little bit more soil down here, and we're gonna let the time lapse run for just another minute. For me, it'll be like an hour, but for you guys, it'll just be a minute. Whoa. Oh God, I'm gonna create a fucking tsunami. Hold on. Everybody stop everything. No, that's not what we want. Equalize to center of click. That's what we're looking for. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. No. Bruh. That's so uneven. Whatever. All right, forgive my absolutely terrible job of realism here. The tools are not working with me. Oh God, there's gonna be a massive fucking tsunami now, huh? I don't think the water is supposed to be doing that. Let's make sure there's no erosion so this doesn't just destroy everything immediately. Cool. Oh, awesome. Holy shit, that's a huge tsunami. All right, we're gonna let this run just a little bit longer, and we're gonna see this coastal plain develop. And finally, with that last little tweak, you can really see how our coastal plain is supposed to develop. What were once isolated deltas are now a network of interconnected river systems. This newly created land is at a very shallow gradient. So even though many of the rivers are still taking a pretty direct course, it is a simulation, it can only be so accurate. These slow-moving coastal river environments are where you could find oxbows and bayous and all kinds of fun stuff. And finally, let's have a look at what we've created. All right, so now you can actually see this coastal plain really nicely. By making the ocean a little bit shallower, we're able to get a little bit more distance out into the ocean. And you can really see how the foot of these mountains that was once very sharp has sort of developed into this very broad coastal lowland. You can also kind of see that rather than developing all at once, this entire plain is sort of made out of this interconnected network of deltas that just kept depositing more sediment. Now, in the real world, one of the forces that would be affecting this edge here would be tidal and wave action from the ocean. Terra firma doesn't currently have wave action geology as a part of the system, so we won't see that here. But in real life, what we would be getting is, oh, sorry for the flooding, guys. I'm trying to demonstrate something. Is out here, we'd be getting a series of barrier islands where water from the mountains crosses the coastal plain very slowly and then deposits the sediment into big swamps. And then the more ferocious action of the oceans will sort of create these barrier islands that separate the marshy delta areas from the rest of the ocean. If you remember my video on Roanoke, this is the exact system that we see in the Outer Banks, the place where the Roanoke settlers found themselves. All in all, what we have here is both a really good demonstration of how a coastal plain was formed and why it has been used by humans in the way that it has, where mountains made of mineral-rich stone are eroded over the course of millions of years, and nutrients and organic material are carried by rainfall and deposited into this massive, fertile, earthy lowland with not a lot of rocks in it. And if we look at this on a topographic view, you can see it illustrated perfectly. Look at that, one of my barrier islands got absorbed. I know I'm not going a lot into the ecologies in this game, but it's actually very impressive. I mean, look at all this. This is a perfect example of this river delta that has just turned into like a giant marshland, while more elevated, better drained areas have forest, and the hot beachy areas along the coast have these mangrove swamps. All right, I think that's gonna do it for Appalachia. So I think it's time for us to move on to our final simulation. All right, so we're currently running the Terra Firma 2 beta. I get it, it's super cool to simulate geologic time and sea erosion, but every once in a while you just wanna blow shit up. So I just did a test on our really big map, the 131 by 131, but it is insanely slow, so I'm gonna stick with our 66 by 66. How big is that in like normal units? What is 66 kilometers in normal units? 41. Cool. All right, let's hit it. So the Chicxulub of impact happened in a shallow sea environment. So we've picked sandstone to be our base layer in this simulation. Now, in all these simulations, we obviously have had to be working at a much smaller scale than the real world, but I think I've noticed it the most with this one. So here's our little meteor tab. You can see that we can customize the meteor's size, presumably its diameter, as well as the speed of the impact. The Chicxulub impact was pretty slow, moving around 20 kilometers a second, but where we really are gonna have to deviate is the size. Here we can only go to around 5,000 meters or 5 kilometers in diameter, where the actual Chicxulub meteor was around 15 kilometers in diameter. And the crater that it made was around 200 kilometers across, which is more than 3 times the size of our little square here. So for our scaled down version, this is actually pretty good. It's about 1/3 the size of the land area and 1/3 the size of the meteor. I'm keeping it at 20 kilometers per second though, because I want to. All right, I'm gonna prep our land real quick. So today there's actually land at the Yucatan Peninsula, but when the impact happened, it would have happened in pretty much just open, shallow ocean. I don't really think that's as interesting though, so I'm gonna add a little bit of land because I want to. All right, so what we've sort of developed here is a very hot jungle environment. We have some hills that appear to be covered in, palm trees and big ferns. It's actually quite dinosaur-y, so that works out well. We got a couple river systems that mostly drain into the middle of the map here, forming a large delta where you can see a marshland and honestly what is sort of like a barrier island with these mangrove swamps. We have a couple islands over here that are also very jungly, surrounded by swamps and mangroves. This, which is really ugly and I am not going to apologize for. We got our little Hawaii callback over here, bordered by the Minecraft survival island. And then we kind of have a little archipelago over here as well that's a lot more low-lying. But the map is intentionally dominated by this sort of shallow ocean environment because that's where this impact occurred. Okay, who's ready to destroy a planet? 5 kilometer meteor moving at 20 kilometers per second. Let's go. Oh my God. Whoa. I thoroughly enjoy that you can pause this and get a feel for how big this structure actually is. That is a very frighteningly large object. Woo! Okay, all right, so in our initial blast, there's a huge heat wave that immediately scorches all of the forests off of these mountains. You can see the lakes and rivers are evaporating. We lost our Minecraft survival island. And as this blast wave sort of radiates outward, it will be followed by the tsunami and the ground itself, like liquefying from the force of this impact. Wow, so our jungles have just been turned to nothing, and you can see from the tops of these hills how big the tsunami is. Wow. These islands have been completely submerged from the tsunami, and it seems like most of our landmass will as well. Looks like our heat blast ended here very abruptly. Whoa. All right, so here you can see the mountains liquefying from the heat and pressure of this impact. Look at that. Oh my God. The tsunami is continuing inland, and the ocean around the impact site has been completely drained, with the water either being pushed away or just instantly vaporized. Whew. The tsunami pushes very deep inland and then starts to wash back off the continent. Wow. And slowly, this impact structure is beginning to fill back up. All right, let's speed it up a little so we can see the state that it makes it to. You can watch all the water draining off the continent there. And where there used to be this gentle river delta made out of sediment, there is now these very sharp hills. The huge volume of water here was moving at such speed that the small particles were just washed right out to the ocean, and it's left behind these sort of more sharply scoured mountains. And with that, it looks like our crater has fully filled back in. All right, now let's switch over to our bird's eye view so we can talk a little bit more about what actually happens during an impact this enormous.
Before we run this, I want you to forget everything that you know about the Earth being hard. When working with forces this enormous, the Earth functions more like a giant ball of dough or a water balloon. Its surface is not rock and soil, but plastic, pliable sheets floating atop a liquid core. With that said, let's rock. At our moment of impact, our meteor buries itself into the Earth's crust. It is instantly vaporized along with billions of gallons of water, creating a core of superheated plasma upwards of 10,000 degrees Celsius. The blast formed in this instant is estimated to be around 100 million megatons. As tremors radiate out from the point of impact, they are followed closely by an air blast so powerful that it levels forests up to 1,800 kilometers away. At the point of impact, trillions of tons of ejecta have been launched into the sky, and the Earth's crust, fractured and molten, begins to function more like a liquid. At the crater's center, the Earth rebounds like a splash in a pond. By now, ejecta would begin raining down, burying some places underneath 300 meters of debris, with fragments falling as far away as Canada. Then there was the tsunami, a gigantic wave that by some estimates reached 1.5 kilometers tall. In some places, it swept inland by more than 100 kilometers, before its backwash scoured the landscape, dragging anything in its way out to sea. In general, there's two different kinds of craters. Simple craters are typically smaller and interact with the Earth's crust like a solid. These craters are mostly formed just by the impact. Think about a bullet striking a block of metal. The other kind are complex craters, which are typically much larger and interact with the Earth's crust like a plastic. After the initial impact, they go through what's called a modification stage, where the ground can rebound and collapse and do all kinds of weird stuff. As you could guess, Chicxulub is a complex crater. More specifically, a peak ring crater, where the center of the crater rebounded and then collapsed back down onto itself, creating a concentric series of mountainous rings at the site of the impact. All right, so we've let a good 16,000 years pass. I've messed with the temperature a little bit and allowed things to sort of settle out. And in doing this, you can kind of see how this shallow sea impact site has developed. Probably the best way to see this is in our topographic display. There we go. Look at that. That's so much better. The edges of our crater are a little bit elevated here, a result of ejecta that was spit out from the impact. Then, of course, there's a very deep trench. And at the middle is our beautiful little uplift structure from the splashback of the liquefied crust. It also looks like there's a sort of faint ring in the middle of our depression here. I don't know if that's something that actually occurs in an impact structure or if that's just a result of the simulation. Learning more about this structure afterwards, I'm actually pretty sure that this is a peak ring. Yeah, the central uplift is a lot more dramatic than it should be, but I am absolutely floored that this thing was able to simulate a peak ring. Great stuff. As for our land, all of it is fully recovered. But even though the impact was underwater, the landscape itself is still informed by this structure. I'm not going to run this simulation for, 65 million years, but the modern Chicxulub impact site has been buried with sediment and, Central America has developed around it. But even though the crater itself is no longer visible on the surface, there are still whispers of it that are, like the sinkholes and cenotes on kind of the edge of the Yucatan Peninsula that formed in a roundabout way from water interacting with the fractured bedrock caused by this impact. I also realized that of all the impacts to simulate, one that is in the ocean isn't all that exciting after the impact has occurred. But like I said earlier, impact structures are one of my favorite geologic phenomenons. So while I don't need to make this video any longer, if you guys would be interested, I was thinking while watching this run that it would be really fun to do another video like this that just focuses on the meteors and sort of works to simulate different impacts around the world. All the way from something very small like the 50 meter meteor that created the Barringer crater in the American Southwest, all the way up to some of the really big, really fast meteors that actually landed on land. So if that's something you guys would be interested in, let me know. I think that could be fun. Anyway, goodbye. Holy shit. All right, I'm gonna give my computer a break because it's about 1 billion degrees in this room. So let's circle up and talk about what we learned today. Well, that was more fun than a ton of bricks. I think it's pretty easy to be in awe of our beautiful planet, but there's sort of an extra layer of appreciation that you get once you start to try and understand why things are the way that they are. Our human lives are so short, a tiny blink in geologic time, and so we really only get to observe the world in one frozen instant. But the world is not a static place. It's fluid and dynamic, and everything is connected to itself like a spider web or a house of cards. And I hope that by going over some of these landscapes and the processes that formed them, you
you are not only able to gain a, greater appreciation for the landscapes themselves, but also a deeper appreciation for just how ancient and amazing this planet is. It's really easy to get mired in the, monotony of everyday life. Bills and taxes and work and awful news headline after awful news headline. And while regrettably we all do have to participate in modern society to some degree, I sometimes find it's actually very soothing to look at how big and vast and ancient the world is, and I find a lot of peace and solace in my insignificance in it. We never truly get to own anything. We only borrow things for a short period of time, and right now I get to borrow this. And I get to live here with all of you at this snapshot in the world's history, for better or for worse. You and I are walking miracles, the result of billions of years of evolution, the descendants of survivors of great cataclysms, and I hope that this inspires you to look a little deeper into a geologic feature near where you live. Learn about it and try and understand why it exists. And if you're anything like me, I hope that looking into these things starts to give you a greater appreciation for your existence on this beautiful blue rock that all of us get to call home. Anyway, I'd like to thank you all very much for watching this video. If I was able to keep you company while you, did your homework or played video games, why let the binge stop here? I got plenty more videos like it that can keep you company into the next page or the next round. And if you did enjoy this video, I'd greatly appreciate if you can leave an interaction. Likes, comments, and shares help promote the video in the algorithm that allows educational content like this to do better against, Mr. Beast in the YouTube algorithm. Like I always say, leaving an interaction is like thanking the bus driver. It doesn't cost you a cent, and it allows me and the team to make the ad revenue we need to keep all of our videos available for free right here on YouTube. And speaking of my team, please join me in giving a big thank you to my wonderful editorial team. I may be the one in front of the camera, but each one of these videos is the result of hundreds of hours of work from my team of 8 creatives, without whom I would still be filming by myself in front of a piece of green felt in my childhood bedroom.
Good morning, Gretchen.
Hello, Ryan. How you doing?
Doing all right. Just on my lunch break.
Cool. Is that you, Truth Over Faith, in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. I didn't realize that.
That's me.
Cool.
But yeah, I think it'd be pretty neat if he would like simulate the fucking Noah's flood just to show how fucking dumb that is.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. He does tend to stay away from like a lot of the biblical stuff, though. He takes like side shots at it occasionally, but
my biggest grievance is like the amount of water that would cover the globe would fucking like crush every freaking tree on Earth.
Well, yeah, and then you got someone like Austin who comes up and says, "Well, you got the heat problem," and that covers both creation and Noah's flood.
That and if you fucking block out the sun for how long was Noah's flood? It was an entire year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it like rained for 40 days and 40 nights, and then the actual flood lasted for over a year.
Yeah, if you block out the sun for over a month, you kill any photosynthesizing organism. That includes phytoplankton, which is the basis of life for the ocean, particularly for krill. And if you kill the krill, is like everything eats krill.
Not to mention, how much fresh water did you just dump into the ocean to where?
Yeah,
you basically made everything brackish water at that point, and
there are some fish that can adapt to living in fresh water or salt water, but it's like really limited.
Yeah, not a whole lot. So yeah, I don't know. The whole flood story, it blows me away that anybody fucking believes that. Even when I was a fucking Christian, I didn't believe that shit. So that's just ridiculous.
Oh, I came up here yesterday and you were talking to Felix, and I just decided I wasn't gonna be able to get a word in. I was debating some fucking Christian apologist. I think his name was Godhead Trinity.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the people that joined up on his panel was this 15-year-old kid studying Christian apologists. And I'm just like, oh my God, that's so depressing. Like, why would you waste your life like that, kid?
I mean, yeah. But what else you gonna do, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't even know. Guess what was too much for who to grasp? What are you talking about, Garland? I don't know what he's talking about. You talk about believing the fucking flood story? Yeah, that's way too much for me to grasp. I'm sorry, that's not fucking even graspable.
And even if it's the other thing, like a 15-year-old kid studying Christian apologetics is just so incredibly sad. Like, you could literally be learning about anything else.
Yeah, but I mean, it depends on, where you're, what kind of family you're raised in and where where you are. I mean, some kids, that's all they fucking know. No.
It's kind of neat only being like 5 minutes away from work.
Huh?
It's kind of neat only being like 5 minutes away from work because I can just come home for my lunch break.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the last thing you heard? Because my mic just died on me. And I just switch them. Did you hear anything I said about depends on where you are and where you're raised? Because it could be some kid that was homeschooled and doesn't really know.
Oh yeah, that's
anything outside what his parents taught him about his cult,
And then, like after he left, I was talking to it was a couple other people, and one of them was a woman, and I happened to bring up like the subjugation and devaluation of women in the Bible, specifically in 2 Timothy, where it says that no woman should hold authority over a man. The woman says, "Yeah, that's how it should be." I'm like, "Fucking what?"
Yeah. That's crazy. I remember when it was into 2016 when it was Trump and Hillary, and I swear to God there were people. My daughter had some friends who were like, "I don't think a woman should ever be president. I don't think we're," I'm like, "What the fuck? They still make you?" I'm like, "Get the fuck out of my house. Like, just go." She's doing all that. She's gonna get PMS and blow up the world. I'm like, you don't get fucking PMS in your fucking 60s, you dipshit moron. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm like, she's got been through menopause.
Yeah, my daughter was like, yeah, I didn't know she was like that. I'm like, that you gotta. I'm like, don't ever bring anyone like that. I'm like, don't ever bring shit like that home again. She's like, I didn't know. She's like, I don't want to talk to her anymore either. So, but I'm like, how the fuck do they still fucking make you in 2016?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
I can only imagine how awful fucking menopause is.
Have some fucking respect, for yourself, if not for your, Jesus. It's just ridiculous. I can't even imagine going through life thinking that I deserve to be lesser than, It was lot of religions based on water and fire. They put in their book as they wanted to. Many will look for the words and will not be there. But it could still be some holy things in gaps. Okay. I think he's saying that Noah's flood could be possible.
Hey, buddy, you should come on up.
Garland never comes up. We've tried.
Oh, he's just a comment shit talker.
Keyboard warrior, yep. So, but to my, I mean, I could be wrong. To my recollection, Garland isn't always on the troll BS side, but definitely kind of all over the place. And I don't know. I don't mean to misrepresent you, Garland, but oh shit, we're down to like 12 people. Shit, maybe we'll end early tonight. So, anyway, let's talk shit about fucking Pangburn.
Yeah.
Did you watch the video?
I did.
Yeah, cool. I think I'm gonna skip the beginning part about the Destiny part because
yeah,
it's kind of pointless. In fact, you know, the whole thing about the meat of it for me was it was the Pangburn shit.
Wasn't there? There's a fucking bit about fucking Destiny being a pedo.
Yeah, but none of that's new. That's like a year or two old already. So, I mean, he's had court cases and shit about all that stuff. So, none of that is really new. But I mean, but Dave was accurate. All that shit really did happen. He did get accused of all that shit, and he did half admit to all that shit. He just he said that a lot of it happened, but that it wasn't done on stealth. It was done with her consent. So, and then there was something he was like sexting with a teenager or something, and supposedly stopped when he found out how old she was, but then kept the pictures or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is all old shit, and he's already weathered that storm anyway. So, I mean, but I guess if you're gonna make a video like this, yeah, you put it in there. You know, you talk your shit. I'm super surprised he didn't put it in that first video, but he didn't, and I think he just waited for
for Destiny to take a
yeah,
shot
for the back, yeah, for the clap back, and then he threw it in there because like this was sort of everything in the kitchen sink. So I mean, I get it, but you know, we all know me. The part that interests me was the Pangburn stuff because my big thing was, why is Travis doing this? He doesn't have to. Why is he doing this?
Yeah.
Because he ended up, I mean, he took a little spat between Destiny and Professor Dave and somehow managed to be the fucking loser in all of it.
You know, I think Professor Dave, I think he should take up Pangburn's offer for that like $1 million fucking charity debate, whatever, but make it to where like Pangburn has to fucking sign a written contract. And if he fucking breaks it, you get to fucking sue him for breaching contract.
Absolutely not. I wouldn't do it. You know, look at what Pangburn is doing. He's turning himself into just for fucking money and recognition. He doesn't have that fucking money. And if he did, do you really think he would ever fucking pay it? You're gonna have to, you know, you're gonna sign a contract and then what? Take him to court when he doesn't follow up with his end? Fuck that. I don't believe that he would ever fucking pay it. I'd say you want me to debate Destiny? All right, fine. Fucking donate the money first, bitch.
and do it on a
Take
neutral
out a
platform.
take out a fucking loan, donate the fucking money, and then I'll come help you make your fucking money back to pay back your loan. How's that? Fucking bitch. But he also made the point several times that there's no point in debating Destiny because
it'd be a
Destiny's just gonna do what he always does, and he's not wrong about that.
Yeah, he's gonna gish gallop like a fucking mess head.
Yeah. So let me see. Let me get to the. All right.
Apartheid and genocide. First of all, he always insists that preventing Israel from continuing to commit genocide would necessarily result in not white at all. She's Arab. Her two oldest, the readers grew up or non-Muslims. Anyone on genocide state
couldn't even hold members in government. It was empire. The fall is indistinguishable from a neo-Nazi. Much
bigger in the video. His response, the overwhelming majority of the reaction was him watching, chuckling to himself and spouting vacuous one-liners, or
Yeah, that's actually a really good
finding about
layout
totally
of what
inconsequential
happened during the Destiny section. Pretty much fucking nothing. It's just, I mean, it was just Destiny streaming, get money off his people, and
Yeah, anything for the grift.
Yeah, none of it was, which I can't believe he spent an hour and 16 minutes on that, because like none of it was like worth it. Dave put out some serious shit in his original video. I mean, there was a lot of stuff they could have fucking bit into, but he didn't. I guess maybe he talked to Pangburn and let Pangburn do it all. And then even, honestly, even Travis fucking dropped the ball on it. So
yeah,
like,
I think all he did was just use the transcript.
Well, I mean, he watched the video. He did go through the transcript. He fed the transcript into his Chat GPT, and basically any question he had, he just let Chat GPT answer it, which was fucking stupid, But whatever.
Unrelated shit while subtly skipping ahead at various points to try and minimize audience with a brain knows this is genocide, and he has a brain, which is how we know he's just lying and denying genocide on purpose. With that covered, let's move on to Pangburn.
Right.
If you're not familiar with his channel, this is what it looks like. Check out this flashy banner, which serves as his audition to be Tucker Carlson's understudy in performative outdoorsiness. What are these terms under his name? I think you missed one, buddy. Be sure to add genocide apologetics when you get a chance. Once again, this guy has been having a full-on nervous breakdown about my video since I released it. When he first did one fairly long fact-checking style video, it was already way out of line. But then the more content he made about me, the funnier and funnier it got, until I almost started to feel sorry for the guy. It's an implosion on a scale that is rarely observed, at least not since James Tour decided to make a zillion videos about me, and we all know how that ended. Obviously, I couldn't bring myself to sift through every last minute of this Ken Burns saga on steroids, because ain't nobody got time for that. But I jumped around and watched as much as I could.
I can't believe he didn't throw in the thumbnail of the half an hour video that Travis made about Milo Rossi, about Mini Minute Man commenting. He called him an anti-Semite too, just because he left the comment under Dave's video. Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Oh God, it was so fucking pathetic.
And boy, is it pathetic. So let's go through some highlights now. Rather than going chronological, let's start with the most pathetic content of all, some of these shorter clickbait videos that legitimately qualify as slander. Take a look at this shit. Professor Dave believes conspiracy theory, and the thumbnail reads, image from Dave's video. Oh my goodness, Dave is such a vile anti-Semite that he actually used the Happy Merchant to make fun of Jews. Except he knows damn well that I used this image to represent legitimate anti-Semitism in my video. Allow me to refresh your memory. People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism.
Wait a second, Garrett. What do you mean we've learned to judge? What are you talking about?
What? Yeah, right?
I mean, like, as far as I'm aware, fucking atheists are some of the judgiest people I fucking know. What are you talking about? What did we learn to judge? Please inform me on what we've learned to judge about, and can't wait to read it.
On social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any child in the head, steal any land.
Everyone judges, even him. Who's him?
Yeah.
Oh, that's somebody new. That's Jeremiah. Hi, Jeremiah. Yeah, everyone judges. Like all the time.
Yeah.
You know, our brains are basically pattern recognition machines that we have to compare and contrast and judge. That's how we get through life. It's a thing. You can look it up. Correct, Jeremiah. It's human fucking nature.
I try not to unless you give me a really good reason to.
You can't try not to. You can't go against your own fucking human nature. You judge everything. You judge whether it's okay to make a fucking lane change. You judge whether you need to eat some more fucking greens in your diet because you're not feeling. It's like everything's a fucking judgment. Everything. Right?
Yep.
I mean, you can try not to, but you have to. I'm sorry. That's how you live. That's how you survive. You know?
Yeah. I was being more. I guess I was being more specific to like people in general. Like I don't.
Oh, with you're like with virtuosity and shit. Yeah, I mean that's a different kind of judgment, but yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say I try not to judge because I fucking judge all the goddamn time, even when it comes to politics and people I don't like and people I do like and stuff I like to watch. I mean, everything's a fucking judgment call, and I think when you're talking about like I don't judge, I think mostly people are talking about they've made the judgment already. They just choose not to fucking speak it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or, even if you've made the judgment already, you won't hold it against someone and still, give them a chance or something to turn it around. But I mean, it's like mostly when you're talking about like, hey, I'm not going to judge, you probably already have. You're just going to keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, more than likely.
But they will always continue to be the victims. I had dozens of loser trolls whine about this part of the video as well, and I mocked every last one of them for being fucking idiots who didn't listen to a word I said. As you can see, I said that Zionists love...
What's that?
Garland. For God judges also. God doesn't exist, so no, he doesn't judge anybody.
Oh, what am I seeing what am I saying as they are? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Some people are like, you do. I like to think I see things for what they are.
And no, Jeremiah, God is not judgment.
Actually, I kind of agree with Jeremiah there. I think that's all God is judgment. Like the entire concept of God is just fucking judgment. And it's all And
can you elaborate?
Judge, yeah, like look at the whole fucking book. That I mean, the whole thing from beginning to end is control through fear. And what do they use to exert their control? Fucking judgment from this fucking ethereal bullshit character. That is God's. That whole book is God's judgment, and it's people using God's judgment to control their fellow man through fear.
Okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from.
I mean, at least that's my take on it, and yeah, I guess Jeremiah agrees with that. So, okay, so I got it right. All right,
actual anti-Semites on social media because it fuels their victim complex. And I showed an actual anti-Semitic image to represent the actual anti-Semitism I was referencing. Pangburn knows this because he watched my video many times, so he's deliberately misrepresenting my video to perform blatant character assassination in a clickbait thumbnail like a worthless, disingenuous sack of shit, just so he can post the link and thumbnail on Twitter to get some engagement from losers who
No, I've never seen Ghost Rider.
Won't even watch the content. They'll just shriek anti-Semite and crap their pants. This is just a montage of snippets being reposted from his longer reaction videos. I just wanted you to see some of these thumbnails because they're fucking insane. Moving along, this one is called Professor Dave Targets a Minor, and the thumbnail says, "Look at this kid." Yes, he is pretending I'm some kind of pedophile or sexual predator when that is, in fact, what Destiny is. How about this one? This is disgusting, Dave.
And he didn't actually address it in this clapback video, but I mean that is the one part where I think that Dave probably did step over the line, is including Destiny's 15-year-old kid.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, it's fucked up that the kid's a fucking neo-Nazi, but I mean, he is under 18. You should probably just not have done that. So, I mean, and I was a little bummed that he didn't explain why he did that, because, I mean, he should have to take the hit for that.
In the second Ghost Rider movie, it finally shows who the Risen from the Dead is? What?
Isn't that a superhero movie?
It is.
They have superheroes risen from the dead? Well, I guess
It was
that's
the
not
one
like a...
with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, I never saw it.
Who, by the way, is a huge freaking Ghost Rider fan. He even has a tattoo. No, Jeremiah.
Okay.
Ghost Rider, the Spirit of Vengeance came from hell. Like, if I'm not mistaken, I think... Oh, God, what's that guy's name? I want to say Mephisto, but I think that's wrong. But some fucking, like, insanely fucking powerful demon in hell fucking made the Spirit of Vengeance or whatever, and yeah.
I don't know. I never saw any of them, so...
The part of your video where you pointed out that Zionism is morally indistinguishable from Nazism is disgusting. You know what I find disgusting? Genocide denial. But since this one is so short, let's hear him make his case.
Dave, this is nothing fucking like that.
In calling them vermin, parasites,
yes, it is.
rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them.
You've been doing the same thing, Dave, throughout this video. You've been calling other people dehumanizing names as well. So you shouldn't do that either. I agree they shouldn't be doing that, but you shouldn't do that either.
Who have I been calling what, dipshit? You mean the monsters who are actively committing genocide? I shouldn't call them monsters because that's too dehumanizing? Am I so mean for using words like monsters to refer to people who murder children by the tens of thousands? Is that the same as Nazis referring to Jews as vermin and rats, or Zionists referring to Palestinians as human animals and Amalek? You think that calling out the perpetrators of genocide is the same as hate speech aimed at dehumanizing an entire race of people to target them for genocide? Thanks for showing everyone what a complete fucking moron you are. You're doing my work for me. Did you want to take a second and come up with something a little more convincing?
And this, like, Israel is equal to the Nazis. Come on, man.
Hey, if it quacks like a duck.
You can't be serious.
I'm gonna head out, Gretchen. I gotta head back to work.
All right.
Wow, that is pretty convincing. I mean, here I was comparing two deranged genocidal societies, given that they both commit genocide, which is a pretty strong link, but I wasn't prepared for, come on, man. You really got me there, jackass.
You just gotta, you gotta have some moral culpability here. For putting up a Israeli flag and equaling that to Nazis, like.
Oh, do I need some moral culpability? What about the people who are actively committing genocide? Do they need moral culpability? Go fuck yourself.
That is so dismissive of the unique level of destruction and brutality that we saw in World War II by way of.
Jeremiah, Israel was not built by Hitler. It was built by Herzl, but okay. It was definitely juiced by what the Nazis did in World War II. 100%. But Hitler did not build Israel. You mean by who? You mean Herzl? Is that the name you don't know? Hang on a second. Here, I'll put it in chat for you. You can look it up. That's his name. He was I believe he was Ukrainian or Hungarian. And he is the father of Zionism. Yeah. Well, you heard wrong. That's not what happened. There's a cool, like, history and politics kind of YouTuber. Makes like long form videos about all the shit, and it's extraordinarily well researched and well done. And he's got like 2 or 3 videos, just like the whole history of Zionism and what happened. And his name's Ryan Chapman. If you want to go look at his stuff, I highly recommend it. It's very good.
The Nazi regime. And honestly, I think this kind of comparison, this graphic, putting it up is shameful. Deeply shameful. You cannot equate these things. Just because you see some similarities, like, I mean, yeah, it's a bad and wrongful thing to do, to compare these things.
It's bad and wrong to compare two genocides, you guys. The Nazis were totally unique. They slaughtered men, women, and children indiscriminately, which is exactly what Israel does. But there is no comparison because reasons. The only thing that's shameful is your Israel apologetics, asshole. You should be ashamed of yourself.
It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny.
You are grafting on that information you just read, those anecdotes, onto Israel as a whole. And you're saying Israel is equal to the Nazi regime.
By World War II, the monarch in England didn't have the power to do any of that fucking shit. Just saying. Like, they're ceremonial figurehead at this point, and have been.
That is a leap. You know better than that. You should not be making that leap. It's also an immoral thing to do, to make that leap. Even if you see some things that you think, some of these statements are made, and when we look at the context, and when someone like Benjamin Netanyahu clarifies that he's talking about, wanting to wipe out Hamas specifically.
He wasn't nobility, and he was, I just looked it up, he wasn't nobility in Ukraine, and he was Hungarian. So, I mean, if you're just here to, like, talk Jewish conspiracy theories, then no. Just no thank you. So, either put a lid on it, or like, go somewhere else and do it, please. Like, just please. I've never tried this approach before. I'm hoping it works. A whole shitload of countries sent Jews to Israel in World War II. Like, a shitload. Shitload. And that's all there is to it. So, fucking stop with this shit. Please.
Time and time again.
How is anyone this much of an intellectually bankrupt piece of shit? How many quotes do I need to show? How many different ways do I need to demonstrate the very clear genocidal intent that is expressed by Israeli officials and citizens across the board? You can shut your eyes and ears and pretend they're not real. The rest of us will live in reality and mock you for being a genocide-denying douchebag. And I've got news for you. Not every single German citizen living under the Nazi regime would have decided to slaughter the Jews out of their own accord. They got caught up in nationalistic propaganda, just like what Israel does, which is why Israeli society is so supportive of genocide. Here's a bunch of young girls waving Nazi flags. Do you think they all woke up one day wondering why nobody is...
The Catholic Church has always owned the Vatican. The Vatican funded by Hitler. Okay, so you're insane. Got it. Jeremiah, I asked you nicely. I fucking asked you nicely. Didn't I? 1688 was a long fucking time. Before 1941. So, no. Or 39. Whatever. It's a long fucking time. So, but I did ask you nicely to stop with all this stupid Jewish shit. So,
murdering all the Jews? Of course not. That's what propaganda is for. All you're doing is continually reinforcing everything I said in the video while pretending to refute it by saying, come on, man, and that's shameful. What a fucking dong.
Like, this is literally at the level of anti-vax pseudoscience. this level of comparison, this line you're trying to draw. Pseudoscientific.
No, genocide denial is like being an anti-vaxxer. You're pretending genocide isn't real, just like anti-vax.
I want to go back into the welcome home stuff, but I don't want to do it without Chrissy because I know she's really into it. So I'm just waiting for Chrissy to show her face, and then we can get started with the important shit. This turned out to be like almost not at all important because like Dave hit every fucking note that I've been complaining about for like 3 weeks.
Pretend vaccines don't work or kill people or whatever. You're a fucking idiot, just like anti-vaxxers. Sorry.
Like, we're talking about the Nazi regime by way of Eichmann figuring out the transportation of Jews to the death camps.
We need you so we can find out what's happening to Wally.
Massive hits where even the committed Nazi soldiers had a hard time shooting just constant lines of Jews in the back of the head. They had to be drunk or on drugs to be able to carry out these duties. And this gave rise to, the gas trucks that made it psychologically easier on the Nazi soldiers to eradicate Jews. And then eventually we have the death camps by way of Zyklon B to, industrialize mass murder. Dave, this is nothing fucking like that. It's nothing fucking like that. And it is it's disgusting that you would compare these things in that way.
Literally everything you just said immaculately describes Israel, you dumb fuck. Gaza is an open-air prison. IFO soldiers have crippling PTSD from having to murder people regularly.
I'm thinking about a client that was ordered to torch a house or to explode an MRI machine or things like that, or to prevent people from getting to water or to shoot at unarmed civilians. This is another breaking point.
They line them up and execute them and throw them in mass graves. They shoot children in the head. Then they take vacations in other countries to try and soothe the PTSD, and they terrorize those places too. It's a nation of fucking psychopaths. IOF soldiers are exactly like Nazi soldiers. They both carry out industrialized mass murder in your own words. You are proving my point for me, dingus. Okay, with the morsels covered, now let's get a taste of the hours and hours and hours of live-streamed damage control. This was nothing but him sitting at his computer and feeding parts of my transcript to AI until it told him things he wanted to hear. Like...
Exactly, D. That was what he did, like 18 hours worth of streams about just about the one part of Dave's video, just like the first hour. And yeah, he over and over again, he came to the conclusion that you can't call it a genocide, which, I mean, okay. And I still don't know why he fucking did any of this, because he didn't have to. This had nothing to do with him. Absolutely nothing.
A real intellectual powerhouse. Before diving into the AI party, let's also not forget that Israel is actively training AI to deny genocide in Gaza through a technique called LLM poisoning, where the data fed to AI chatbots is chock full of Hasbara from propaganda websites like these, so that the models regurgitate the lies back to the user. Lies like denying the murdering of 5-year-old girl Hind Rajab, since that's the subject of a critically acclaimed feature film that's making the rounds. Or falsely identifying murdered Palestinian journalists as dirty Hamas terrorists. Yep, former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale and his firm Clock Tower X have spent tens of millions of dollars ensuring that AI searches spit out pro-Israel propaganda, thereby rendering 100% of this activity by Pangburn totally moot. Oh, but I forgot. Accusing Israel of manipulating media is anti-Semitic. How convenient. Okay, let's start.
Hi, Kelly.
Oh, hi. Good morning. Hi. I just wanted to, well, first of all, thanks for letting me join you. And I just wanted to hang out and watch this video. I do not appreciate Pangburn, if I'm pronouncing his name right.
You are.
And yeah, but I tried and, listened to him for quite a while. But anyway, if that's okay, I just wanted to hang out here, but
yeah,
it's
no
up
worries.
to you. I did want to show you a very important document, though, that will prove to the world that I am a veteran. It's
Oh no, don't even. That
oh
I
no, no,
mean,
it's not even.
he
It's
had
not
no
like my.
had no fucking right to do that shit, and
Oh no, this
uh-uh.
is funny. Well, maybe no. Actually, it's just a picture of me in basic training, and you would have laughed, but that's okay. Never mind. But I got
Okay.
it right here. I think it's kind of cute, but I look like I'm 12 years old in it. But anyway, go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Huh? That's all right. You want to show the picture? You can do that.
I do. To the whole world.
I say, just
Here,
don't show any documents, because no fucking way.
Oh.
That's not.
Oh, you and I
You don't
both
need
know
to like go doxing yourself because of fucking Jason. He just,
No.
Jason won't be back. He's been banned from the channel because that wasn't the first time he's done this to somebody. It wasn't even the second or third time. That was like the fourth time he's done that. And two of his targets were me and Arpy. So, fuck him.
I listened to the first part of yesterday's show for I think about an hour. And I know it wasn't all about me, Gretchen, but I really appreciated you just kind of putting your foot down with behaviors that I did feel like I was a part of that, and I was very gratified that you stuck up for me, even though it wasn't all about me, if that makes any sense. But yes, I'm ready to show you my.
I even owned the parts where I said I didn't fucking like you at first, and I know you didn't like me, and that's fucking fine. Some people don't get along, and that's fine. But that doesn't mean you just get to be complete shitheads all the fucking time,
Yeah. And my part in all of that is, I don't know if I've already told you, but the first time that I was on screen over there, I had just gotten high, and I only remember about 50% of it, and
only the parts where I push your buttons, huh?
Well, no, all those parts are
that's
blacked out.
fair.
No, it's just some of the things I did and said. I thought back on the morning, and in the morning, and I don't drink, so a little bit of herb really affects me, and I was just like, oh no, I did that, or did I do that? Did I say that? But that doesn't excuse everything, and I think, Gretchen, I think your behavior towards me, both you and Robin, the first time I showed up on screen acting like an idiot and saying things that did and didn't make sense, was perfectly good. You, Gretchen, were protecting your community, and that you're still doing that. I'm still on probation here as far as
Yeah, and if it includes you, it includes you.
Right.
That's
It's
the
just
bottom line.
You got a whole network and friends and to take care of, and decisions to make that we don't know about. So I'm cool with that. But anyway, let me show you this wonderful picture real quick. So,
okay.
Yeah, here, I'll try to just turn that like this. Yeah. Can you see that?
I can. Yeah.
There's Kelly, exhausted after in the middle of a day of basic training, and they
oh yeah, I remember that.
I couldn't even figure out. Oh, go ahead.
I think mine was
I
think we did ours at like 4 a.m. I think.
Really?
Right after it was like the first thing we did after we woke up. We ran the gauntlet, got all of our shots, and then in another corner of the gym was set up where they had us put on the fake uniforms. Those, when we did our pictures, they hadn't even given us our Class A's yet, so they just had this, like, they had little cutouts, like these little dickies of the shirts, and they had you throw on a jacket to fit you. Yeah. It was fucking crazy. And our arms are all bleeding from the shots, and it's like crazy.
I do remember that. It didn't happen to everyone, but there would be there was this one guy that came out from getting his shots, and he was bleeding and everything. It's like, what happened? And it was so scary. And during my era, we were getting, now I'm doing the accordion time thing again, but back to the shots. Yeah, that was a big deal back then, the shots you got. And then they were powerful stuff too, whatever they were preparing you for whatever was to come next. And back then, and for me, I think it's totally fine to, I joined in the 80s, and back then, yeah, the shots. And I had been issued my own
There's mine.
uniform. Oh, let me take a look. I gotta enlarge. Oh, you look so nice and dignified.
I look stoned, man, because it was so early. We just woken up and gotten shot with about, like,
Man, you look good.
this is
You
the
look-
air gun shot. Oh, that sucked. That was a horrible day.
Yours looks so much better than mine. Mine, you can see my hair. Let me go over there again. I want to show you this again one more time. Yeah, look at my hair. I didn't know what to do with it. I'd just gotten it cut, and it was just so I was trying to shove it all under that hat, and that was a long time ago, huh? That's when we were
Yes, it was.
kids.
I had
When we
that
were
one.
kids.
And then I think all the other stuff I had was like, the platoon stuff. And
Yes. Is that yes, because you have on your
that's my
helmet.
DLI. That's my Russian class from DLI.
Is that where you learn to speak all about Russianness? Or
Yes.
That's an official.
Yes.
Wow.
That's
wow. Very nice.
And
very nice.
I think that was like my basic training graduation.
Oh.
So,
yeah. Now, see, this is if you'll pause for a minute.
God, I was young.
Yeah, these are the different eras. Is yours in basic training? Oh.
Yeah.
Yours in basic training, you had, oh, come on, brain. The new regulation, why can't I think of the word? This is happening to me more and more. This is why people get accused of stolen valor, because their memories fade, and then they can't even remember the simplest words for the simplest things. It's like, I just don't remember. Here, I can't even remember the name of the different types of uniforms. Back when I was in, we wore...
Ours were BDUs.
Yes, that's the word. And we started out with fatigues. They were called fatigues.
Right.
And they were just the OD green, because
the Vietnam War era,
Well, yeah, I don't know how long back before they were like that for women, but yeah, I'm about 10 years older than you, so it's like a decade's difference in what was going on. But I remember when we got the new uniforms, the BDUs, and I did not like them. They were, but obviously they got all the wonderful pockets and everything you could possibly need. So I adjusted to them. But the one thing that I really disliked was boot blousers. Did you guys use boot blousers? Where it was
most people did. I was tuck it in your boots kind of person.
Yeah.
In fact, I didn't. I would taper the ankles. I would tuck them into my boots, and I would just use some like 100-mile-an-hour tape and tape them around my ankles to keep them in my boots. So
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like the blousers at all. So
yeah. So anyway, yeah, may I make a comment on what we're watching?
Did you watch this video today or when it came out today?
No, but I meant I've been watching along for about 40 minutes, and I was watching Pangburns' original whatever we're watching now.
Yeah,
But
his streams. I watched a lot of them too.
I got bored with it because it seemed insincere, and it's just that's
right. Because I mean, I've been into Pangburn for years, and this was just a whole different thing, and I'm like, what the fuck is he doing?
I don't know.
He didn't have to do any of this. He could have just let it be between Dave and Destiny, and it would have like fizzled out by now.
Yeah, all of those folks, I don't know them very. I mean, in a as you're watching the screen, I don't mean personally. I mean, I don't watch any of those folks very much, or I haven't, and none of them really work for me. And this is a real big issue for me personally because this whole last terrible thing that has been going over in the Middle East for a few years now.
Decades.
Yeah. But this last bit, yes. And this last bit when the genocide happened in Gaza, it just got me down so much, and it just brought about, it was really a big part of the morphing into letting go of God, because seeing the devastation to infants and elderly to that degree, and to try to put forth the idea that genocide with one group of people is not as bad as another group of. My mind finally just reasoned it through enough to go, enough. I'm not participating in this delusion that the Bible puts forth, that a certain group of people are God's chosen people, and everybody else, all other human beings, can be treated any way necessary to support that. I reject that. I reject that idea. So I just got so hot under the collar about it that it was like that last piece, Gretchen. It's just so.
Yeah, the whole thing's ridiculous. It's hard to support the idea of a God that's sitting up there picking winners and losers, and like you want us to believe we're all God's children, but he doesn't mind if sibling A fucking just wipes out the rest of the siblings just because, like get fucked. It's there's no way. There's no way. He's supposed to be we're supposed to be his children, and he loves us, right? Sure. Okay, I have kids. There's no way I would let my fucking kids tear each other apart like that. Wouldn't let it fucking happen. I don't even like animals, but I wouldn't even let my fucking animals tear each other apart like that.
Yeah.
It's like, come on. It's asking a lot. And hey, if that's what brought you to fucking finally walk away from that monster, I mean, then
it
cool.
broke me. It broke me, but it's too bad it took so long. As you and I think we've talked about before, I'm kind of old now. There's a lot I can't do. And if only I would have gotten this, 20 years earlier, then I would have had the stamina to go out there and maybe make some sort of better living amends with what's left of my life and my walk, but I didn't. And
you can still do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
none of us have a time machine in our pocket, so I mean, it's kind of. I mean, there may be some philosophical advantage of looking back and taking stock of maybe some of the mistakes you made, but I mean, in general, looking back is fucking pointless because none of us have a time machine. So,
yeah.
I mean, I don't. I'm a nihilist, and I don't think there's anything waiting for us. I think we just disappear, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think we have a purpose here. We have to find our own meaning, and with whatever time you have left,
yeah,
you know, find what works for you, and
yeah.
don't even worry about how long it took you, because
Okay.
you know, at least
Yeah.
that's the way I look at it.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing I can do about it now. I'm just so grateful that you know what? I have a really good way to describe this whole thing for me. The whole faith thing and believing in God is just, it's like smoke from, a canister that you throw of smoke, signaling smoke. If you happen to be right there in the column, you can't see. And but then just a few feet, you step out of it, and oh, you can see, and you look back and you realize that was just a little column of smoke. And but I didn't know I was in smoke. I didn't know I couldn't see the the world much more clearly and plainly, and reality, that I will
Mm-hmm.
lay down in the dust, and my journey will end. And there won't be, a soul floating around somewhere that's detached from what was Kelly on Earth. Um, or, there's no way I could prove that. So it is kind of a kid's escape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm kind of blathering away. You were trying to show a video, and I kind of got in the way of that. But
That's
I did
right.
appreciate, yeah, I did appreciate that yesterday. Not again, there was many things going on, but to have been a part of, I just felt I would much rather work with the ladies and have them, excuse me, accept me into uh, atheist community than get behind any of the fellas. It just because, to me, if I go someplace new and I want to make it into that community, um, I gotta make it with the ladies first. They have to accept me and screen me and make their
I don't know
decisions.
about that.
No? Oh,
No.
okay. But anyway, I trust them more than getting behind some fella. It just, I don't know. I don't even know why. That's real world though, and this is just the internet.
Maybe that's tied up into, your recent realizations that you're gay or something. I mean, it could I mean, I'm not saying it does, but it could color your, your perceptions of, difference between sexes, and you know what I mean, and genders. It could. I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, it's a possibility. I mean, since you just,
possibility.
You said the other night that was the first time you'd actually ever said it out loud, but like, and I don't know how long you've been wrestling with that, but like, that could actually be at least an element of what's, making you feel like that.
I'm sure it skews my world view somewhat, but I'm glad you brought that up because I needed to provide a clarification on that, if you don't mind. It's not that you asked me something to the effect of, "This is the first time you said this?" And I said, "Yeah." Well, that's not quite true.
Well, I meant like out loud in public is what I
On
meant.
the internet in this way. I've typed it a few times in jokes, but as far as making an announcement, yeah.
So like
But I
owning
wanted
it,
to,
yeah.
yeah,
All right.
but I wanted to add the clarification, but it's not like it's anything new. I mean, it's something I've known, for a long time, but there was so much trepidation around, actually saying that and stuff because of, my upbringing. And so, yeah,
Well, yeah,
but I just
you're
felt
of an
like
age
it.
where that wasn't, acceptable. Like even I am,
Yeah.
even Gen X, it was always a definitely an othering of gay people when I was younger,
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't until
Well,
I
the
got
thing
a
that's
little older and got in, and got into the whole punk rock stuff that I realized there were actually, because like when I was a kid, I was led to believe that there are very, very few gay people and they're totally,
Mhm.
they're deviants, all of them. And then I had an aunt who came out when I was like 12, and that sent big shockwaves through the family, which, my grandma ended up dying like 40 years later, still not accepting the fact that her daughter was a lesbian,
Oh,
but okay,
yeah.
and it's just, and then when I started running around with all the punk clubs and stuff as a teenager, I'm like, oh, they're fucking everywhere. All right, cool. This is cool.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is not what I thought. That's not what I thought. And I never went that direction. I've just never been attracted that way. But I did learn a lot from a lot of my friends so
Mhm.
and it was cool. But that was like, and that was what, mid 80s.
Was
So
it?
like
Yeah, punk?
well, I mean, punk has always been around. It's just, but when I was,
Well,
when I
for
was
me, it was
15, yeah,
big
that was mid
band. It
80s.
was,
So
yeah. For me, it was rock, big hair.
yeah, I
More
didn't
of
run with
the,
that crowd.
yeah, more
I
of
didn't
the,
like that stuff.
yeah, I didn't run with them, but I meant like Journey, the band Journey, and all these different,
Yeah, I hated
that
all
that
that.
type of. So
Hated it all.
you were into the
I was
punk
into
rock.
the ska and the punk rock and
Yeah.
the alternative shit. So
Yeah.
that was just my jam, And then I
Well,
still have my love for new wave and stuff, my Duran
mhm.
Duran always.
Yeah.
And but yeah, for like all the hair rock and stuff, nah, I never liked any of that. But
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it was mid 80s when I was doing all that, and that,
Well, back then it
I
didn't
don't,
even occur to me. Wait a minute. Back when I was a teenager, I was so jealous of men because they had freedom, they could go take a hike in the woods and all this stuff. And I remember just being so mad that I was, a female. I hope I'm saying the right things, but this is the terminology from back then. I was just so mad. And so I went through that as a teenager. I wanted to be.
well, also partially from being in the military, you're kind of programmed to say male and female,
Yeah.
whether it
And
bothers fucking anyone or not. It's just, it's an indoctrination thing, and it's the way it fucking goes. So
I'll get
you're
over it.
fine.
Yeah, that's kind of the next phase in deconstruction is the politically correct things to say in that area too. There's so much to learn, But the point I was getting at is, as a young person, I was interested in family, and I wasn't even aware that I was gay at all. All those hormones running around there telling me it's time to have kids. It wasn't an issue. And then, as an older person, um, I know, but also I'm not really interested. You know what I mean? It's like the hormones aren't the same. I just, things like that. I just don't care right now. I just cool with my walking alone for now, and doing what I'm doing. And so I don't know if that makes any sense. I kind of prattled on, but
It does. Just because you're alone doesn't mean you have to be lonely. And it's,
yeah.
You figure out the difference and do what works for you.
Well, it's actually the only thing I'm lonely for is just being around more people. When I was younger, I really used to love to go out in a crowd. I think we've talked about this before too. Maybe I have vague memories of when you and I were first talking, but I used to love to go out and say dance and all this stuff, but I never had to talk to anybody, but I was around a lot of people, and it was fun. And so I do miss the crowd, being with groups of people. But now that I'm older, I'm safer in environments where, like, I don't go out at night so much, things like that. Just understanding my age. It's, yeah. So, I mean, if I had a gang, then I could call them and go, "We're going out. Drive by. I want a limo over here in 15 minutes." But that's not what's happening. That's not real life. So,
Yeah, I
but
don't do
anyway,
anything like that either.
Oh.
I mean, I had my 3 kids between the ages of 20 and 25, so
Mhm.
I've never been much of a going out type person. So I've been
Yeah.
raising kids for when all my other friends were doing their college years. I was changing diapers and raising kids and being in the Army. And
that's a lot, sister. Oh my goodness.
yeah,
People don't
so
know, do they? They don't know. Well, everybody has. I take that whole thing back. People do know, but I understand the lifestyle you're referring to. Just getting up,
yeah, it
putting
can
on
be
that
rough.
uniform, getting those, taking care of the kids, and getting out there and doing your thing. Yeah. And my service was in the full-time Oregon Army National Guard. So the standards, the timetables, the missions, and how it's counted is, as we both know, is different in many ways from just straight up regular Army or another branch of service. So that accounts for a lot of the confusion. But other than that, I think that's a pretty good follow-up explanation to all of that from the other night, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
What about you? Do you have any questions of me that
No, hey, you know what? You're finally able to say what branch of service you were in, so that's something,
Yeah, I don't know.
Way to go.
Well, I have to, yeah, I'm trying to do the right thing. So, anyway, yeah.
Well, the only right thing is what's right for you. I mean,
yeah.
If it rubs people the wrong way, and sometimes it's going to, then it rubs people the wrong fucking way. And you just back off of that person for a little bit. And, you don't have to be liked by everybody. You know, shit, you don't even have to be liked by anybody. And,
No
just,
one?
I mean, other than yourself, no, you don't have to be liked by anybody. I like, you know,
These
you
are
said, you know, you
novel.
were always jealous of men because they had the freedom to do stuff, and they, you know, I instead of being jealous of them, I always took that shit as a challenge, you know. I picked up a skateboard at 11 years old because somebody told me girls can't skate. I'm like, really? Okay, then I'm gonna do this. And you know, someone told me girls don't go in the army. Really?
Really?
You know, and it's just, you know, and
you did. That's
just kind of the way I vote. But that's kind of a personality flaw of mine, you know. It's like, you call me out, I will take the bait and rise to the fucking challenge every fucking time. It's just something about the way my brain is wired. Like, I take offense to being called out or challenged. So
well,
you
know, it takes a certain type of person to when it comes to women or females or whatever. Now I'm like all nervous trying to say the right thing. When it comes to women, it takes a certain type of woman to join the military and endure in the military, and all of those qualities are not necessarily the most, you know, feminine, you know, it got to be a little a certain type. Yeah, my father.
I mean, there are all types of women in the military these days. I mean, they've come pretty far in, especially like with all the co-ed training they gotten now. Like when my son went in, he had he was in a co-ed basic training platoon. His whole company, his platoons were all co-ed.
Well, you know what?
They they house them in different barracks, but they still trained them all together. So I was like, wow, that's, you know, and apparently there were no problems with it. But you know, then that was also around the time when you started hearing about all the sexual assault going on, and which, you know, my son asked me about once, and I was like, honestly, I have no experience with that at all. And I was always, you know, small, skinny, cute, you know, very totally feminine, but just, I think because of my attitude, I've never really given anybody the impression that, you know,
that's right,
I could be taken advantage like that, because I'm always kind of been an in-your-face kind of a person. So
you know,
I don't think,
Gretchen, I know what you're talking about. I won't go into, you know, if I have or haven't had experiences along that line, but what I can share is that the other person, the opposing force in my case, has to stop and think, is it worth it? Wait a minute, is it really worth it? This person, meaning me, isn't seeing this as this isn't an easy prey after all. They're going to, you know, respond, and I might get hurt in some way. And it's like they've had to think, they've had to pause and think, wait a minute, what have I stepped into here? So yes, and I don't want to emphasize that too much and give the impression that I would ever think it's anybody's fault if they, you know, get in that situation or become victimized or something. I don't mean that at all. I just meant that, yeah, you have to be ready to just, I mean, you just, you just give them the look. You just, really? Is that really where you, anyway, I don't know. I better
yeah,
be
I think
quiet.
I've always just sort of put off a don't even fucking go there kind of
Yeah,
vibe,
it's like,
you know?
you
And
got
it's
to
like,
be kidding me? Are you kidding? Yeah.
Because I got asked a lot that working at the VA, just like, did you experience? I'm like, nothing like that. I know.
Yeah.
No. I don't. That's, you might as well be talking about a foreign fucking country because I didn't experience anything like that. But in general, people don't really fuck with me, like in any sort of capacity. So, like, all right.
Well, you're a powerful woman and you've got a lot of responsibilities, and
You can say it. I'm a bitch. I get it.
no, I would.
I know. I said it. It's fine.
Yeah. I don't use that word very much because I just I can't.
Yeah,
get
I use a
comfortable.
lot. I use it a hell of a lot. And
You say all kinds of things.
yes, I do.
You say the C word. You say the B
Yes, I do.
word.
Yeah,
And I'm over here clutching my pearls.
I
for
love
the love
I
of-
love curse words. They're my absolute favorite. Nothing's ever gonna change that. So, and if you don't like it, you can fuck off. So there you go. You don't have to listen to me.
Yes,
I don't care
ma'am.
if you walk away. I don't care. So
As Gretchen skips off into the evening, that's right.
Pretty much.
Yep. I'm gonna stop my camera so that I can, or I can get off the stage, whichever you would prefer. But I want to turn off my camera.
okay, there's a button at the bottom. It says it's a camera with a just tap that, and it'll turn your camera off. And there you go.
Okay. I feel better now. Nobody needs to see Grandma.
I believe it'll save your battery too. So.
Oh, good. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Well then, let me throw the video back up, and we can continue talking shit about Travis Pangburn.
Awesome.
Because I still don't know why he fucking did any of this. It's
Yeah.
got to be for money. That was my call. It's like it's got to be for money, and people are like, oh, well, he might just want the attention. I'm like, yeah. What does he want the attention for? To fucking grow his platform and make more fucking money.
It just seems lowbrow. Lowbrow is the local term here. It's just.
It's drama tube bullshit. He didn't have to do any of this, and I still hope that I kind of hope it ends here, because seeing him for 12 to 18 hours or whatever it was, just defending, doing genocide apologetics was fucking horrible, because I also know that he's got the events coming up with Blitz, Ian, and Justin. And I don't want anything to affect that. I would like that to be successful because of, Blitz and Justin.
Absolutely.
And Ian, of course. I'm not an Ian junkie. But
I think he's
fuck
cute.
you, Beard.
But I just think I like Ian, but I'm new to absorbing and learning philosophy. But anyway, go on with your.
Yeah, I just don't like the philosophy stuff. So.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can understand it, and I can even, I can get by, but I don't like. Basically I don't like all the fucking jargon, and I don't like it when they get so far away from the actual point of the discussion that it sounds like they're just it loses all fucking meaning for me. I'm more of a rubber meets the road kind of person, so
Well,
you can tell if you can tell me how epistemic knowledge means anything and how I'm gonna fucking get through tomorrow, then let's talk. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. That's the way I look at philosophy. So,
well, for me, it's just a new terminology or language I'm learning that's helping my mind to understand the real world. So that's why it's still so delightful to me. It's actually a language that I'm repeating myself now, but it's a really important language that I've been missing. So
yeah, I mean, it does appeal to some people, and for those people, cool. I mean, we've even got two of my co-hosts here on this channel are deep into the fucking philosophy shit, and I give them their, you know, their time to go off and they do their philosophy thing, and I just shut the fuck up for a while. You know, works for me. They can have the stuff that they like, and I get to do the stuff I like. Just, you know, this is a sort of atheist clubhouse that we all, you know, can hang out
Yeah.
and do whatever the fuck we want. So,
variety place.
yeah. So that's what we're here for. But you don't get to come up and act like Jason was acting the other night. That's just done. I think he was just taking
Okay.
advantage of the fact that he and I were friends, and he thought there would be no repercussions for his behavior, and that's not the way I operate. So no.
You know,
Welcome to repercussions.
Yeah. Well,
Hope you
which
realize
I'm
you weren't
familiar,
them.
which I'm familiar with, Gretchen. It's repercussions for natural repercussions for behavior. Yes, I do. I am similar to that one for sure. Yep.
Yeah,
It
but you know what?
happens.
You owned it and apologized for it and said you wouldn't do it again, and it hasn't happened again. But I've never seen anything like that from Jason. So
Mm. I was wondering if I don't know him at all, but I was wondering if maybe there was some sort of instinct in him where he was trying to protect you. He'd heard and your show, you know, and I was just
no,
oh, okay, okay,
no, he was attacking me.
okay. Before yeah, you were sharing that. Yeah, that he
So,
was
because
yeah.
when he was reading DMs, like his notes on that first time you showed up on Tacos, that DM conversation really did happen, like right after you were on. You know, he was
Yeah.
in chat that night, and that whole DM conversation, it did happen. He was reading shit that I said to him, but he was reading it
betrayed
at
you.
notice he didn't put it
Yeah.
on the screen, because then he wouldn't have been able to, you know, take it out of
Yeah.
context. Like,
Right,
you know,
right. Because I
it's
was, of course, I was thinking through that.
whatever we talked about that night, some of the shit pissed him off, and he was like, "What, leading, you know, co-ed, you know, co-ed combat troops in the 80s?" And I straight up said there were no co-ed combat troops in the 80s.
Yeah, but you know what? I have a response to
know?
that. I'm glad you brought it up, Gretchen, because I can now say what that was about, I think, from what I remember of what I said, because I've never seen any written thing or either. But yeah,
I don't
when
even remember you saying that, to be
what I
honest.
yeah, what I do
So
remember, what I do remember
I
saying,
didn't
and
cop
what
to any of
is
that, but
yeah, what is truth is I was in I can't
I
say
do remember you saying that I had to, you know, that men were standing on their tiptoes to listen to the small voice of some sergeant you had, and I'm like,
yeah.
that doesn't sound like any kind of people I ever served with.
And I
And
remember that. I remember you going, that doesn't sound right. I mean, out loud. And I was
right.
thinking,
And
well,
he
you know,
made the jump from like me making a comment like that to straight to stolen valor, and I'm like, I'm not willing to go that far, but like,
oh my God.
I mean, like half
Yeah.
of the shit she says is complete bullshit. She's like, she's what, deconstructing but won't admit it. She, you know, she doesn't think she believes in God, but she's still gonna defend her fucking Bible. I'm like, she says I need to build up my internet privacy, but her first and last name is in her fucking username. Like,
what?
I don't understand anything this fucking lady's saying.
What a mess.
I mean, you just frustrated me because you were like, everything about you was a contradiction, and then every time I tried to push you on it, you didn't want to talk about it. So I'm like, all right, well then fuck this then.
Yeah,
you know,
then what are you doing up here?
Exactly. So what are you doing up here on a debate channel? Like, get the fuck out of here.
I know.
But you know, and I'm sure he had the same frustrations. He just took them all the way to Stolen Valor, and I'm never gonna like this person. And like, all right,
yeah,
but you know, he's a very catty kind of person. So all right, you know, you do you.
I mean, Gretchen, have you ever had anyone? See, it's been the weekend, and I haven't had anybody to really talk to about it. And I'm just curious, have you ever had anybody accuse you of stolen valor, and how have you handled it? Because I don't, well, I just showed you my pictures enough that they're kind of humorous and you can relate to them a little bit, but that's really...
Yeah, I've been accused of stolen valor before.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't really give a fuck what you think. I know what I know. I know what I did, and fuck off.
Yeah.
So
one thing,
and by the way, thank you for your tax dollars that got me my degrees, and appreciate the free college education.
You bet.
So,
and you know what?
And like, even if you don't believe I fucking earned it, thanks just the same. Like, whatever.
I think you earned it.
Thanks for putting the bill for my life for the last 20 years.
No, it's cool. I mean,
you know,
I've
like,
been to college.
I mean, I don't care if you can accuse me of anything you fucking want. It's just like, I really don't care. You know,
your name is Gretchen.
Actually, that's not true. I did not like it when he accused me of being, you know, when he was like, "Oh, you remember when you told me you used to be a racist?" I'm like, I never fucking told you that. What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't like that at all. And then when he said I was anti-LGBT, no, I never told you that. And no, go fuck yourself. That I don't like anyway. I didn't like at all. But
and then after all that harsh stuff at the end, he said to me, "Oh, I'm gay too. Like, that's supposed to make us friends."
Yeah.
After he'd said these horrible things about me, I'm like, well, that's good, you know. But
yeah, he wasn't saying that to make you look like friends. He was going to use that as a fucking bat to beat you with it, because you can't possibly be as gay as Jason is. Trust me, nobody is allowed to be as gay as Jason is. He's super proud of it.
Well, I guarantee you I'm not. I mean, for me at my stage,
he uses it as a sword and a shield. And
people only look at me as a nurse or a purse. That's it. Nobody's really interested in me, and I keep back from people because I don't want to drain my life energy trying to control, or not control, that's not the right word. That's totally the wrong word, but harmonize with a partner, because women are, oh, this is going to sound so sexist, but they're rambunctious, and they do take a lot of, and they take a lot of energy. So I need that energy for me, you know. I'm just that was kind of a tangent there, but anyway, back to this Pangburn person. What's he?
Yeah, this is we're actually watching Dave's response video to all the shit that Destiny and Pangburn did after his original video. So
okay.
This one is Dave's video, basically clowning on Pangburn for all the shit that he did. And it's very satisfying. It's like super satisfying.
Yes. What's that German word? Fruden.
Schadenfreude.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are having our Schadenfreude.
Yeah. And it's great because like Dave's hitting all the fucking notes that I complained about when Travis first started doing this. I wish he would have like dunked on him for including Milo Rossi in it, and then moving on to Hassan Piker, which I mean I fucking hate Hassan Piker anyway, but you know, still weird that he fucking moved on to that. So
I
it's
have
like he's just trying to carry Des, and it really bothers me that Robin's picture's right there in the middle there. Like, come on, no.
And you know,
Like,
this is
put
awkward for
your
her.
finger over the screen
Yeah.
right where. Yeah, because I mean, she's actually trying to raise money for a school in Uganda for him.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and this is, I mean, it's got to be affecting her, you know, fundraising ability, and I don't know.
I know she's kind of in.
I was gonna cover
delicate-
this at the beginning of the stream, but she was here, and I'm like, no, I don't
Right.
want to do that to her. You know, Robin's a
Right.
friend. I like her, and I'm not gonna do
Right.
that. So we went and did something else. So, but yeah, now that Robin's fast asleep, let's fucking dig in.
now that she's not here to defend herself.
During the Destiny live stream, sent an email to Dave asking him if we could raise $1 million that would go directly to supporting Palestinian children in need, would Dave reconsider sharing the stage with
No, he wouldn't consider. It's fucking extortion, you fucking pig. Christ, what the fuck? What you're describing extortion. I mean, what the hell?
Destiny. Just today,
What
I've
a
also
dick.
made a similar offer to Hassan to share Hassan Piker to share the stage with
Fuck Hassan
Destiny,
Piker.
and I think we'd be able to raise $5 million for Palestinian children with that event. You know, we can find a way for these people who are diametrically opposed or actually hate each other to come
Travis
together
has
and
never
raise
raised
money
$5 million
for causes.
in
'Cause
his
surely
fucking
there
life.
are things that are much more important than particular feuds.
What a manipulative sack of crap. Dave, why won't you debate Destiny? And why won't Hassan debate Destiny for $1 million or $5 million or whatever number I want to pull out of my ass to help Palestinian children? I guess Dave doesn't really care about those kids. First of all, anyone who believes he could raise millions of dollars for anything is a fucking moron. He didn't even break even at my New York vaccine debate event. There is no shot in hell that he could raise anything even remotely close to those numbers, no matter what he or his shitty AI say. Second, there's no reason to believe that any ticket sales or money raised would go to charity as promised. In case you're unaware, Pangburn got embroiled in a huge scandal a few years back because he got caught not paying out his speakers and not refunding ticket holders for canceled events. Sam Harris, the genocide-denying douchebag, outlined this in...
Yeah, because Sam Harris was not fucking quiet about it either.
Yeah, but you know, for me, it was just a rumor because I've just heard about it in the last few months. But yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah,
that's pretty horrible.
Yeah, and you don't hear a lot about it, like because like Sam Harris is kind of fallen out of favor within the atheist community too. So like people aren't going to be talking about that as much. But I mean, it did happen.
Yeah.
So
that's one thing about the atheist community that concerns me is I hate being like shunned and rejected. It's happened to me before, like, you know, in different church environments. I won't go into it, and it's like I really don't want to get into a situation where I experience that here by I guess it does happen, right?
Well,
you guys are a community.
it does happen. We're a community just like any other. We're made out of fucking people just like any other. And it's I mean, at a certain point, you know, we're still human with human brains, and we're a social species, and this shit's gonna happen.
Yeah. I don't know why I brought it up. I guess it's just fear. It's like, I don't want to go through that again. But there's really no reason.
Nobody wants to. But
yeah. As long as I'm good, there's no reason.
At some point, everybody is going to taste rejection at some point in their, you know, and at multiple points in their lives. You just got to, you know, fucking roll with the punches.
That's right.
That's
the REO speed
all there is to it.
starts up in the background.
You know?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you get your group of close friends, and then, you know,
I'm gonna get a gang
if
of
you ever do get, you know,
grandmas
feel the sting of rejection, then, you know, hopefully you still got that tight knit group around you, you know. Otherwise, maybe you chose your friends wrong. And you need to, you know, examine that a little more. So, but I mean, yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if it happens again, because like it happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Like I said, the only one that really has to like you is you.
That's right.
Everyone else, it's fucking that's negotiable.
That's right.
Like with everybody. So
yeah. Yeah. I like the idea of, well, I'm repeating myself here from the last time we talked, but yeah, just having my own, you know, tiny show where if somebody wants to show up and be a part of, then that's cool. And if they don't, I can just keep my world really small in a way, you know, and just not concern myself with the bigger picture. But anyway,
yeah, like I told you before, if you want to make content, just make content that you want to make. Do it for you. Don't do it to make money. Don't do it to make friends. If you're doing, you know, something you want to do, you know, according to your own, you know, wants, needs, desires, then, you know, people are gonna see the authentic you and be attracted to that or not.
Yeah, kind of
know?
like what we're seeing right now
But trying to
right?
fake it is a bad fucking idea.
Yeah. Like,
You know?
I mean, yeah. And like on a much bigger scale, like what we're watching right now with Mr. Pangburn, even his tone of voice to me, just, it doesn't ring authentic isn't the right word for it. It's more of just
we're seeing it with Dalton the Bible guy too. I think he got derailed by, you know, I think he forgot to be authentic. That's all.
Yeah.
And
well, yeah.
He really shouldn't have quit his job before he had a successful, you know, channel up and running. So
yeah.
Well,
we can recover from these things and learn, hopefully, you know.
Yeah, Dalton's not done by any stretch of the imagination, and you know.
And he's young,
who knows?
isn't
Hopefully Pangburn isn't done either. I mean,
well, I think it's odd because
he does have 3 events with Justin and Blitz and Ian scheduled, so hopefully those go off okay.
Are they better?
I would hope so.
Yeah, I mean,
that, you know, it would raise, you know, I'd like them to see some success out of it. So
yeah.
In that respect, I'm rooting for Travis to succeed with that, but I mean,
yeah,
you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right, let's get back to this here.
great detail since he's one of the speakers who got stiffed. He outlined the whole debacle in a blog post. Others called him out too, like in this lengthy Twitter interaction. Pang-burn philosophy totally imploded, and nobody wanted to touch this guy after all that. There's a long video from someone named Benjamin Boyce that goes into quite a bit of detail regarding Pang-burn's perpetual shadiness.
So he took no responsibility there, but even though he empowered her to do that, he would pull back on the reins and tell her to stop doing things. And that devolved all the way down to the technical. When we did the show at the Orpheum on June 23rd, we're in Vancouver, it's in Vancouver, we've worked in that building before, and everybody was familiar that they have problems with the audio equipment in the house. It's older equipment, it's been used for opera, and the microphones in particular aren't in the best condition for a speaking engagement. And I believe our production manager said to him that we need to cross-rent equipment. We need to get equipment in. Most people bring their own equipment in or rent equipment to bring it in. And he said, no, we brought in a vendor, we brought in a company, which oddly enough, they still have not been paid. I think they have a huge outstanding bill for that they've never been paid for.
Oh, the video that he has online right now that's monetized.
Yeah, but as far as making payments to vendors or hotels or any of the venues, we used his credit card, and more often than not, it was maxed out. And our production manager spent an awful lot of time explaining to vendors and patrons why the card was declined, and having to backtrack and go to Travis and say, get it paid, pay it down. And we were never really aware of the money flow at all. We had no idea where the money was going or coming from. We just get invoices, hand them to him, make sure they got paid, or more often than not, she would pay them through a credit card online.
We don't need to go through a bunch of this. I'll just link to this video in the description. But the point is that absolutely everything he was doing as Pang-burn philosophy was shady as fuck. I was vaguely aware of all this when he approached me to do some events after he relaunched and rebranded as simply Pang-burn. So I just made sure to get my travel reimbursement and tiny appearance fee up front for the vaccine debate. I believe in second chances, so I figured as long as we did things that way, I was willing to roll the dice. And to be clear, I didn't have any problems with him whatsoever for that event. But with his history of cutting corners and ripping off speakers and ticket holders, why the shit would anyone believe that any money he could raise, which would be nowhere near $1 million, would actually go to where he says it would? And why would I agree to a debate run by a clearly biased moderator like him that would be overrun by Destiny's toxic cult? No thanks. I have a better idea. How about if Destiny admits that Israel is committing genocide, apologizes sincerely for all of his Israel-funded genocide denial, and I'll film myself donating $5,000 to a charity for Palestine, on top of the money I've already donated over the past few years. Wouldn't that be a little more productive and reliable? Don't you care about Palestinian children, Destiny? Anyway, Travis tanked his business once before. He was given a second chance, and now he's tanking it again by running endless damage control for a sex pest genocide denier. Go figure.
So a claim Dave made, Israel is objectively committing genocide. Then the verdict is defensible expert conclusion, but overstated and an uncontested judicial fact. So this
is where he fucking lost
an
me
expert,
right here. Like
conclusion.
You can't even call it genocide. Get fucked.
And there's more information I'm going to read. But it's not uncontested. It might be Dave's opinion and the opinions of some experts and their conclusions that there
I don't know,
is
only like
in fact a
half
genocide
the world
occurring or has occurred. But that shouldn't be presented as a universal fact. It's still contested.
Contested by who, dickhead? Israel? That's shocking. How about you actually engage with the arguments put forward by human rights organizations and genocide scholars who have confirmed that it's genocide? You just say it's contested because some people refuse to admit it. That's not an argument.
So Dave claimed every single human rights organization in the world has labeled it a genocide. This is false.
Everyone worth a damn.
This is the first false claim of Dave's. Several major organizations have done so, but not literally every organization. Some, including Human Rights Watch.
Did you just say that was false? That it was genocide? Did I hear him say that? I mean, I thought I'd heard him say that.
He's saying that Dave was exaggerating and lying about it being a genocide. That because his chat GPT is telling him that no, it can't be considered a genocide unless the International Criminal Court rules it as a genocide. So no, Dave, you're wrong, and that's a lie. And it's like, oh, come the fuck on. Like, now you're just fucking carrying water for Israel again. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, see, now that prejudice, that I don't mind saying that out about Pang-burn here. That prejudice against babies, these babies over here compared to these babies over here, is just that was the bottom line for me. The whole thing went on for what, a couple years, and I mean the most recent
Yeah, it's
skirmish or
still going
whatever.
on.
Yeah, and
It's
I
not over
just
yet. I mean,
you're right. I just don't tune in very much anymore right now. I just can't handle it. And I shouldn't have laughed. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. It wasn't even a laughing thing. That was just
I
I
get it.
hiccuped. I hiccuped. That was a hiccup.
So, yeah, the whole thing is it's insanity.
It's
You know,
pitiful.
there was one point in the video where Dave said anyone who can look at these toddlers and not call it a genocide is a fucking monster.
Yes.
And Travis was like, no, they're human. They might have been misled and they might be wrong.
But
But they're not monsters. And it's like, oh, shut the fuck up. You know? Come on.
And then when he is doing his show, in the background, you hear his baby crying. And his new family. And it's like, it just is so hypocritical. It's like you have a youth, a baby that you're protecting, and you're a father.
Yeah, and multiple times during the stream, he said, make sure you send me super chats, send me money, because I need to buy diapers. Like, you already fucking moved your whole family out of Canada into Mexico to save fucking money, and now you're still fucking crying about it? Like, this whole thing is about money. This is all about money for him. And it shows,
Initially
and
used
it's
narrative
gross.
formulations such as extermination, crimes against humanity, and acts of genocide. Institutional conclusions also differ in legal scope and wording. So it's just when Dave's saying every single human rights organization in the world has labeled it genocide, surely he knows that there are human rights organizations that don't disagree with this. Maybe Dave doesn't consider
Really?
those
Which
to be
ones?
legitimate human rights organizations, but the claim in and of itself is just false.
Which ones, asshole? List them by name. Oh, you don't want to because they're obviously shilling for Israel? Convenient.
Another claim was that the reported total of roughly 70,000 deaths is dramatically low. So it's possible that there is an undercount, but Dave in the video is dramatically overstating what is known. So UN reporting cited 73,035 reported deaths by June 21st,
Says
2026.
ChatGPT, I
Statistical
remind
research
you.
indicates that direct violent deaths were probably undercounted, but available estimates do not establish that hundreds of thousands had already been killed directly. So it's possible that there's an
What?
I'm just thinking of the bombs going over there and just people ceasing to exist, just obliterated. You can't count how many just disappeared off the planet unless they had an exact number down somewhere. How can he just be saying this stuff? He's just out of his mind, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing this for the attention and the money, and because like he didn't have to do any of this shit. And yeah, I mean, I can see like I could see it. I can see if his, if he's just like, I mean, he's not even American, so he doesn't even have to contend with the part of the whole thing that we're fucking paying for all of this, I can see, I mean, I do know some people in my own life that, they kind of just take Israel's side and say, oh, it's not a genocide, and some of them, they just don't want to deal with the fact that not only is it a genocide, but we're supplying it,
Yeah.
We're funding the whole fucking thing. So, so people in Israel can go get their free fucking healthcare while they're committing a genocide against another fucking people, and we're fucking paying for it all, even though we can't afford to go to the fucking doctor. So you know what? And you know what? I understand people's, frustration level and just throwing up their hands and saying, fuck it, it's not really a genocide because I don't want to think about it. I mean, I get that. But Travis doesn't even have that fucking excuse. He's a fucking Canadian living in fucking Mexico, and he has nothing to do with this at all. And he should just shut the fuck up, but he doesn't. So he's just gonna fucking carry Israel's water for what? For the money? That's so much worse.
Gretchen, something in what you just said reminded me more specifically of why I had to give up calling myself a Christian, and it's because of the association with the Gaza genocide, that it was announced as a religious war and that we were in there as a Christian nation and we were involved as a Christian nation. And as soon as that was said, Gretchen, I had to just say, I am not a Christian anymore. I just am not. I cannot. If they're going to use that word in this context, I'm done. I'm done. I think
Well, they are.
Is, yeah.
I mean, there's people like Mike Johnson in the House, the Speaker of the House. He's all about this, holy war bullshit.
Oh, I
and,
know. Isn't that
and most of the Republican Party is all behind it, and they're all about it. I don't know how anybody can believe in any of this shit.
Yeah,
I mean, there are liberals on the left who don't, who aren't supporting any of this, yet they're still Christians, and I don't get it, but they are.
There's something about the word. I can relate to this. I'm responding to you when something about the word Christian. I've actually donated.
Oh wait, time out, Kelly. Hey, Kiff.
You bet.
I've already timed Jeremiah out for a half hour for being fucking weird and spamming the chat with nonsense. So, like, if you just want to make that a 24-hour, go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Well, this is kind of embarrassing, but I don't remember what I was saying.
Oh,
I thought
I'm sure it'll come up again because a lot of this is pretty repetitive. So
actually,
I'm sure
I had
it'll
a
come up
question.
again.
A question for you, real quick. I know that you appreciate it when I'm more quiet in chat and don't say and type a lot of distracting things. But I'm wondering, I'll be very good and only type in something sometimes a little bit. And I'm wondering, do you have me blocked in a way where people can't see me say hi to them? Or
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
and that
I do.
is okay.
You're permabanned from chat. You're hidden, so nobody can see anything you say in chat.
Well, that makes
So,
sense because I'd be saying hi to people
that was-
and they would be responding. No, go ahead.
That was done by one of our mods the night that you threatened to beat me down if you ever saw me. So,
well, no wonder.
So
I was banned.
right.
Yes.
So I'm gonna bring it up in the YouTube mod channel and the Discord, and it'll be up to all the mods and the co-hosts to see if we're, willing to, because you asked the other night. So I'm take it up, and it's gonna have to be an all mod and all co-host decision whether or not you get to come back to chat.
Oh, I didn't even know something. Well, I mean, first of all,
Yeah,
the answers.
your apology got you back up on the panel, but the chat ban is going to have to be, it's going to have to include at least the mod that did it,
That's okay. I'm just a little fascinated because this thing you're talking about, the Discord mod thing. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know what that is, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, except thank you for answering my question. And I was curious about it, but I'm contented with that answer, and I'll be quiet now so we can continue on.
Yeah, I'll let you
just
know, and I'll let you know either way.
Oh,
What
yeah,
happens with it? So, I mean, you've been fair. You've been good faith ever since you apologized and asked. So, I mean, I don't see a problem with it, but we haven't all like had our say about it yet. So,
yeah. Well, I am requesting, but at the same time, I'm contented with, you know, however it goes. But at least now I understand why nobody's saying hi to me back. And
yeah, you're on
yeah.
you're on what we call the hidden list in YouTube for the whole channel. So,
And is that
so if you put a comment underneath one of the videos, no one will see it. If you type in chat, nobody will see it.
Oh, okay. Well,
Not even me. So
oh,
you're completely
okay.
hidden. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay. Now I understand.
It's like being permanently timed out. Only I understand if you're hidden, it'll still let you type things in. It just won't. They won't ever show up for anyone but you. Whereas if you're timed out, I don't even think it lets you like enter anything.
Okay.
So,
okay.
But it's basically like a permanent timeout. So, but yeah, that happened right after you said what you said. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I'm not gonna since I wasn't the one that did it, I'm not gonna overwrite it without at least talking to the mod that did it. So
it's all good. I'm kind of embarrassed sitting here. I can feel my face all hot from like blushing when I think of a room full of people banning me. But I'm with you, and it's all good. I'll be quiet now so that we can listen to Pangburn make a fool out of himself. That's better
yes,
than okay.
Yes, let's do that. All right.
Undercount, but Dave's presenting like that 70,000 deaths is dramatically too low, that it is in fact an undercount. This is again just presenting something as a fact here when really like we don't really know.
Yes, we do know that the official count is objectively an undercount for the very obvious reasons I gave in my video, and not just because the number has barely changed in like 2 years despite Israel bombing them constantly. Only identified bodies go towards the count, which doesn't include bodies that were totally vaporized, are still trapped under rubble, or never brought in for identification. This is indisputable. He doesn't even bother mentioning this reasoning because he's not actually playing my video. He's just cherry picking what he wants and teasing responses he likes out of AI. All knowing AI said it, so it must be true.
So another claim, about 78% of Gaza has been destroyed. This was another claim by Dave. So this is broadly accurate only if, quote, damaged or destroyed structures is meant. So UN satellite analysis found approximately 81% of structures damaged or destroyed by October 2025. Demolished is not equivalent, of course, to damaged. So the video Dave created here uses a stronger term than the source supports.
Oh my God.
So damaged or destroyed is what Dave should have said. 81% of.
You're gonna go into the difference between damaged and demolished, like.
For the.
Show me a fucking building that has been damaged that people can still fucking live in. You dipshit. What an idiot. It's like.
I just keep seeing those videos or a video.
Kif misses you in the chat. So, I mean, that looks good for you.
Yeah. Well,
so.
Natural.
But he's also not the one that did it. So
yeah. But Kelly's got the dunce cap on, as I should. So
you were out of pocket, and you're doing your time, and you're apologetic for it. So I mean, it should be all right. But
these things take time.
Gaza has been damaged or destroyed. That would have been more accurate. Not 78% of Gaza has been destroyed.
Instead of nitpicking over words like damaged versus destroyed, maybe it would be easier to just show the drone footage I included in my video, shot after shot after shot of pure apocalyptic wasteland, so everyone can see that Gaza is totally uninhabitable, therefore genocide. No, just gonna hide behind this fake semantic rigor. Got it.
There was another claim: every hospital, school, bakery, village, and city has been destroyed. This is, for the most part, rhetorical hyperbole. Village and city.
Semantic rigor.
You know what I would have liked
shot
to
after
say,
shot
like,
of pure apocalyptic wasteland, so everyone can see.
All right, cool. So, like, look at that building in the middle there. Would you consider that just damaged and not demolished? Fucking Travis, would you?
Yeah, and Travis, why don't you take your family and you can all move in there and see how it goes? Come on. I mean, if that isn't dusted desolation, I don't know what is. That's horrifying, this whole thing. I mean, that was it, you know, the sorrow that came out of these pictures here.
It's like, I don't know how you can see this and not call it you know.
Yeah.
And Hamas gave up like fucking what, a year and a half ago? Like, they're not even there anymore and they're still doing this shit. So get fucked, you know.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
That Gaza is totally uninhabitable, therefore genocide? No, just gonna hide behind this fake semantic rigor? Got it.
There was another claim: every hospital, school, bakery, village, and city has been destroyed. This is, for the most part, rhetorical hyperbole. So the destruction is, of course, exceptional. Approximately 93% of school buildings required major rehabilitation or reconstruction, and the health system was devastated. But every hospital, school, bakery, and settlement is just literally incorrect. So when you start saying things like every hospital, school, bakery, this paints a picture of a place that no longer has hospitals, schools, bakeries, villages, and, you know, any kind of remnants of a city. And that's not true.
It is true. 0 traditional schools in Gaza are operational. Every single one of the 700 schools has been bombed. 92% are destroyed, and the rest are partially damaged, so they now serve as shelters. 0 hospitals in Gaza are fully functional. Every single one of the 36 hospitals has been bombed. About half are able to do anything whatsoever, which is usually nothing more than amputating limbs without anesthetic. Every city has been destroyed. Gaza City, Khan Yunis, and Rafah are in complete ruins. The destruction is worse than if a nuclear bomb had been detonated. Literally. All of this is what I conveyed very clearly in my video with the help of visual aids, which he is avoiding entirely so we can play a desperate semantic game with the transcript.
The claim Israeli forces have deliberately shot or sniped Palestinian children. So there are documented cases of this. I think it's more clear to say that there are documented cases where this has occurred. And I also think it's responsible to like, you know, also like mention that this is disputed. That and universal, the universal wording. I don't have too much of an issue with that. Like, if it is in fact the case that Israeli forces have deliberately shot or sniped Palestinian children, like, for me as a thinker, I want to understand the context of what happened there, how it was dealt with. Was this supported by, those in power, by the military itself? I would assume it wasn't. But that's one I want to further investigate.
I would assume it wasn't.
Yeah, Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head all the time.
No way.
But hey, it's disputed by Israel, which is lying literally always. And he thinks that if it...
What's that?
He would have any concept or of what's really going on in a war, like having any answers, having access to answers, and that he could actually investigate what these two countries are working through in closed door negotiations and talks. It's just kind of hubris to think that the hubris he puts forward is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's... And again, I keep going back to I don't know why he's even doing this. You know?
Yeah.
He's just like, did he just wake up one morning and say, I'm going to be an unpaid shill for Israel? Like, okay. I don't get it at all.
I don't even think that they would take him seriously, would they? I mean, that some miscellaneous person is. Go ahead. Yeah. What?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if, you know, Destiny gets any Israel money, but it's possible. And I know Destiny is the only cash cow that Pangburn has left. So maybe he's just doing it for that reason. But either way, it's unattractive and I don't like it. So.
Yeah, it's
but
gosh,
if you think that's bad, wait till you see what he does at the beginning of one of the other videos. It's yeah, it'll make your skin crawl, I promise. Just
It's
wait.
really happening. It's condemned by the higher-ups, obviously. You know, the ones who are constantly talking about how all Palestinian children are terrorists that should be murdered. Real honest take there.
I think it's important to, first of all, I was very shocked by Dave's video because it felt to me a lot more like the videos he debunks than the video that he makes with like Instagram clippings and sources from like TikTok posts. And that seems very counter to what Dave usually creates.
Hey, look, an idiot caller is regurgitating the dumb shit Destiny said. Whining about which social media platform I sourced videos from isn't an argument. And nobody I debunk is playing Instagram videos. They spew a script of lies that I debunk. Normally, I do that with primary scientific literature. This isn't science. You want to hear Israeli officials expressing genocidal intent? I show clips of them expressing genocidal intent. It does not fucking matter where those clips are posted. Get your head out of your ass.
You know, you've heard a lot from Hassan. How does this kind of rhetoric make you feel?
I feel like what black people felt like in like 2014 during the BLM movement.
Okay. Oh, go fuck yourself.
Basically, like when they say, no, I don't hate black people. I just hate, you know, thug black culture. Or I don't. It's not like anyone. They don't hate blacks. I just hate anyone who supports BLM. Right? Like this is what I hear. I hear a way, it's the same anti-Semitic tropes. Jews want to kill children. Jews control our governments. Jews take over. Jews are a small minority that's conniving behind the scenes. Jews are manipulating our media.
Yeah,
this is what I'm hearing, but instead of the word Jew, he's using the word Zionist. And he might not be aware that he's being anti-Semitic, but I see and hear the anti-Semitic.
Yeah, because Jews and Zionists are two different fucking things. In fact, Jews and Israelis are two different fucking things.
Well, I kind of feel like a not very smart person here, but what is a Zionist compared to a Jew? Gretchen,
okay, well, you know the difference between Israel and Judaism, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, like, you know, Jews would be either their religion or their race, right? It can be both, right? All right, cool.
Right.
Israel is their nation state.
Right.
It's the actual country. Zionism is a movement that started in the 1880s when Jews were feeling the anti-Semitic, you know, slights from all over the place. This is back in the 1880s, and they started thinking, well, we need a homeland of our own. And that movement became known as Zionism, and then it all came to a head after World War II, when, you know, basically the world got together and said, fuck it, take part of Palestine. That's what their book says they're from. Just give it back to them.
And
you know,
ship them. Yeah. I remember now. Okay.
So yeah, that's what Zionism is in a nutshell. I mean, obviously it's more involved, but yeah, it's a homeland for Jewish people.
Yeah.
And
okay.
You know, I
just forgotten. It's the first book I ever read about the Holocaust, the Jewish Holocaust was Exodus by Leon Uris, and it was focusing on, part of it was focusing back on right after World War II, like you're talking about right now, and how they all headed back.
And
yeah.
And in modern terms, you know, Zionism is it's like Israel isn't, they're not bombing Lebanon and Syria and destroying the West Bank and Gaza because of Judaism. They aren't. It's because of Zionism, because they want their own homeland and they don't want anybody else in it.
Yeah.
That's straight up what it is. It's kind of like their version of and I hate to fucking make the comparison, because like this is exactly what they're tearing Dave up for, like comparing Zionists to Nazis. Like, all right, cool, but you remember in World War II, the program why Germany had to like invade all the countries around them, because it was called Lebensraum, which means like living room to live. Like for the Aryan race, they needed more room for the Aryan race to spread out. And it was called Lebensraum. And I think that the extermination of Gaza and the West Bank and the Golan Heights and in Lebanon, I think it's just the new version
like
of Lebensraum. Because I mean, that's
yeah.
Right. Like, we did it in the US too. We called it Manifest fucking Destiny. It's the same shit that Hitler did in World War II. He called it Lebensraum, and now they're doing it too. And and what other name do you give it? I think that is fucking Zionism in a nutshell. That's what they're doing. I or you could just call it genocide. There's that too,
Well, so far I've been just calling it genocide, but it's pretty horrifying thing. Just think of the concept of taking a whole group of humans and just destroying them down to nothing. That's just so beyond the pale in this day and age. So unnecessary. So horrifying.
Hang on 1 second.
I can see that my battery's getting low on my.
Okay, then you should probably go.
Yeah.
Or plug in, one of the two. But
yeah, I'll
thanks for coming up and shooting the shit.
Yeah, and thank you for filling me in on what's going on, and how that whole thing goes. And thank you for having me up here. A lot of fun. Talk to you later, Gretchen. Yeah.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Good night, Kelly.
Good night.
Like a black person can hear something like, "Oh, it's BLM. People who support BLM are racist. People who support BLM are lazy. People who support BLM are part of a thug culture. They're just criminals. They just want to get away with crimes. They're looters." Right? This is the type of language you generally would hear against black people.
Israel is killing children. Israel does have enormous influence in our government. Israel is manipulating global media to a profound degree. I proved all of that in my video, and I used the correct language, Zionists, because that's the political ideology that Israel's activity is based on, which which is not specifically representative of the global Jewish community. This jackass is just doing the exact thing I debunked in my video of equating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, so he either didn't listen to a fucking word I said, or he's doubling down on the exact propaganda I debunked because he has nothing else to say.
The next claim, the vast Hamas command center alleged beneath Al-Shifa did not exist. So one more time, the vast Hamas command center alleged beneath Al-Shifa did not exist. This is partly correct. Partly correct. Evidence supported some Hamas military use of the hospital complex, including weapons, tunnels, hostages, or command activity. However, initial Israeli depictions of a vast central headquarters were not substantiated at the scale originally suggested. So again, partly correct, half truth here.
No, it's a full truth. Israel planted a couple guns and pointed at a random tunnel. That's not evidence of anything, and it sure as fuck does not substantiate the ridiculous CGI video depicting a massive high-tech command center that Israel concocted out of thin fucking air. This is just another example of him pretending to take the middle ground when he's really just using fake evidence presented by Israel and regurgitated by the AI model he's using to distort reality.
The claim, Israel knew the detailed October 7 attack was coming and deliberately allowed it. One more time. Israel knew the detailed October 7 attack was coming and deliberately allowed it. This is completely unsupported. There is compelling evidence of intelligence and preparedness failures, ignored
completely.
warnings, and mistaken assessments. That is not evidence that Israeli leaders intentionally permitted the attack.
Well, I put forward some very peculiar testimony from Israeli soldiers that would seem to support what I said. If you want to pretend it's completely unsupported, then you'd better offer some kind of explanation for that testimony, dickhead. Just shouting conspiracy theory isn't an argument. In the real world, we examine all the data and arrive at the conclusion that best fits the data, including the data that doesn't fit the narrative you want to be true. So offer your explanation like an adult, or admit that you can't and don't even have the courage to try.
Someone just asked, I wonder how many subs Dave lost over this video. I hope Dave doesn't lose any subs over this video. Dave Farina, the world needs to stop doing this. Just because Dave may, in fact, and it seems like he has, made mistakes in the video he released, doesn't mean he has no value. Doesn't mean the value of everything else you used to value loses its value. Is that a riddle? Dave's just Dave. Dave's a fallible human being just like anyone else.
No, it's not a
So
riddle,
don't
you
go and
fucking
unsubscribe
idiot.
from Dave because he gets things wrong here. And it's not like the entire video was incorrect, right? We're nitpicking. In the same way, Dave Farina nitpicks other people's videos, which is a good thing.
I don't nitpick the frauds I expose, I obliterate them. And boy, does his rhetoric change as his content progresses, and he starts calling this a disgusting piece of propaganda rather than a video with some mistakes that he's nitpicking. Also, I gained about 12,000 subscribers from this video so far. Thanks for your concern, random asshole.
Protest and anti-terrorism laws. So Dave's claim Germany is making ordinary criticism of Israel punishable by 5 years in prison. This is false and misleading. The proposal concerns public denial of Israel's right to exist or calls for its destruction under circumstances conducive to anti-Semitic violence, not ordinary policy criticism. So that one is just by Dave is false or misleading.
This is a perfect example of how this is nothing but disingenuous nitpicking. The headline here is that in Germany, you can get 5 years in prison for saying that Israel doesn't have the right to exist. Bear in mind, of course, that Israel objectively does not have the right to exist. States don't have rights. People do. Saying that Israel doesn't have the right to exist is just a neutral statement of fact. So the intellectually honest thing to do would be to marvel at how Germany is descending into fascism and threatening to jail people for things they say, a clear violation of free speech in a supposedly free nation, and it's happening in service of Israel. This would be insane even if it were for people publicly calling for the total destruction of Israel, just like Israelis constantly and loudly call for the total destruction of Gaza. But this isn't even that. It's for saying an objectively true thing. 5 years in jail for saying something that's trivially correct. Holy fuck, that's chilling. Any normal person would be freaking out about how insane that is. But Pangburn is here to act like a shady lawyer and dig through minutia to manifest microscopic procedural wins, not act like a real person. So this is what we get.
The next claim, the U.S. NSPM 7 criminalizes anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, and migration advocacy. unsupported description of the text. The memorandum expands investigation
Bullshit,
of domestic
it
political
straight up
violence
says
and
that
raises
shit.
genuine civil liberties questions, but the video presents ideological examples and feared applications as though they were express criminal offenses.
I literally showed the text that they themselves published, and it listed all of that shit. You're just lying, which is why you're not showing any screenshots from my video, since they prove the things I say.
The quote, Ashkenazi Jews are simply European. This is false. Genomic research consistently finds that Ashkenazi Jews possess both Middle Eastern, Levantine, and European ancestry. Estimates vary by method, source population, and genomic region, but the evidence does not support either, quote, purely European or purely Levantine.
Asshole, when you say you're quoting someone, you have to actually be quoting them. I didn't say simply European. I said largely European. Here's the clip to prove it.
Do Ashkenazi Jews have more Middle Eastern ancestry than Scandinavians? Obviously. But over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European now.
Largely European, as in some Middle Eastern and some European. You're literally corroborating what I said while pretending I'm wrong. What a fraud.
One of the claims by Dave was Israel bans ancestry tests because they would expose Jewish origins. This is an unsupported conspiracy theory. Israel tightly regulates genetic testing, especially tests concerning parentage, family status, and medical information.
Again, that's literally what I fucking said. I said they tightly regulate genetic testing. Again, let's play the actual clip, like you should have fucking done.
This is also why these ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israeli pharmacies. They don't want citizens to find out that they're not fucking Middle Eastern. They pretend to have a divine claim to a region that they're not from.
See that? I didn't say ban. I said regulate. You said ban, and then corrected the thing I didn't say with the phrasing I actually used. Are you fucking kidding me with this shit?
The regulatory system reflects privacy, family law, and religious status concerns. No evidence shows that its purpose is to conceal Ashkenazi ancestry.
See, this is the problem with fact-checking like this and pretending you're being empirical. It's just a cop-out. Of course, there's no explicit, conclusive evidence to prove that this is why they so tightly regulate access to genetic testing kits. The claim that Israel does this to discourage citizens from realizing that they're not Middle Eastern is not in the same epistemic category as F equals MA. So the fuck what? It's an extremely logical and compelling explanation for a bizarre and arbitrary regulation. He's acting like this could only be true if Israeli officials explicitly and publicly stated on the record that this was the reason for the regulation, which of course they would never do. This isn't the physical sciences. You have to look at what dishonest governing bodies are doing and construct plausible explanations for the things they do. What I said is an extremely plausible and sensible explanation, which he refuses to engage with in an intellectually honest way. It's just, duh, no proof, duh, and he acts like he's winning something.
Destiny, in a video clip, apparently gives advice to Israeli soldiers to put away their cameras. The quote telling soldiers not to film themselves wearing Palestinian women's clothing is real. It can reasonably be condemned as callous because it treats degrading behavior as a public relations error and makes a joke using the term war crimes. So yeah, this is Destiny's making a joke here, and it's dark humor, right? That's the way I understood it, and I understand how people are not going to like that kind of humor, but my understanding of that moment is that he was making a joke. And I believe he was talking in front of a group of Jewish people when he was in Israel.
Yes, he was joking about IOF terrorists murdering Palestinians and then taking pictures wearing their clothes. And he was essentially encouraging them to keep doing all of that, except for the taking pictures and sharing them on social media part. That's not dark humor. That's called whitewashing genocide. Good God, this is the most transparent damage control I've ever seen.
What will it take for you to take the genocide that's happening in the region as an established fact, because there isn't like a supreme body of truth to tell us that?
Well, there's the International Court determination, right? Mm-hmm. I'm waiting for that. If the International Court determination determines that, yes, a genocide
what a complete
was committed,
pussy.
I will accept and believe that a genocide was committed. I'm relying on that body
brain
consensus
dead
for that.
Moron.
And now we get to the genocide denial. Destiny denies the very obvious genocide Israel's objectively committing, either for money or out of spite for Hassan. Pang Burn denies it too, because he earns money from Destiny. And this bullshit attempt to sound scholarly and discerning while doing so is absolutely revolting. Let's understand why. An ICJ court case requires formal participation from Israel, and they are allowed to delay proceedings as long as they want. That's what they've been doing indefinitely while committing genocide. Israel says, hey, we need more than the 9 months months allotted to prepare our case. They'll delay as much as they can while continuing to do genocide, even though South Africa stated that there was no basis for the extension request. They're filibustering. They're dragging it out to delay culpability for genocide as long as humanly possible. Then, once prosecution and defense lay out their case, there's another 6 months each for the second round. In the meantime, the ICJ has already ruled that genocide is plausible and issued demands to stop acts of genocide, and Israel ignored all of them, continuing to starve people and demolish everything in Gaza. Fixating on a formal verdict of genocide is nothing more than a distraction, delaying action by the international community to end crimes against humanity that will inevitably be ruled as genocide. That's why we look to human rights organizations and independent genocide scholars who aren't drowning in bureaucracy to make their determinations. And they have unanimously determined that this is genocide. Travis doesn't even attempt to engage with a single organization or scholar that I listed, or acknowledge anything that any of them say. It's just, ICJ not say yet, so I no believe. Unga bunga. He knows this ruling won't happen for at least another year and a half, while Israel continues to murder people and illegally expand its territory every single day. And do you know what else Israel is doing while the ICJ moves at a snail's pace? They're hauling off 100 trucks worth of rubble per day, 10 million tons so far, with no independent oversight. This is not just to prepare for real estate development. They are actively erasing evidence of their war crimes. They're removing bodies of innocent people they've slaughtered, whether in mass graves or under demolished buildings they carpet bombed. This is specifically being done to evade criminal investigation, to erase forensic evidence, so that when investigators are finally allowed to snoop around, they won't find everything. They are literally destroying crime scenes. In the meantime, we know the extent of the atrocities today. It's genocide. When all the Palestinians in Gaza that are still alive are rotting in concentration camps and the new Gaza high-rises are up and running, the whole place looking like fucking Dubai, filled with American and Saudi and Israeli billionaires, are you still gonna whine about some ICJ ruling, or can you use your fucking brain like a normal person with a conscience?
And I said that, this is a great location. It all begins, see, I'm a real estate person at heart, and it's all about location. And I said, look at this location on the sea. Look at this beautiful piece of property, what it could be for so many people. It'll be so great. People that are living so poorly are going to be living so well. But it all began with the location. That's the vision. They look out on the waters, and very few places are like it.
And we can also see a very clear double standard in action. The ICC issued arrest warrants for Bibi and Yoav Gallant in November 2024 for crimes against humanity, including starvation as a method of warfare. So Travis will wait for the ICJ to tell him whether it's genocide, but he'll deny Israel is deliberately starving Gazans, even though the ICC is ready to arrest Israeli officials for doing it. Astounding. Do you understand now why Pangburn plays grab ass with AI instead of honestly engaging with anything? When you see Gaza with your own eyes, when you see the destruction, the carnage, the slaughter, the starvation, the ruining of every single life in Gaza, you easily conclude that it's genocide. Destiny indirectly acknowledges this when he tries to define genocide.
A highly specialized intent to destroy a group of people in whole or in part. And that highly specialized intent is what makes genocide so unique.
They all say some version of this, intent to destroy in whole or in part an entire group of people. And yet they deny that precisely this is happening. Not a single Gazan has a normal life. They live in hell. Beyond the countless thousands slaughtered, you have huge numbers of amputee orphans. Everyone is walking around with crippling PTSD, living in tents that Israel continues to bomb indiscriminately, desperately trying to find enough food and water to survive. That's what genocide looks like. That is the complete destruction of a people, their land, their dignity, their culture, their ability to pursue happiness, all eradicated. Independent human rights organizations can assess this without any red tape, and anyone with a set of eyeballs and a fucking brain can see it. Denying this is immoral and disgusting, and yet Destiny denies it. His loser cronies like Pangburn deny it. Whether for reasons that are financial, legal, or ideological, they are denying Israel's genocide. This is worse than Holocaust denial. They're worthless scumbags, and any insignificant minutia they try to bring up is nothing but a red herring, a distraction from the very obvious genocide they refuse to acknowledge. All right, after this total failure pile of a fact check, he decided to do another 20 hours of what he calls full analysis. Let's get a quick snippet of what that looked like.
Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar.
All right. Okay. What I believe is the case when we went through this last night is it wasn't just a few guns that were located.
Hey, Marduk.
Trying to find where that. Covered. I know I had it somewhere here. I know this is going to take a long time to go through all this, but I think it's important.
Yeah, it's 7 fucking hours of this, and this is only part 1. I was objectively right. The pathetic propaganda after invading Al-Shifa involved pointing at a pile of guns smaller than what the average Texan owns. Sorry. Rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact.
All right, we're going to check the bases under hospitals thing. We did go through it last night, but I just want to be sure about this. I think it was the case, like, it wasn't as elaborate as the IDF thought it was, but it wasn't that there was nothing happening under, I think it was one particular hospital. What up, everyone? Make sure you take a second to smash that like button. I would appreciate it.
Are you bored yet? Imagine this moron doing this for 20 hours. Israel lied about a huge command center under Al-Shifa to justify destroying it. The proof is that there was nothing in there even remotely resembling what they said, and they destroyed it anyway. See how long that took, Travis? See how smoothly things can go when you're not an ideologically motivated asshat desperately scouring the internet for dishonest ways to deny genocide? How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these
Inhuman monsters is terrifying language, Dave.
Oh, come the fuck on,
monsters,
Travis.
They're human beings on one side of a conflict that you disagree with. To conceptualize things in this way is quite frankly immoral. You're not giving moral consideration to these people. Maybe you think they're not worthy of your moral consideration. I don't even know what Dave's articulable moral standards with regards to the good life, good, bad, right, and wrong in the world are, because he's not making them explicit.
Murdering tens of thousands of children is immoral. Is that explicit enough for you, you dumb fuck? People who deliberately murder children by the tens of thousands are inhuman monsters. You are again whining about me condemning people who murder children instead of you yourself condemning the murdering of children. What the fuck are we even doing here? How is this something that needs to be said out loud? Blowing up children is bad. Calling Miss Rachel an anti-Semite for putting a spotlight on children who have had their limbs blown off by Israel is bad. Being a genocide-denying cum stain like Pangburn is bad. Anyone who refuses to acknowledge any of these obvious facts can suck my balls. It's very obvious why he fixated on me to produce this mountain of damage control. Did he ever do 50 hours fact-checking Douglas Murray, the worthless genocide apologist who does nothing but lie for Israel? Or what about Gad Saad? Or Deepak Chopra, the worthless grifter and Epstein associate? They seem to have gotten off a little light, don't you think? Anyway, there's no reason to keep combing through these. I skimmed as much as I could stomach, and it's just tens of hours of waffling, posturing, nitpicking, using the word epistemic a lot to sound smart, nothing of substance. But it's after all this that he really started to spiral. After milking his reaction live streams for all they're worth, he started scouring the comment section of my video for comments about him, and he found this one. I said that I will dunk on Destiny and Pangburn for their pathetic damage control, and he decided to make a 6-hour video responding to this one comment, trying to predict what my so-called hit piece will include. Gee, do you think it'll include me dunking on both of you for being genocide-denying assholes? Luckily, we don't have to actually watch this pathetic train wreck, since he was kind enough to summarize what he's going to whine about for 6 hours in a handy little list up top, so we can just read that. Number 1, yes, I will inform everyone about what a shady little monkey he is, ripping off speakers and ticket holders, which led to the collapse of his business. No shit, I'll do that. Fucking Nostradamus over here. 2, I'll make fun of how he relies entirely on his super special AI to tell him what he wants to hear, instead of engaging with facts like a normal person. 3 and 4, more AI shit. Hey Travis, can you use your super special AI to find out what happened to all that money that disappeared when you defrauded your speakers and ticket holders? Epistemic challenge, boss level. 5, yes, you're a shill for Destiny, who is a genocide apologist, so I have no interest in working with you, and especially not in sharing your stage with him. Duh. 6, omissions or corrections? Did he apologize for misquoting me and getting a bunch of shit wrong in the first video? No idea, and I don't care either way. He shouldn't have done any of it in the first place. 7, yes, accusing me of being anti-Semitic for criticizing Zionism in the video where I repeatedly differentiate between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism just makes you look like a fucking moron. 8, no, like I said, Travis didn't do anything shady with me, so I have nothing to say there, nor emails to share. That's weird that he would imply there's even anything to talk about, like as though he actually did put something shady in the contract and I just didn't catch it. Who knows? 9, virtues and maxims. You don't have virtues. You platform a genocide-denying sexual predator because it makes you money, and you threw me under the bus for exposing him. 10, no idea what that means. I don't have an encyclopedic knowledge of his business activity. 11, no, not interested in playing the credentials game. Destiny is a college dropout, I believe. Who the fuck knows for Travis, and I don't care, but my degrees don't qualify me to speak authoritatively about geopolitics. I'm just a fuck.
Travis is actually a fucking theater major. He even did some Shakespeare on the live stream when he did all this. Like, that's like literally all he ever fucking went to school
Adult
for.
with a brain and a spine, so I call out genocide when I see it. 12, yeah, it's fucked up that you platform Destiny. 13, yeah, it's hilarious that you exclusively use AI to do everything. 14, does this mean he's not accountable for lies or mistakes where the automatically generated transcript was a little off? If so, that's still on him to have gotten it right by referencing the actual video. 15, yeah, Destiny confidently talks out of his ass while streaming all the time, and he's often either wrong or lying. 16, I don't know. 17, yeah, you're a fucking douchebag for pulling the Dave, don't you care about Palestinian children card. It's revolting. And 18, doesn't matter, this is all about money for you. Good thing we don't have to watch a single second of this piece of shit now, right? Finally, we can check out the last video in this series, The Verdict.
Yes. Hello, Mr. Netanyahu. Yes, I'm going to be spreading your misinformation today. I'm very excited.
Kelly, if you're still listening, this is the part I was talking about. That it's going to get under your skin.
Excited to be doing this for the cause. We will soon have control not only over all media, but every entire brain in the world. Yes, we will control them all.
Yes, he is actually attempting humor here, which was already cringy enough on his own, but he's doing it by mocking the idea that Israel is trying to control public perception of the genocide they are committing, which they are indeed doing in countless ways, quite possibly through Destiny, who Pangburn platforms. Oh, the irony.
Some people don't realize, like, when it comes to propaganda videos like Dave released, it actually puts a lot of work on the fact checkers and the people who want to actually get the true information out there in the world.
How quickly we went from Dave being a solid science communicator who made a video with some facts and some mistakes to Dave the dirty propaganda peddler who just doesn't care about getting facts out into the world like brave scholarly Pangburn. What an asshole. Anyway, that's about...
Yeah, I just want to note that he did go from Dave made a few mistakes to Dave's a propaganda peddler to, and that switch did happen very quickly, and it was right about the time where Dave returned his email saying, I will not fucking debate Destiny, you're a fucking liar, and I'm not going to work with you ever again, fuck off. So, which, for whatever reason, Travis read on fucking stream, don't know why, still don't know why, don't know why he did any of this, he didn't have to, nobody made him, and it's still fucking puzzling.
About it for Pangburn. Unexpectedly embarrassing, isn't it? He could have just made one long initial fact-checking video and fooled some people with it, but he ended up going full kamikaze instead. Video after video, each more unhinged than the last, with steadily declining view counts as everyone got tired of the tantrum. Who will ever take this guy seriously again after videos like these? He's like a dumb fuck deer frozen in headlights. We in the car know the deer could just run into the forest for safety, but it's too stupid to know that. So instead, it charges headfirst into the car and cracks its own neck, killing itself for no reason. That's Pangburn. He could have just stayed above the fray and not commented on anything. Hell, I might even have done more events with him, as we were discussing a bit before I released my Destiny video. Now he's just gonna go back into the dustbin of obscurity after everyone sees what a fraud he really is. Someone who platforms sexual predators and genocide deniers and slanders those who stand against that. Finally, getting back to Destiny, it's easy to see the big picture regarding what he has become. Deep-throating Israel goes right along with his deep-throating establishment Democrats. Chuck Schumer and the like, the absolute shittiest Democrats who are virtually indistinguishable from Republicans. The ones who are in the pocket of the oligarchy and willingly fund genocide just like all Republicans. That's who he represents. Establishment Democrats refuse to condemn Israel's genocide, and Destiny does that too. That's why his loser cult shames anyone who votes third party, and it's why they attack legitimate progressives like democratic socialists such as Hassan Piker, who are devoted to real change and actually addressing wealth inequality. Destiny's job is to shame progressives into being less progressive to protect the establishment. Anyone trying to pressure the party into shifting leftwards from their current right-of-center position must be demonized. He's defending a sinking ship, and he's going to go down with it. And if you don't believe me, check this out.
Well, I do think that you should have said yesterday when Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate Republican type person, but the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? In that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy dick sucking shit Trump needs. So I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy fucking crypto loony fuck after getting brainwashed and mind fucked by Peter Thiel and everything.
Do you know who he is? What do you mean brainwashed and mind-fucked by Peter Thiel? Peter Thiel created JD Vance, okay? Go look at Naria Capital and where they got all their money.
That's right. AOC, an actual progressive who is genuinely fighting for policy that will benefit the citizenry over the oligarchy, versus JD Vance, Trump's sidekick and Peter Thiel puppet, who is essentially an empty vessel for the oligarchy. Destiny just can't seem to make up his mind between them. Democracy versus fascism. It's a toss-up for him. Can you wrap your head around that? What more do you need to hear to understand what this douchebag is? Oh, and politics aside, there's another reason why Destiny hates Hassan specifically. It's because he wants to fuck Hassan and he was rejected. Check out this clip from a few years ago. It's Destiny and Hassan back when they were more amicable, plus Andy Milonakis for some reason. Watch how Destiny just blatantly gropes Hassan over and over again in a way that would get him immediately canceled if Hassan were a woman.
I
see that.
I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead.
It's booby time, isn't it?
Can it be?
No.
Okay, that's your meat for these. You gotta recover your muscles.
I'm a serious food addict.
I know, but like your muscles have to rebuild. After you work out, you need protein. You understand?
Oh, you have a straight alcohol list
No, I'm
too,
sure
right?
you do.
Yeah, did you want to see our red list?
Why do you think you could just sign on to our internet? We're using it right now.
All right, sit down.
I wash my hands with soap. Does it smell like soap?
I don't want to smell it.
Your boobs are gonna grow if you don't. You need to cigarette the trash cans? I'm so sorry. If I touch you too much, push my hand away, okay? I don't want to have a phone too.
Okay.
I'm gonna touch you when I'm drunk.
I know, dude. All right, stop.
Tell me if I ever make you uncomfortable, just let me know.
Okay, stop. Yeah, okay. Acts like he's a sociopath, so when he's drunk, all of the emotions that he's hiding inside of him to make it seem like he's this cool, calm, and collected guy who doesn't care. Stop rubbing me, dude.
Hey, guys.
1%.
Just I fell on you for a second. I'm so sorry.
Stop, dude. Okay, stop.
We live in an international market.
I know.
We're gonna stay in America. We're gonna go over here to China.
Okay, dude.
Well, China.
Is that where they're going?
Visit Europe. They're gonna go.
Alright, dude, you don't have to like literally stand on top of me, dog. What the fuck? Okay.
You leaving, Kev? If so, bye.
Fuck me, what a lecherous creep, right? He clearly has been reeling from this rejection ever since, given that he made actual death threats against Hassan just because Hassan pointed out that his son sounds like a neo-Nazi. That really justifies murdering someone, Steven? Really? This is not isolated either. Here's Hassan talking about all the doxing and other weird shit from Destiny.
It's perfectly okay to ban this harassing doxer from your events. I've seen people posting the logs of him asking Dan to create a stalking app to harass Hassan during his IRLs. I wanted to include the context of what he was last talking about 2 to 3 hours before asking him to do that. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got... It was an honor fed posting. How fucking base would it be if Hassan actually got? Just a heads up, I'm going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy, he's talking about me, free interviews from now on. Someone is going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. I don't know who, but there is nowhere to go on. Literally anything. Every single person is a pedophile child molester. Every issue is about infinite genocide and Palestinians. Every single person is so fake and virtue signally. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. Like, the tankies like Hassan can do all the sex pest memes, propaganda memes, lib left are all, oh no, I can't touch that. That's too dramatic. And I need to be self-critical of other libs. It's actually so far beyond fucking cucked. It's all over. Waiting for the Civil War reset or something. I mean, this is a guy who writes school shooter manifestos on a daily basis, pretty much, about me and anyone around me. And then there are so many people who are just like oblivious. There's so many people who are oblivious. 7 years of defamation, mass harassment, direct cyber stalking. It's just insane. Most people don't know who he is, but the ones who do know who he is find him to be a despicable little rat. And that makes sense. I mean, here he is in Israel, surrounded by his fans in the Israeli occupying forces.
Really? Yeah. Wait, shit, we should find me. We can chat after. I'm curious. Yeah. Okay. Have a good one. I'll see you around. You're next. Yeah. Thank you.
So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy, Hassan has said enough that is worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. And on top of that, it's been 7 years and he's not let up, and his freak ass audience are constantly trying to, intercept me in the real world at the direction of Destiny. It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment.
This is Hassan's shit to deal with. I'm just showing everyone how completely deranged Destiny is. This toxic behavior is encouraged in his fans as well. When Destiny got banned from Twitch for hateful conduct, including using racial slurs, his fans brigaded as usual and made a big stink over anti-Semitism on the platform because Hassan exists. This resulted in all kinds of controversy for Twitch and sponsors pulling spots. Continuing with what a heinous piece of shit Destiny is, here's some more miscellanea.
It's actually kind of scary, how close I was to getting people together to go down to his house to kill him and his family. Or it would have just been him and his father. Because I didn't know anything about it. Dude, that was some of the most fucked up shit in my entire life. I was so fucking close to doing it, but I was making so much money on Twitch, and I don't know if Nathan was involved in it yet, but for whatever reason, I decided that the current life I had wasn't worth the risk of. Oh my god, I was so close to this fucking address. I had fucking streets mapped out and fucking you have no fucking idea. That's when I first started getting interest in owning a weapon. I got a permit to own a gun and everything. Holy
Yes, Destiny is talking about how he almost killed a kid and his father. The context is that some kid was engaging in cyber attacks that harmed his income at the time, and apparently the police wouldn't do anything, so his solution was to murder him and his dad. But don't worry, he didn't do it. Not because murder is bad, but because he didn't want to jeopardize his awesome life making so much money. What a great guy. And now for the meat of it. Remember that lawsuit I told you about last time but didn't go into many details? Destiny said, no way, he's lying. Pangburn said, oh my gosh, Dave could get sued for slandering Destiny. Nope, what I said was true, and here's a quick summary of that and more before diving into all the details. Destiny was caught sending non-consensually recorded pornographic material to a 17-year-old and receiving pornographic material from her as well. This qualifies as CSAM, or child sexual abuse material. He also shared that CSAM with his friends in a private Discord in order to find the minor he was soliciting. He tried repeatedly to fly her out to be with him, despite making no attempt to confirm she wasn't underage. Next, he was sexting the wife of a groiper, which is like those Nick Fuentes types, and it involved age play molestation fantasies focused on her own children. His ex-girlfriend saw the messages between the two, as well as beach photos of the wife's teenage daughters and their feet. I don't shame people for their fetishes or sexual preferences, but I do shame them for violating consent and for stuff with minors. So let's dig through the receipts for all this shit. Okay, first up, Destiny knows that you need consent from people to share pornographic material that features them, right?
I kind of have my little archive of Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of either me or Melina. And Melina talked to me and she was like, hey, if you're going to send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, let me know that first. Because she wanted to be careful. It's oh, okay, sure, that's fine. I didn't think about it at the time because I didn't think it mattered, but yeah, sure. So I thought about that. So that was an issue that me and Melina had that we talked about and then we resolved, right?
Oh, good. He does know that, except he has violated this consent with an incredible number of people, including his ex-wife, Melina.
Things that's been done to me without consent or anything, that has been my past 5 years. Nothing has happened with consent. With anyone, not me and not anyone else. There's been no consent.
Okay, so who was well into his 30s Destiny sharing non-consensual pornography with back in April 2022? A trusted long-term partner, perhaps? Nope, meet Rose, a brand new Twitter account looking very suspicious for an 18-year-old selling not safe for work material. Even thirsty Destiny seems suspicious, but not quite enough. 1 day old account seems legit. No ID, no problem. Just write something on a piece of paper. That's good enough for me. It's not like I'm getting off on you being underage or anything. Destiny often claims she said she was 19. He's lying. So, barely even knowing this obviously underage person, he starts sending the porn. Lots of it. Some non-consensually filmed, the rest non-consensually shared, and receiving it too. Anyway, exchanging porn is fun and all, but Destiny wants to bang. Where are you? Fly to me with my frequent flyer miles? I'm gonna be in some other places. Fly there to meet me? How about this place? Let's meet. He's relentless about it, but she just says her parents won't let her or something of the sort. Later, he will give photos of her to the website Kiwi Farms for them to figure out who and where she is, which qualifies as doxing. He wasn't even censoring her genitals when he did so, despite having firm reason to believe it was CSAM. He later claimed that he was baiting them into looking, which would be stupid if he knew she was 17, and indeed it was, since he never verified her age because he didn't want to know. Then in November 2024, we meet Solo, Rose's boyfriend. Solo started by confronting him about the stuff with Rose. She was underage, and you knew it. Destiny figured Solo was just trying to scare him, so he ignored it. Then 5 days later, Solo persists and then leaks all the porn Destiny sent to Rose. Destiny doesn't seem to care much. What's the worst that could happen? Enter Pixie, aka Jane Doe from the lawsuit. She found out Destiny shared her pornography without explicit consent and was not pleased. He usually counters this with some song and dance about implied consent since she shared things with him, but it's bullshit. She had consent to share, he didn't. Cherry, Stasia, Abby MC, these are other women who were also exposed in the same revenge porn leak to Rose. Plenty of incriminating testimony here, all saying he did not have permission. Destiny non-consensually recorded some content and shared that and other content non-consensually, and when backlash hit, he and his loser cult fabricated rape allegations against someone else regarding one of his victims to deflect some of the heat from him. Altogether, there are currently 5 women who have credibly accused Destiny of sex crimes. They have proven they are in the videos shared non-consensually or shared logs of him sending them their stuff. He does nothing but dox and harass the shit out of all of them. And most importantly, that he was exchanging pornographic material with a minor was confirmed in court. Sorry, Pangburn, no false allegations in my content. So what about Rose's boyfriend, the leaker? Surely Destiny would help expose a guy who leaked revenge porn of him and all his good friends. Conveniently, Destiny had nothing to give the police, despite having proof he solicited a minor and that her boyfriend was complicit in it, and he knew how he was doing it. He already had a year-long head start on putting together a packet for the FBI, but no dice. So essentially, Rose was an Illinois minor being trafficked by Solo, who coerced her into making CSAM for Destiny and then leaked everyone's explicit videos when he refused to speak to him. Now, another problem is that Destiny held on to the CSAM.
Wait, you have Sherry's consent in order to audio record?
Yeah, keep pivoting. Keep pivoting. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
You did?
Yes, I did. Yep. Now what?
That's amazing. Did you have audio recorded, or do you have consent to audio record all the gay men that you had sex with?
There was one. Yes, I did. Now what?
Oh, okay. Do you think it's prudent to send all of your homemade pornography to somebody you've known for 2 weeks?
Yes, I do. It was hot. I cummed.
How long did you hold on to the pornography of a 17-year-old?
As soon as it was obviously no longer required to have done the thing. I'm not going to answer questions about my current court case, Connor, when every 2 days there's a new motion filed. Connor, do you think that is prudent for me?
While you're being sued for sexual misconduct?
I'm engaging with a suicidal man right now, so I don't know. You tell me, Connor. So now
Solo's identity has been public since January 2026, yet Destiny still hasn't given info to the authorities or filed a civil suit. He faced a sanctions hearing for spoliation on August 19th. He's accused of withholding his DMs with the trafficker from Discovery, only to leak them to his YouTube audience after Discovery closed. Good thing the plaintiff's lawyer was watching the stream for that, huh? So he had to delete some videos or pictures he received from the Rose account, but he's not able to admit he deleted them because it would potentially be responsive to his discovery on a civil case. He also deleted 5 years worth of explicit videos on Google Drive and all the attachments to all the conversations with Rose, Solo, Abby MC, and so forth. Destiny claims he archived them all just in case, but refuses a neutral third-party inspection to prove Pixie's video wasn't shared non-consensually among those archives. Then there is the Groiper husband threatening Destiny over an online affair with his wife Britt and lewd photos of his daughter. I'll let this other guy explain it, a former Destiny pal named Connor.
He started sexting a girl on Discord named Britt. Britt and Devil, the man that I was just talking to, are military veterans who both have PTSD and military sexual trauma. In November, Devil contacted me and said that his wife was sexting with Destiny and engaged in role play scenarios in which they pretended to be each other's step parents, step family, and they role played molesting their kids. Then they also pretended to be the kids themselves. So they contacted me in November. Devil said exactly that. Britt said that they only engaged in babysitter role play and it wasn't that serious. So since I had conflicting narratives, I confronted Destiny and I wrote him a letter that I read to you on stream.
For further confirmation of what went down, Britt anonymously called into someone named Mr. Girl, crying over what she let Steven do regarding her daughters.
This year, I was involved in an online affair with a guy for almost a year. My husband wouldn't engage with any of the weird trauma-induced kink stuff that I was curious about, and so I was compelled to impulsively and regretfully engage with this guy online in some pretty intense and taboo age play scenarios, including fantasizing about being step-parents to each other's kids. And obviously, it went way too far, but felt really intensely good in the moment. But afterward, I felt sick and cried all night because it obviously felt really bad too. How do you know if the other person also feels the same way or if they would actually do it? My understanding is the best predictors are drug use and low empathy. And even worse, what if you felt like you loved them so much that you wouldn't care if they did, and you get off on what you would potentially be willing to allow them to get away with? What if the idea is kind of enticing to you in a way, even if you deny it or try to lie to yourself about it? Even if you never act out on something like that yourself, lucky for me, it's over now. If you're saying that you doubt your willingness to hold boundaries in real life, then that is a danger. Yes.
But Destiny didn't like this bizarre activity leaking, so he framed his friend Connor as the villain for reporting potential child abuse to the authorities. And in retaliation, Destiny posted a cropped photo of Connor's child, accusing Connor of sending him CSAM. Every accusation is a confession, just like Israel, huh? To get a sense of how Destiny reacts to shit like this in general, here he is publicly advocating for doxing people when his behavior is exposed.
I expect the behavior from Kiwi Farms. It is what it is. Like I said, communities like that will always exist, but it's really gross when people like Gisticle, whose information I hope I can find soon, are like trying to amplify or put a magnifying glass on info over there and then have it spread into the other world. That's just wild to me, but you know.
Here's Destiny publicly celebrating the death of someone's father while dropping his real name just because he dared to expose Destiny. Plenty of other admissions of him intentionally doxing and harassing absolutely anyone who mentions his court case or any of his shady behavior, bragging about how easily he can get away with it even though it's really shitty. If she was legit a minor, I'm probably done. Indeed you are, Steven. And still, Destiny's loser cult never ceases to show up for him. The haters are so mad that we know about all of this shit and still defend him. Grotesque. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, there was the time that he tried to get someone deported by ICE. Apparently it's possible that Pixie's wife was a green card marriage. Here he is talking about it in his chat room and also outing her by full name on Twitter, which I've blacked out. He's doing this because she screamed at him in a condo lobby one time for obvious reasons, and he decided that he should dox her and then quote tweet some other guy sharing instructions on how to get her deported by ICE. Classy move. Oh, and here's a fun bonus tidbit about this Myron Gaines guy he's quote tweeting.
Myron Gaines is a freak, an anti-Semitic freak.
Who the fuck cares about the anti-Semitism? Like, Aaron's positions on anti-Semitism are...
You do, dude! Fucking Dan, that's Dan's whole MO! His whole project is to fire Dan Clancy! And the whole thing is like saying fucking Hassan is going to genocide the Jews! You do!
Did you get that? Real anti-Semitism doesn't matter to Destiny, especially when it comes to having sex. He'll bring barely legal neo-Nazis around with him on tour for sex. That's how much he actually cares about anti-Semitism. Because nothing actually matters to a sociopath like him, except his fetishes and petty grievances. That's why he attacks people like me or Hassan for imaginary anti-Semitism instead. Real classy. And how does Destiny feel about all this disgusting sociopathic behavior? If you ask him, he claims he's unimpeachable.
I feel like I'm largely immune from any big cancellations. Unless like fucking battle.net logs get leaked to me from like 20 years ago or something. So yeah, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm not typically worried about that. I just don't do much to get canceled other than have like edgy opinions sometimes. But the way that I live like my private life and my professional life are all pretty above board. Like, I'm a pretty good person. I pay my taxes. I don't cheat on any of that shit. I take care of all my paperwork. I do. Yeah, like I think for the most part,
Yeah, it totally sounds just like that. There's no way you could be coping, right, Destiny?
I'm pretty unimpeachable as a person.
And with his political canvassing operation Digital Ground Game running damage control for him, messaging people and whitewashing all the shit he's done, who could blame him? He feels invincible. Hassan sure noticed. And that's probably the end of this saga for me. I have absolutely no intention of being dragged into the cesspool that is never-ending reactionary YouTube political slop and tribal mudslinging, as this would be a fruitless distraction from my science communication. And honestly, combing through all this stupid drama, he said this, she said that, I sent this, they posted that, it nearly made my fucking head explode. Who lives like this every day? I've never felt so old as I did putting together this last section, and I hope to never have to do anything like that again. Reading esoteric primary literature on astrophysics is way more forgiving. The point is that Destiny made a clickbait video pretending to expose me as a Jew-hating Nazi, so I clapped back to expose his slander and make the case for Israel's genocide. He made a limp dick response, sent the troll army after me, and Pangburn went off the fucking deep end, filleting AI for 50 hours to do damage control for his prized pig, desperately trying to smear me even though he has nothing but fake accusations of anti-Semitism, while Destiny is a sexual predator and genocide apologist, who Pangburn will now be judged very harshly for platforming with all the facts out in the open. So I gave you this one to mock both of them for all this activity, and I'm out. I have way more important things to do. But once again, for the record, I did not start this shit. I rarely do. Even when I do start things, I'm always super charitable at first. James Tour, Sabina Hassenfelder, my first videos poking those figures were incredibly forgiving. It's when they react like toddlers that I go full Hulk. This wasn't even that. Destiny was not on my radar. I've vaguely known about his Zionism for a while. I didn't say anything. Then I noticed he did a reaction video to my Danny Jones appearance.
There's a whole genocide happening over here that no one is talking about, and you'll never know about it because it's not on the
There's the reason why Dave hates me is because he's obsessed with the Israel-Gaza thing, which is funny because he commits all the same errors when it comes to Israel-Palestine as he sees other people doing with the vaccine shit, but that's okay.
Still, I let this one bullshit comment slide since he was joining me in mocking Danny's supplement shilling and incompetence. And at that time, I still thought he deserved points for his anti-MAGA efforts. But then he throws this shit out there, calling me a Jew-hating Nazi, and then dispatching his troll army to attack me as though there wouldn't be consequences? It's like, do people somehow still not know who I am and how I do? When you fuck around, you find out. He poked the hornet's nest twice now, and this is what you get. You get your pitchfork-toting mob sprayed down with a power hose and your house of cards set on fire. Destiny thought he could run cover for Israel as a backup plan for getting exposed as a sex pest, and both threads are unraveling simultaneously. His Israel apologetics have become totally indefensible, and his revolting predatory behavior is finally having legitimate real-world consequences. He has nowhere left to run. He could come clean and admit that this is genocide and start telling the truth about Israel, but that's the thing about sexual predators. They always protect themselves first. As for Destiny's pathetic cult members, the brigading troll army, the cockroach party, it's your turn to listen up. What I've done to your dear leader is quite devastating. I'm not the first to expose all of this, but it's now all in one convenient location for an entirely new audience to see what a worthless piece of shit your hero is. You mindless lemmings who dox, threaten, harass into oblivion anyone who dares shine a spotlight on the spineless pervert you've been trained to insulate. You who have already desperately tried to get my channel terminated on the grounds of imaginary terrorism like pathetic little babies, I can feel the rage towards me bubbling inside you. Your instinct will be to target me even more directly, puffing up your little boy chests and doing anything you can to ruin my life.
Free Destiny. Free Stephen Kenneth Bottle II. Hey, Frogan. Free Destiny, motherfucker. Free Stephen Kenneth Bottle II. He did nothing wrong. You take that shirt? No. I just did. Oh, you did nothing, pussy. Shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Hey, don't come at me, bro. You're gonna do something. Don't touch me. What you gonna do? Do. Fucking retard. Kill yourself.
Listen, I'm not Destiny. I'm not gonna play around and troll you. I will do a one-way trip to your house, and I will knock on your door with my shroom right outside, and I will bang, bang, bang until you answer. Keep fucking with me, and we'll see what happens. That's a threat.
That's Asian Darnell right
Do
there.
it.
I don't wanna fuck with him.
Yeah, this little asshole named Darius is a whole other rabbit hole, and if you think he's the only Destiny worshipper who's like this, you'd be dead wrong. But know this, tough little children. If you show up at my house, if you come near my wife and kids, if you put any of us at risk for a single second, I will destroy you. Real-world consequences will arrive for you at lightning speed if you do absolutely anything beyond acting like a little bitch in the comment section, which you're welcome to do to boost my content in the algorithm. So think long and hard about how badly you need to continue acting like disposable pawns for your sex pest cult leader who doesn't give two shits about you. And finally, the American-Israeli war machine, which was the impetus for all this. Like I outlined in my previous video, the genocide, the Orwellian surveillance, never forget that this is all one thing. Zionism is the oligarchy. Weapons manufacturers testing new toys on Gazans to market them as battle-tested for global export. Real estate moguls planning luxury resorts and high-rises on the ashes of slaughtered children in New Gaza. Palantir mass surveillance tech being used on both Gazans and American citizens for techno-fascist billionaires that are actively planning to tank the global economy and replace federal governments with independent corporate-owned and operated dystopian city-states. The moral failure of Zionism and the genocide of Palestinians we are witnessing in real time is inextricably linked to this last gasp of predatory capitalism, as the unquenchable thirst for profits finally consumes every last institution, gutting and privatizing every last public service, destroying entire democracies and ecosystems in an effort to maintain untenable short-term gains. This is the real existential fight. Everything else is a distraction, including Destiny's weird-ass sex stuff. So I'm gonna get back to my efforts now. So that's it for Destiny and Pangburn. May their reputations continue to suffer appropriately. I guess some people just never learn. And with that, it's back to debunking all the anti-science propaganda peddling frauds from every corner of the internet to every corner of Trump's cabinet, since that's what we're all here for. Until next time.
Well, that was satisfying. Very much so. I do enjoy that Dave took a 5 or 10 minutes to just talk his shit at the end. That was cool. I know Travis went right back at it and did a stream about Dave's newest video. I have not watched any of that. I have not yet decided if I'm going to. So, oops, where did the thing go? Okay. Let's see. I'm looking for something else to watch. So. Come on. All right, here's one I haven't seen yet. So I'm just gonna put this on while I look for something else to. Let's see. Great dose of Dave. Hope he keeps on top of the Zionist morons. Yeah, I don't think you can possibly keep Dave off of the Zionist morons, to be honest. I'm just gonna go to work. I'm gonna stop in and say hello. Well, hello, Kelly. Hope you have a good day. And I'm probably gonna shut this down early tonight because it's hot as shit and I'm just tired, so. I'm probably not going to be on up until Blitz starts, that's for sure. And yeah, okay, that did share. So I haven't seen this one yet, so I just want to watch it.
So this is Donald Trump in the White House, and it says, when someone says trust in Trump, and he's waving the green flag at his race car event in D.C. today. Headline then from the Washington Post, Indy car drivers roar through D.C. streets and auto race along National Mall. I think there was only one crash, but nothing serious. And that was actually my first reaction to this whole thing is like, I just hope they don't crash into one of the buildings. Washington Post is saying upward of 150,000. Fox and the Trump people, they were saying like up to 1 million kind of thing. CNN was saying 300,000. I'm thinking under 100. We'll take a look at some of this stuff. Basically, it's looking like that it was poorly organized, which everything in the Trump administration is like that. This is it.
Oh, what's wrong, Opal? You wanted to see more ARG stuff? The ABC song controversy? No, I don't even know what you're talking about. What are we talking about? Okay.
But it's my problem. It's
Oh,
our
wait, the
problem. I
actual
don't have a
fucking
view on it.
alphabet
I'm
song?
easy. They can take LMNOP from me. That's fine. They can have it.
Like, oh shit, that opened up in a fucking. Hang on.
and what to do about the LMNOP problem. Yeah, it's a problem, but it's my problem. It's our problem. I don't have a view on it. I'm easy. They can take LMNOP from me. That's fine. They can have it. When they prize it from my cold, dead hands. The version I'm about to play you is the original 1835 version, known to all US adults and most UK adults. This isn't the version that I grew up with. We sang LMNOP twice, but I must acknowledge that this is the original. All others are variations of this song. Full disclosure, I'm not a very good singer, so I've asked AI to beef up my vocals a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, the original 1835 version of the ABC song. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Now I know my ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me? The melody began its life in 1761. It was included in a French music book. The book was entitled Les Amusements d'une et demie. The title of the song was very sweet. It was called À vous de rage, maman. Ah, shall I tell you, mama? Over the following decades, the melody was attached to many songs. You probably know it best from Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. No one knows the genius who decided to sing the alphabet to it. The person who wrote the line, "Now I know my ABCs, next time won't you sing with me," is sadly lost to history. And we'll never know who invented the LMNOP squeeze. The author of the most famous kids song in the Western world is unknown. But we know who made money from it. That's Charles Bradley, a music publisher from Boston. He published it in 1835. Charles had a knack for concise and catchy titles, and he called it the ABC, a German air with variations for the flute, with an easy accompaniment for the pianoforte. The LMNOP problem was there on the page in 1835. They've now tried to fix it. I'll play the solution for you in a moment. The alphabet song uses the exact same melody as Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. That shared tune is almost always written in 4/4 time, 4 steady beats per bar. Each main phrase of the song lasts 2 bars, 8 beats total. Line up the words and the letters and the squeeze becomes obvious. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star becomes A, B, C, D, E, F, G. 7 letters fit the 8-beat phrase comfortably. The final letter, G, is simply held a little longer, just as star is held. How I Wonder What You Are becomes HIJKLMNOP. Now there are 9 letters trying to occupy the same 8-beat space. The solution the melody forces is to sing LMNO twice as fast. P then lands on the long-held note that matches R. That's why those 5 letters tumble out in rapid fire. LMNOP. It's not a mistake in the alphabet. It's the melody of Twinkle Twinkle, insisting that 9 letters squeeze into the same rhythmic slot that previously held only 7. But it did cause problems. LMNOP is indeed rushed, and once that sprint is over, the remaining letters have to stretch and pause to stay in step with the later lines of the Twinkle tune. Brief held notes and little breaths on Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y and Z. They suddenly open the song back up again after the scramble. Critics of the song claim that generations of children have grown up thinking that LMNOP is a letter. Teachers are claiming that to this day, that some children are confused. No one in my primary school thought that LMNOP was a letter, but apparently that's a big concern for today's children. So what do we do? Well, a new version is currently sweeping through schools in the States. No doubt it'll soon be over here. Teachers, it seems, are very enthusiastic about it. It's still fringe, but it is gaining traction. YouTube videos have been published, and they're getting millions of views. I'm going to play it for you now. I'd like to know in the comments what you think of this. Ladies and gentlemen, the new ABC song, Fit for the...
I have not heard it yet, but I already know it's fucking stupid as shit.
21st century. I must warn viewers with a nervous disposition that LMNOP has been completely dispensed with. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now I know my ABCs. Next time, won't you sing with me? To some, the changes make perfect sense. It gives all of the letters breathing space and makes things a lot less confusing for kids. The new version does nothing to help the flow of the song though. We now have a new grouping, OPQRSTU, and we still have empty beats where letters should be. The phrasing is still awkward, but it's the breaking up of LMNOP that's raised some eyebrows. Here's a small selection of genuine comments I found online. These people, like me, feel that a part of their childhood has been stolen. For now, it's the original 1835 version that reigns supreme. But those days may soon be over. More and more schools are switching to the new version. And that's left an LMNOP-sized hole in the hearts of English-speaking people around the world. The new version is jarring, to say the least.
Sad.
But it looks like we've got to get used to
Bye,
it.
Kelly.
Now, before my big finish, class, I want you to sing it one more time. Pay attention in the back and take that gum out of your mouth. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's fucking travesty. Ollie, what the fuck? Teachers? Teachers are doing this? Must be fucking Gen Z teachers. I bet you anything. It's the fucking Gen Z teachers that can't fucking figure it shit out. They gotta have it changed just for them. Motherfucker. Unbelievable. People are so fucking stupid. It's like, we even gotta change the alphabet song? Crazy. Okay, I'll be right back.
Washington Post is saying upward of 150,000. Fox and the Trump people, they were saying like up to 1 million kind of thing. CNN was saying 300,000. I'm thinking under 100. We'll take a look at some of this stuff. Basically, it's looking like that it was poorly organized, which everything in the Trump administration is like that. This is then some of the official photos here. It says Trump took a lap of honor in the Beast. There's Trump saluting. There's Melania. There's, I'm not sure who that is. There's just, we'll just say Trumpy people. These are some more photos. These are the official ones from Fox. So you had like the main area and the flyover, like the grandstand area, right? So this would probably be Trump's closest, people kind of thing. You had some people in the crowd, and I'm just showing you what it is. And even, again, the official photos, and this is where Trump's driving around the track, I guess, and they had a circus sort of situation. It looked pretty sparsely attended, right? So maybe, like I said, I was thinking maybe people would learn from the first time around from the UFC fight, maybe avoid this stuff. One person did go, then they were talking about how they charge you for ice there, and it's like really hot out there. And, are you kidding me? I don't want to pay for ice. That's what she's saying. And then she was pointing also to the grandstand area. You have some of the cars getting ready, right? You can see it there. And then they had looked like a marching band out, but I don't see any people. And you can actually see that there's like no people behind there. And these poor guys got to be out there, and it's going to be hot in DC, like in these, dark marching clothes effectively. Okay, great. They also had a military commercial basically. And they're saying here that each branch of the military helped deliver the Freedom 250 pace car. So I guess this is where our tax dollars are going, is to do the pace car. And then we're going to bring it in by helicopter. Is that what we're doing? And dropping in the pace car. And then the Navy, we're all involved with this. Fantastic. And again, this is a representation of, what we do with the tax money and otherwise. There's Trump there. I'm showing you guys the highlights. He drove his little motorcade through, right? So fantastic. The actual race itself, and I wanted to show you this, is it really shows like there's no one there. I mean, you can see it. This is the actual race. There's like no one there. Okay. And, there are parts where there are some people. You can see there are some people. I mean, I can see some, but it's just not that many. And it's I think the problem was, and there's a lot of problems, of course, but the city's not designed for this, so they couldn't really put it that big of a track. There wasn't really much room for spectators, so like what's the point, other than waste our money and such. And again, I'm just showing you guys what it looks like. You can see that it just seems really sparsely attended. Right, there's I guess one crash maybe. Thank God they didn't break any buildings, to be frank on that. And so that construction, there must be ambulances back there just in case. Yeah. And then the other thing that people were saying is like the signage was really bad. So it was hard to figure out. So like even if people did want to go, it was hard to figure out like where to go and kind of stuff. Here's another view of it. Now I'm fine actually, guys. If we're going to do a 250 anniversary thing, bring out the old uniforms and stuff like that, do marching bands. I'm fine with that. But that was the view that people got, is you're behind like this chain link fence and stuff. I mean, that looks no fun to me. I'll just be frank with you guys. I don't know if these guys are having any fun. So there's that. And this was the views of it. So if you decided not to go, I'll just say this, I think you dodged a bullet. Let's listen to someone else who went down.
Entrance of the Freedom 250 Grand Prix, and I wanted to sort of show you around this area because I think it really demonstrates everything that this race is all about. First and foremost, this is taking place outside of the Capitol. But as we sort of move over here, this is the Department of Justice, where you can see Donald Trump's face plastered all over it. And then we'll go a little bit more. We have an entrance area here, guarded and sort of surrounded by National Guard. Now, all of those things, I think, tell a complete story of sort of the capture of the Freedom 250 events this year of Donald Trump and his organization. The intertwining of Trump and MAGA here is very, very hard to miss, from the Trump merchandise to the Trump banner outside of the DOJ to Freedom 250, again, being the organization that was handpicked by Donald Trump and using the National Guard as sort of his own police force. So that's the story here on the ground, another event that is essentially...
See, and the problem is that, I mean, you can clearly see it, this is not about the celebration of America at all. It's just another Trump birthday party, effectively, which is frankly insane. Here's some more views of it. And so for the people who did get to some of the more crowded areas, it would have been hot, crowded, and you're behind a fence. So again, if you didn't go, you dodged a bullet here. Watch another view of it, right? So that's must be more the closer to the main area, but very narrow on a fence. Some people walking behind. Are they happy? I'll let you guys be the judge of that. You can see the look on their faces. There's another person describing it here.
This is a lot of fascists for me to be around. This is a lot of MAGA. I'm not used to it. It's a little freaking crazy. I don't recommend it. But this place is nuts.
Yeah, and I would avoid it, and you guys already know this stuff. I'll just say this: this is a true story. It was about 2 weeks ago here in Korea. My wife and we went to a movie, and true story. There was a guy in the theater. I think he might have been a tourist or something, wearing a MAGA hat. It was really weird, and also to be frank, it like made me angry. I'm just like, why are you wearing that? Stuff here, or anywhere. To be frank, and I was just like, is this some sort of joke? Because it's I don't know. It's not really something you wear for funny. It's because it's not really funny at all. And it's embarrassing to be frank. I mean, there's just no reason to wear this stuff, let alone here. So, if I went to this event and saw like Trumpy shirts and Eagle stuff, so like when I see it on YouTube and stuff like that, like these just whacked out people, I'm just like, are these people for real? It's always my first reaction. But then actually see it in person, I wouldn't be able to keep my mouth shut. So for me personally, I wouldn't be able to go to this stuff because I don't want to cause any fights, right? Best avoid it. And I don't know if you guys get that sort of same thing where seeing these, MAGA folk make you angry and such like that. Because it's like, are you purposely trying to destroy the country with this nonsense? So it is good that we're able to watch this stuff from a safe distance without starting any fights. This is another person describing here.
Freedom 250 Grand Prix, and it is already a cluster. Here are all of the road closures around DC. In yellow are street closures outside of the Grand Prix event itself. And I encountered so many tourists walking confidently into dead ends because there's just no signage. I will say at least they learned from the nightmare of the Great American State Fair and actually put seating with umbrellas around the mall. The problem is, even once you're inside, there's all these like fenced off areas. It's super unclear how to get to anything. But hey, we get vroom vroom cars in the Capitol. Cool.
We got vroom cars. Fantastic. Here's another person describing the scene.
Hi, I'm still in Washington, D.C. I just came down for the end of the first day to see how these throngs of crowds were that CNN is predicting. CNN said 300,000 people are coming this weekend for these Indy races, that we're doing instead of actually fixing problems in our country. But I don't know, the grandstands are really empty. Maybe people have just gone home for the day. The people who are there are like, they don't look like they're having fun. Look at this. Do people usually look like this during a car race? It feels kind of funereal, you guys. There's another seating area over here. There's a few more people. Let me see if they look more excited. There we go. There's another, 100 people? They look like they're mostly leaving. I don't know anything about auto racing. Maybe that's just the way the crowds are. You know what's really beautiful, though? Look behind me. That is gorgeous, and it will be here longer than any of us, I hope. Just keep Trump away from it.
And that's actually a really good analogy at the end, right? Look at the Capitol building, looks nice, and it's going to be here after Trump goes, right? So keep Trump away from these things. And I show you guys this stuff. I just want you to know that you're not alone. If you're feeling frustrated, upset, angry of all the things that are going on, again, you're not alone. And also, it's good to see that people didn't show up to this thing. I know it's a stupid waste of money. I get that, right? I think you guys all get that, but at least other people identified that as well, and that's been showing up in the polls to where people aren't really on board with all this waste and Trump is doing. And this is again a bread and circus without the bread, effectively, and a lot of people having no fun. It's like the no fun economy, the no fun tariffs, and the no fun administration. So that's what's going on. Be careful out there, and I'll catch you on the next video.
radical. If believing a mother shouldn't have to work 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their heads is extreme, then call me extreme. But where I come from, okay, right here in Duval County, these things are not radical. That's right. They're not extreme. This is just basic human decency. It's caring for our neighbors. And I don't know about you, but I was taught to love my neighbors. That's what guides me. Some folks like Ashley Moody like to claim the mantle of morality, yet their actions tell a very different story. But we put actions behind our words. So Ashley Moody can call it whatever she wants. She can call us whatever she wants. But in November, she will call me senator.
Angie Nixon just won the Democratic primary for U.S. Senator in Florida. What's incredible is that her opponent, Alexander Vindman, outspent her 16-1, had full backing of the Democratic establishment, and she was still able to beat him in a statewide race with arguably very, very little money. For the state of Florida, that is insane. Let's look at her opponent for a second. Alexander Vindman had the full backing of the establishment, the Democratic establishment. He had millions of dollars. He is an honorable person. He was the director of European Affairs at the National Security Council. He was the whistleblower. For Donald Trump when Donald Trump was trying to muscle Zelensky into investigating Hunter Biden. He's the reason that Trump was impeached. He served his country. There's great things about him. Politically, he basically behaved like a Republican with a D next to his name. His brother is a sitting member of Congress, and he votes with Republicans most of the time. He basically votes to the right of 75 Republicans in Congress. Now, I think Alexander Vindman has been honorable. He has an incredible record. Politically, I don't like him. On Qasim's Substack, he did an entire takedown of him. He refused to debate his opponent. He was running to be Florida's senator. You can debate people. You can debate your opponent. He also refused to call what's happening a genocide. He also had really nasty things to say about the Muslim community. Here's a direct quote.
There is a inherent trained racism against the Jewish people in the Muslim community. Mm-hmm. It is encouraged. It is nurtured. It is something that is not discussed. There are plenty of, kind of more open-minded liberal Muslims that, so it doesn't apply to everybody by any means. But in large communities, it is nurtured, this hatred and anti-Semitism. It is not something that I see addressed in any significant way.
That's embarrassing. Vindman's spouse adds later in that same convo that Jews love life and Palestinians love death and martyrdom. Whoa! And of course, here we go with a different candidate should have won, one that could have beaten the Republicans. Listen, if the Democrats wanted a candidate that could run against the Republicans, they should have found a candidate that can run against Republicans. Here's a pundit explaining his campaign.
He was a terrible candidate. It's difficult for me to put that in words. In some of our conference calls at Axios, I would just start to rant about it. Like I was almost offended by his just inability to to campaign properly.
How did
For
he
instance-
do it? Yeah.
Well, it's more like how did he not do it? I don't really know where that money was spent because you didn't really see him on television. You didn't really see him in the community. You didn't see him in mailers. You didn't see him in text messages. There was no presence. About 7 days ago, in preparation for today, I started to think, okay, what does the polling show? And I couldn't find any polling, which is a very rare thing in a statewide election in Florida, something of this import, a Senate seat. And I called a number of pollsters, and everyone's like, no, we're just not paying attention to it. And I realized, well, let's see. I'm not seeing Vindman really campaign. He has no real roots here. He's essentially sort of carpetbagged here. I didn't even know the guy lived in the state. I thought, like his brothers in Congress, he lived in Virginia. And so then I started to think, well, Angie Nixon's a known commodity. She comes from Jacksonville, which is a large media market with a lot of voters. She has an active coterie of progressive supporters who are very into her. And she made her presence known on social media. And a lot of Democrats just didn't know who she was and who he was, including my own wife, who is a longtime Democratic voter. She was not contacted by either campaign. Voters like that walked into the polls, Democratic voters, and they saw a man they didn't know and a woman they didn't know. And a lot of them voted for the woman they didn't know. A lot of progressives showed up because they wanted to vote for the progressive. And a lot of people just didn't show. It was a pretty low turnout primary. All of these things combined together very well for her. Not to take away from her, I agree she was certainly the superior political athlete. Angie Nixon was a better candidate who ran a better campaign, and she won.
Also, black voters made a
Fucking muted. Motherfucker. I know. It was me. I'm an idiot. God damn it. Yeah. Anyway, what I said before was I love Walt Masterson too, but he's playing into the whole fucking DSA versus Dem establishment thing, which is only gonna fucking hurt, the entire fucking left. Like, all it's gonna do is it's gonna help the Republicans, period. There's just no two fucking ways about it. You go ahead and pretend that DSA is a real fucking political party, and it's not. And then, she's up there going, oh, and in November, they're going to call me senator. Yeah, no one's ever going to fucking call you senator, you fucking crazy dipshit. Because if I remember correctly, if you add up everybody that voted in the Democratic primary, it ended up to like the same amount of votes that the winning Republican candidate in the Republican primary got as many votes as all of the Democrats put together. Which means come November, the fucking Democrats don't have a fucking shot. And she's just shooting her fucking mouth off for no goddamn reason. Yeah, we need to suck it up and come together to beat the fascists. Otherwise, you know what? We're just fucking showing our asses and just letting the fucking fascists whip us. That's what's fucking happening. And why? What? Because the fucking DSA wants to act like they're a real fucking political party? They're not a political party. They're a fucking super PAC, dunking on fucking people who take money from super PACs while they fucking shell out money as a super PAC. Like, go fuck yourself. Straight up. You guys are fucking pathetic. And the only party, and look at that D in the corner of her picture is not for DSA. It's for fucking Democrat, because she's a fucking Democrat. Start fucking acting like one. Stop attacking your own fucking side. This bullshit. Sorry. I'm done now.
Big difference in that
100%.
race. Vindman was polling and performing poorly with black voters. It became a national story, in fact, and she, the very opposite of that. And her last campaign stop was in a black church. I mean, she literally has been in that community, engrossed in it for years. So she had that advantage. One is combination of black voters, progressives, and then some white progressive voters.
Yeah, like I said, I don't agree with the guy, but he is an honorable person. And as soon as he lost, he did the honorable thing and threw his weight behind her and said, I will be campaigning alongside her, with full recognition that they have a common enemy. Now let's look at how she handles interviews. Because she's registered as DSA, the media came at her with all the
She's
greatest
registered
hits.
as a Democrat.
Your Republican opponent, Ashley Moody, already is saying the positions of the DSA and particularly of you are crazy, calling you all comrades together, etc. So what about abolishing prisons, which is one of the platform positions of the national DSA? Do you support that?
I don't support abolishing prisons. What I do support is abolishing for-profit prisons because they exploit labor and they usher many of our children into the school to prison pipeline. Why are we incentivizing the enhancement of penalties and actually allow the enhancement of not actually allowing the education system to be successful? There has been an attack on public education here in our state and across our country, and that leads to children winding up in the school to prison pipeline. I don't support abolishing prisons, but I do support ending for-profit prisons, which also, when you look at it and look at some data points,
Yeah, Jelly, it's exactly like that. It's, you know what, it's they got to do something to feel like they're setting themselves apart. Like they're going to get something done finally, when the whole reason we can't fucking get anything done is because we can't fucking win elections, because we can't fucking get each other's backs, and we're supposed to be the party that's supposed to care about our, about our people. And I mean, what are you trying to prove saying that you don't fucking care about people? Like, I don't get it. Also, you if you want to make any changes, you have to fucking win first. And there's just no two fucking ways about it. You've got to fucking win. Now, if you're gonna just like cut your fucking nose off to spite your face, then you know what, you deserve to lose. And so I'm glad she feels like, crowing about her fucking big primary win in fucking Florida, which she has no shot of ever actually winning that seat. But, and by the way, I looked it up. There were 1.2 million votes cast in the Democratic primary. And Moody, the girl that won the Republican primary, got 1.2 million votes. So, and there were like 1.8 million votes cast in that primary. So, like, they're already dwarfing the Democrats just in vote totals. So it's just ridiculous. And I know that's not always a lock and a guarantee on who's going to win the election, but I mean, it is fucking Florida. So
will see that there have been a lot of people that have died inside of these for-profit prisons, or you have seen there's a lot of waste and abuse and fraud within these private prisons, for-profit prisons. And so those are the types of things that I'm against.
Now, it's understandable that they came at her with the greatest hits, but it's weird that they tried to smear her using Hassan Piker.
You've campaigned with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, Mr. Piker. Do you want to see them on the campaign trail with you as well?
So I have not campaigned with Mr. Piker. Not sure where that information came from. I have campaigned with Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, and so she is someone who wants the same things that I want, to make sure that government is working for people and not against it. And so I'll continue to do the same thing. But I have not campaigned with Mr. Piker at all. Not sure where that came from.
All right, my apologies. I thought that you had. My apologies about that. Would you want him to campaign with you?
I don't really know who Mr. Piker is. I've heard about him, and so
you don't know who he is?
I said I don't really know who he is personally or anything like that. I am actually focused on Florida and making sure that I'm talking to voters here to uplift their needs and their concerns. And so that's what my focus is going to be over the next 76 days.
One of the positive things for me is it got the media to start asking this one question.
But what this really speaks to is the limits right now among Democrats in being just strictly anti-Trump, and that being your sort of political personality. One of the things the DSA is doing is talking about kitchen table issues, economics, and they're doing it in a way that rubs some people the wrong way, but that's what they're talking about.
This is a question Democrats should have been asking themselves years ago. My biggest red flag for a candidate is how anti-Trump they are. If they're only talking about how they...
I'm sorry, wait a second. Are they, the DSA, are they talking about kitchen table issues? Show me what the fuck those are. Who are you talking about? And what issues are they talking about? Because all they're doing is dunking on the fucking establishment Democrats. That's all I hear. I don't hear them talking about any of that shit.
Don't like Trump. My spidey sense is off the charts. I don't know what the general election is going to bring, but I'm happy that candidates like this are on the ballot. Last month, when I was in Michigan, hyping up Dr. Abdul Sayed's campaign, I spoke with Ayanna Pressley, sitting United States Congresswoman from Massachusetts, and she had this to say.
People are tired of Democrats being the adults in the room. They want us to be the fighters in the room.
And Angie Nixon is a fighter. The one video I saw that endeared me to her was this video.
Okay, well, I love you. I really do. But I got to take you to task on this one. So you're saying that, you know, oh, we don't want to judge people on how anti-Trump they are. But you know what? We're going to take a guy like fucking Trump, who has basically, you know, the Republican Party like engages their voters fucking emotionally because they're too fucking stupid to talk about issues. And then you're going to go and hype up and say, oh, look, this is what got me into Angie Nixon. And this is basically, this is fucking roping you in emotionally because you like a fucking stunt that she pulled. Basically, you're just saying that you're too fucking dumb to think about the fucking issues in her goddamn resume. So you're just going to say, I like it because she did this stupid shit. Because did this actually win her anything? No, it got her on fucking TV and it got her fucking notoriety. That's it. That is getting emotionally engaged with a fucking candidate just like a goddamn Trumper. Like, what the fuck, Walt? Come on. You're fucking better than this, Walt.
One critique, I don't think she needed that megaphone. If anything, that megaphone was kind of holding her back. But when I saw this, I thought, all right, this is a person after my own heart. We can vibe. As much as I dislike Vindman's politics, Ashley Moody, the sitting incumbent senator, is infinitely worse. Had Vindman won his primary, I would have gritted my teeth, held my nose, and definitely supported him. Ashley Moody was never elected. She was appointed by DeSantis once Marco Rubio left his spot as senator to join the Trump White House. She's in bed with all types of corporate lobbies. She supports defunding public education. She's against women receiving abortion care. As bad as Ashley Moody.
You fucking know the issues when you're talking shit about a Republican, but then when it comes to the fucking Democrats, I don't like his politics. And she didn't need the pink fucking megaphone. You're just like, what? You're just doing the same shit they fucking do. Thought we were supposed to be better than that.
She's nowhere near as bad as the other senator. Now remember, each state has 2 senators. So the second one is Senator Skeletor. Yes, Rick Scott. Rick Scott co-founded Columbia Hospital Corporation, which merged with Hospital Corporation of America. It became the largest for-profit hospital in the United States. In 1997, the FBI raided his company's offices because they had overbilled Medicare and Medicaid. Huge medical fraud case. The company had to pay $1.7 billion in fines and damages. At the time, it was the largest healthcare fraud recovery in U.S. history. As the CEO, Rick Scott was forced to resign, and as punishment for his crime, he received a $10 million severance package and $300 million in company stock. And during the company's legal battles, Rick Scott invoked the Fifth Amendment 70 to 80 times. This should have been the end of his chapter, but no. Rick Scott went on to serve 2 terms as Florida governor and won an election to the Senate in 2018. I don't understand. I don't understand. The man should be in jail. Instead, he became governor of Florida and then a senator. So yeah, I'm not pleased with Vindman's politics. Still better than Ashley Moody. And Ashley Moody is infinitely...
It's actually not a law that you can't make money while you're the president. Jimmy Carter didn't have to sell his peanut farm, and Nixon didn't have to put his shit in a trust, but they all did it, and that's just out of tradition because of, optics. It's just Trump is the first one that didn't fucking bother. But like none of the shit that he's doing with the Trump organization is actually illegal. It's only the foreign emoluments that is in the Constitution is illegal. So that would put his crypto business square in the sights of that. But it would take a lot to enforce that. So because you would have to prove that it's emoluments and not just making money from his own personal business. Right, like showing your taxes. It's just a tradition. It's not anything that's legally required, so of course Trump didn't do it.
Less corrupt than Rick Scott. Florida does not have a woke problem. Florida has a problem with corruption. And I am going to do everything I can to support Angie Nixon in winning the general election against Ashley Moody.
Of course you are, because you're emotionally captured.
That has integrity. And lastly, I just want to go over this myth that the Black community does not want socialist policies. I will recognize there is a very wide rift between Black Democrat voters and progressives. One of the causes that people mistakenly assign to this rift
DSA
is that,
is progressive because most DSA said that progressives are fucking centrist shills these days. You need to get on the same fucking script, dude.
Don't like socialist policies. We've seen last night that's
why
false.
nobody knows the
Black
difference
community
between all
had
of them.
no problem coming out for Angie Nixon. Donovan McKinney in Michigan.
There really are none.
Won districts that went to Haley Stevens. In Philadelphia, Black voters came out to elect Chris Rabb. My takeaway from all of this is that the Black community wants to know that they will be included, that they will be centered in these policies. There's a lot of talk of economic reductionism, which is, don't mention race. It's just, it's all class war, which can be helpful for a specific audience. As a broad policy, not a great idea. Economic reductionism works well sometimes when Bernie Sanders is talking to MAGA voters in the Rust Belt, in Appalachia. But my main takeaway is that Angie Nixon, she's DSA, she's pro-Palestine, she stands 10 toes down on a ton of progressive issues, but she's also able to carry a populist message
Give me a fucking
and
break.
translate some of these issues to your average voter. Thank you for watching this video. If you want to support my work, go to my Patreon. And I'm just going to end with this one video.
Still, you got Dems like Fetterman, who will deny alliance with anyone who criticizes Israel. You got to call some stuff out. Yeah, I mean, Fetterman was just he was always fucking like kind of right wing for a Democrat. It was actually surprising that that he won in the first place. I mean, it was kind of a, I don't know what people expected from Fetterman, like if they thought he was going to be some big progressive guy. But I mean, a lot of his voters were emotionally captured too, because he shot his fucking mouth off a lot during the 2020 election. He was calling other, like Dan Patrick out for, hey, you got $1 million reward for voter fraud. We got some voter fraud here in Pennsylvania. Here, give me my fucking $1 million, bitch. And that was cool. And everybody liked that. And when it came time for him to run for Senate, that's all anybody fucking remembered. They don't remember the fact that he comes from a really fucking red area of Pennsylvania. And he's always gone along to get along. So, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, all fucking politics is fucking emotional now. It's just all how everybody just makes you feel. Nobody fucking talks about issues, and when they do, they probably don't even know what they're fucking talking about. They don't actually look into it. They don't care the way people have voted, whether they were in the state legislature or the fucking House or the Senate. They don't fucking look. Nobody cares. They just remember the last fucking ad that they saw or a clip of a fucking speech that they saw. And it's like even fucking Walt, he's fucking guilty right here. He's like, oh, I was in as soon as I saw this. And then he shows a fucking stupid stunt that netted her nothing. It just got her attention. That's all it did. And that's self-serving bullshit. And that's what turned you on to this woman? Okay, then you're just as emotionally captured as all the fucking maggots. And I guess it's just happening on both sides now. And I should shut the fuck up. So, I mean, if we want to fucking run our politics like fucking American Idol, then all right. But I think that's a bad idea. I think it's stupid. But apparently it's what we're doing now.
I think all of you need to see. As you may know, famous LGBTQ icon Lindsey Graham died, and his sister was appointed to take his place as senator. And this is a video of her being asked a basic question about foreign policy.
Yeah, and I know I get way too
Senator,
riled up
are
about
Taiwan
this shit,
and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? If so, why?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States, and if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, so.
Okay, what else we got here? Secret. Oh my God. There we go.
It is absolutely
I like this
ridiculous
guy.
that you would need to go forward and get a birth certificate. It's not my instructed the entire Trump to see violence to go after the very actually on a variety of pieces of board. And this guy going on. We get to watch it. But first, seriously, thank you. It helps us keep on putting out videos like this. So please become a paid member if you haven't already. So watch the full debate and I'll see you guys around. Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
What's going on, man?
What's up?
I hear y'all talking about, things before Trump was in office. But how is Trump destroying America?
He's raising our prices with his stupid policies and low IQ decisions.
Am I muted? Can you guys hear me? Because I wasn't muted that time. It's just that the Walt Masterson video ended abruptly. So, and I was looking for something else real quick. Okay. This is Isaiah Martin. I really like him.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up?
What makes you vote Democrat?
Because they're better for the economy.
I'm saying with their policies, what policies do you agree with?
I support universal health care. I support universal child care. I support putting trades back in schools. I support wiping out medical debt. I support a variety of policies that ultimately Democrats support. I support taxing the richest corporations on earth to go and pay to finally have fiscal responsibility in which we can have a real balanced budget. I think all of that stuff is common sense.
Okay. So before Trump was in office, who the deported in chief was, right?
Yes, Obama, and he did a great job.
So you don't have a problem with Trump doing the deporting?
Absolutely, I do. 100%, because those are two different things.
Oh.
Because when Barack Obama was president, 92% of the people he was deporting were convicted criminals. And of the 92%, 81% were deemed by the federal government as the worst of the worst. That is literally violent, rapists, thugs, dangerous people that needed to be sent out of our country on Spirit Airlines. If you're a murderer, get the fuck out of our country. If you're a rapist, get the fuck out of our country. That's how I feel about it. Under Donald Trump, only 5% of the people that they're deporting are violent, convicted criminals. 5%. 5%. That means they're more focused on going to a job site and rounding up somebody that's going to work that's never committed a crime whatsoever, a violent crime whatsoever, than they are going after El Chapo's best friends. Common sense says you go after the cartel and get them the hell out of our country instead of going after people who have not committed violent crimes. It's really just night and day. We deported hundreds of thousands of violent, dangerous people out of our country, and Trump is too stupid and low IQ to be able to actually go and find the real violent people inside of our country.
So basically what you're saying is you partially agree with what he's doing.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I don't think you heard what I just said.
No, I heard exactly what you're saying, but
You clearly didn't, because I don't support it. Because I don't support the idea that he's going off and he's spending more than what Spain is spending on their military. People always used to talk about all the money that DHS was spending under Biden, but we're literally spending more than that, and only 5% are violent convicted criminals. He cannot go after dangerous people because he's too stupid to go after him. He's literally created a wuss force that refuses to go after violent convicted criminals, and I think that is a fundamental issue with what's going on.
Okay, I got you. The reason why I said you partially agree with it is because you're talking about the violent. So the violent criminals that he's been deporting, you okay with that?
He's only 5%. He's not getting them out. The 5% is terrible.
I'm saying, but you agree with him removing the 5%?
Absolutely. Get him out.
Okay, that's what I mean by partially agreeing with it.
But my point is that the entire focus is wrong because he's not focused on them. That's what I disagree with. The 5% number is absolutely ridiculous.
5% is a fucking failure, dude. That's fucking failure.
That means that he's not focused on the real threats inside of our country. And to me, that's someone that is completely bereft of his ability to serve the people of this country. It's common sense.
He doesn't have any ability.
That's been coming to the country,
idiot.
reaping our benefits, and have been taking jobs away from the American people. You don't have a problem with that?
Well, Trump has done these deportations and the unemployment rate has gone up. So clearly it doesn't yield the results that you think. Prices have gone up in America because of what even with Trump doing these policies. So it has no effect on what you thought. And ultimately what I say is that I say that for every person that's here that's undocumented, if they agree to pay every single tax, state, federal, and local, and they agree to pay an additional tax of 7% for 7 years, then if they haven't committed a crime here or elsewhere, then they get access to American citizenship. It'll create billions of dollars that we can use right here in America to put trades back in schools, to invest in our country, to actually go forward and have a real funding of things that actually matter. That actually is a benefit to America, America first, than whatever Trump is trying to do with this hundreds of billions of dollars of wasteful spending that he's using on this stupid program that's not actually doing anything for this country. Our prices are still up. Everything is more expensive. And because Trump is too stupid to do something to invest in this country.
Didn't Trump take on the burden of the last administration that was in office? Didn't Biden wasn't it Biden and Harris and them that had the prices up stupid high before Trump came in office?
Oh, Trump really inherited such a big burden at 2.7% inflation the night of the presidential election. It's now higher than that right now today. It's literally higher than that as we stand today. The unemployment rate is up in America. Everything is up. Everything is up. Stuff costs more. Unemployment is up. People can't find jobs. All these things are happening in America. So yes, Trump has ruined it. Gas prices are more than $1 more than what it was when he left office. All of these things is what happens when you have someone that doesn't have the brain processing power to go forward and actually figure out how to actually govern this country.
So all the unnecessary spending that you said was doing, what is it? United States AID, whatever. All the money they were spending on transgender surgeries in different countries and all that was a lot of wasteful spending, wasn't it?
I hate to break it to you, but the federal government is spending more money today than what it was when Biden left office. The national debt is increasing and the deficit is increasing. So you don't know what you're talking about. What's next?
So check me out. What's
next?
I'm asking you yes or no questions. You coming back with?
I'm giving you facts. That's how the real world operates.
But was it true about you said? Was it true? Yes or no? About the
what about USAID? Do you disagree with?
What do you mean?
What about it?
Taking our tax money, spending $20 million over in for transsexual.
That's never happened. That's a lie. That never happened whatsoever. That's a fundamental lie, and you can't ever show me where that happened. That did not happen.
Bro, come on, man.
Show me where. Show me where it happened. Show me where it happened then. Okay. Show me where.
Listen to me.
No, show me where it happened. No. Don't pivot. Show me where it happened then. Since you say this happened, show me where it happened.
I don't want to go.
Because it didn't. It didn't happen. That was fake bullshit that you just made up.
I got you. Okay, cool. Let me ask you this.
Great. What's next?
Do you agree with men playing in women's sports and using women's restrooms?
Even Trump agrees that first, I don't agree with men in women's restrooms, but if you're talking about transgender people, even Trump agrees that transgender women should be able to use the women's bathroom. Trump literally said that Caitlyn Jenner would be allowed to use the bathroom in his own properties. So me and Trump actually agree on that.
Hey, bro, is we stating facts or you just talking out the side?
That's called a fact. That's called a fact.
That's a fact. So I'm asking once again, do you agree with men playing in women's sports? Because it's a policy of the Democrats.
I don't know any of where that even happens. I've never even seen that before. So no, I don't even care about this.
So you don't remember the man playing volleyball and almost cracked the girl's
No, I don't remember that. I haven't even seen that. No.
So the man racing the woman in swimming.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
So what is this, bro? Is this a page for rhetoric and narrative?
No, it's a page. It's a page where we focus on the things that people actually care about. And the facts is that this economy is full of shit. We talked about a variety of different issues on here. We talked about the fact that Trump has raised prices. We talked about the fact that the government is spending more. We talked about the fact that the deficit is going up. The point is that every single thing that you said has been completely debunked because people don't care about the bullshit.
Okay, so let me ask you this. This will let me know everything about what you're trying to say. So the Save America Act, is that bad for the American people or is that good?
Yes, it's bad.
How?
Because it's a passport to vote bill. I don't support that.
So
have you read the Save America Act?
So wait a minute, you was okay with the gerrymandering?
Have you read the Save America Act?
Not in its entirety.
Okay, of course you haven't. So you don't even really know what's in it.
Not in its entirety.
You know that it says that basically you need to have a birth certificate to register
he hasn't
to
read
vote.
And first of all, if you word of it. Not in its entirety. What a fucking sleazy little bullshit fucking answer.
Go and you change your name, you can have problems. That means that married women also have issues with that. It also means that you have to go forward and show your passport to go register to vote. That's absolutely ridiculous. So no, I don't support that. And I think it's absolutely insane.
Hey, listen to me. Check me out. Your page, when you saying debate you, I respect that 100%. Now hear me out. I respect that 100%. I like what you do. Real talk. And so I ain't trying to never be combative with you or go back and forth on no, getting outside of what we talking about, right? But you asked me, did I read the thing in its entirety? Like you was finna say something else. You're saying the same thing that I read. Everything that you're saying is something good for us because why would you need to show your citizenship to go vote when this is for America? They're trying to stop from illegal from voting in our.
Show me where that's happening. Show me where that's happening.
Bro, come on, Isaiah. Are you not Or you not in tune with what's going on out here?
No,
outside of
I am tuned into what's going on. There's never been an incident because look, here's the thing. Why, if this is happening, why is it that Trump can't win any court cases about it? If this is happening so much, why is he losing every single court case?
New Jersey.
Huh?
He just stopped he just won in New Jersey.
Yeah, you're talking about a situation in which there was a glitch in the registration, and you're talking about 300 people that wouldn't cast a ballot. I do not support that whatsoever. New Jersey has to get that cleaned up, and I 100% support that. But the point is that when you're talking about this idea of requiring a passport to register to vote, that's absolutely ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous that you would need to go forward and get a birth certificate, especially if you're a married woman that's changed your name. That's impossible. I don't support that whatsoever. You guys have tried to falsely say that you support requiring an ID to go and cast a ballot. I have no problems with that. And as a matter of fact, I would support that as federal legislation. But that is not what the SAVE Act says. The SAVE Act says that you want to go get a passport or that you have to have a birth certificate. And those two things are completely out of step. And I think the last time I checked, it is 60 million Americans that would not be able to go vote as a result of this. That is absolutely ridiculous. And we are not going to tear down our system because Donald Trump is ultimately too sad and too pathetic to admit he lost an election. He lost. He lost in 2020. He lost. Deal with it. Cope. That's how I feel about conservatives. Cope. Cry harder.
Instead of me asking you a question, let me state my opinion. Okay. You need a birth certificate, bro, to go get an ID or a driver's license when you go to the license bureau. You need either a birth certificate or a social security card. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait a minute. I just let you talk. I didn't cut you off. I didn't try to say nothing. You need a birth certificate and you need a piece of mail to get an ID or a license. Is this a fact? This is a fact. Let me tell you another thing. When they first came in saying that when the Democrats was trying to dispute us needing an ID to vote or some type of proving that you're an American, that's how they try to bring it in. They try to bring it in on Black America. They try to say, oh, if they make us get an ID, use an ID to vote, Black people can't get ID. They try to bring it in on our back, just like they try to bring in every other policy. They try to victimize us. They try to victimize us and bring it in on the Black people's back and saying that Black people won't be able.
I don't understand why you're bringing race into this. It really has nothing to do with the argument at hand. Ultimately, I'm going to just be very clear here. You might want to have a passport to vote bill, but you're not going to get it. It's not going to happen. It's not going to pass.
19
It's not going to pass, and it's not going to be a thing. All right. So the reality is that when you guys lose this election, and you will lose this election, common sense America is coming to take our country back because this is just bullshit.
No, bro. Let me.
I mean, the Republican Party just doesn't have common sense.
Isaiah, let me clear up something with you. I'm not a Democrat, and no, I'm not a Republican. What I'm from I'm from a party of common sense.
Well, you clearly. Well, let's see. Would you rather disenfranchise 60 million Americans because 300 people that weren't supposed to voted?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah.
I'm with whatever that's protecting us and protect. They wouldn't.
Let's play common sense here. Okay. Would you rather disenfranchise 60 million Americans because 300 people that weren't supposed to vote voted?
I got you. If it wasn't no fraud in our voting system, I would.
Let's play common sense. Common sense. Okay. Disenfranchise 60 million for 300. Which one does that make common sense?
Bro, is it fraud going on in our voting system?
No, there is no rampant, widespread voter fraud. There's not one instance of that. Not one. And again. Let's play this one last time. Is it common sense to go and disenfranchise 60 million Americans for 300 people that voted that weren't supposed to?
All right, let me ask you this, bro. I got you.
Going once.
I'm going to answer with a question.
No, there's no answering. It's a yes or no thing.
Bro, listen. If it was, like you said, there's no rampant fraud going on.
You can't answer the question.
Listen, bro.
I'm not here to... Look, it's a yes or no. One last time. Is it common sense to disenfranchise 60 million Americans for 300 people that voted that weren't supposed to?
This guy right here is a propaganda push.
And that is my point. You can't answer because your party, the party that you are dream shaking for, the Republican Party, has no common sense whatsoever. The correct answer is no, we're not going to disenfranchise 60 million people for 300 people that weren't supposed to vote, that were caught. That shows the system works, and that was a good thing that they did, and I'm glad they found it. Thanks so much.
See why I like that guy? So, Actually, hang on.
vote. That's absolutely ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous that you would need to go forward and get a birth certificate, especially if you're a married.
I'll put his there you go. That's his channel right there. Yeah, it is. It's pretty disgusting, and they're all just like super awash in this bullshit, and they don't know what they're talking about. They just regurgitate Fox talking points. It's just, yeah. Isaiah does like the same shit Parker does, only he's got that authority and he's got that Planet Peterson kind of style, and I fucking dig it. So wanna watch another one? Oh, one about Iran, huh? Let's watch another one.
Huh? No, it don't matter.
You think
It doesn't
fun.
matter.
You think the fact
I haven't
that
seen this one.
Donald the Iran hammering price out could have been this, or you'd been. This one said thank you.
I wanted to talk about the Strait. You mentioned with the last guest, you asked if the Strait was open or closed.
Wait, what?
The Strait of Hormuz.
What about it?
Yeah, you mentioned you asked the last guest if the Strait was open or closed, I believe.
Yes.
Isn't the Strait being closed a good thing for America?
Why would that be?
What?
Well, because it stops Iran from being able to generate revenue.
Yeah, it stops the whole world from getting fucking oil, you moron.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
The Strait of Hormuz being closed goes and takes about 20% of the world's oil effectively from being able to travel. That is directly what has raised prices for Americans, particularly at the gas pump.
Yeah, I
So I
did
guess
say
if
that,
we want
huh?
to concede to a permanent situation in which we have to pay higher gas prices, then I don't really see the root of your argument.
Higher gas prices versus potentially being nuked by Iran. I'd rather pay higher prices.
So you like higher gas prices?
Yeah, versus the.
See, I was gonna end it an hour ago, and then you brought up that fucking ABC thing, and then you just set me off. I blame you, Opal.
Potential of being nuked one day.
Well, we had Iran in a position where that wouldn't have been reality, but Donald Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, but it was only a reality
way-
because
by the
of
way-
the
by the
uranium
way-
deal that Obama did when Obama was president with Iran. So, you mentioned
the
all
Obama
these
deal
palace
that
of cash.
resulted in a 97%
For
reduction
real.
in Iran's enriched uranium. You're talking about that nuclear deal?
Yeah, Obama gave Iran $40 billion in cash.
First of all, that's not accurate. Second of all, Obama went forward and his deal had 97% reduction in their enriched uranium.
Okay,
They
well,
were
as
not
long
even
as you're
close to
okay
getting a
with
nuclear
it.
weapon. Let's compare that to Donald Trump, who's already signed pen to paper to give Iran $300 billion in sanction relief. $300 billion in reconstruction fund, $100 billion in additional sanctions relief, bringing that total about $400 billion, and a situation where Iran is currently teeing up with Oman, a situation where they'll be able to charge tolls for ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, which will give them a permanent set of revenue. You think that that is a better deal for the American public?
I didn't hear anything you just said.
Of course you didn't, because you're low IQ and stupid. That would be why. that would be why. That would be why. So that's how that goes. Hello?
Yeah.
What's up?
I hope that you don't end up insulting me. That's what I hope this conversation don't end up. You insulted me before I insult you.
Well, we'll see.
Can we agree not to use insults?
It depends, maybe.
I'm a black man and you're a black man. I don't want to insult you.
We'll
I just
see.
want to engage in healthy and conducive dialect here.
What's your argument?
Now, I think that you said that you was trying to get to a point where you were saying that you don't think it'll be a war or any of these type of carryouts, military carrying out. If we had
Can you
another
turn down
president
your
outside of
television?
Trump. Okay, give me a second. I didn't realize you could hear it. I thought it was isolated because I'm using my headphones. But do you still believe that if the next president that we have, I don't know if you have a particular president in mind that you feel like is capable of being the president and not carrying out any military actions to assert world power? Who is this particular person and how do you see that happening?
I cannot say that the next president would or would not commit to doing any kind of military action whatsoever. But what I can ensure is that I support whoever will ensure that there is not a wasted action that is completely unjustified. It is one thing if a military action is needed to go and keep the people of this country safe. That is perfectly, in my eyes, valid. But going and launching an unjustified war like Donald Trump has done, that was done despite United States intelligence saying that Iran was no immediate threat to the United States, as testified by Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent, and Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat, Republican, and an independent, all three of which came together to say that there was no immediate threat. So going and launching a war, because as quoted by Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, because Benjamin Netanyahu told them to me is completely unjustified. I don't believe and going to send our American service members to go and die for another country in which there was no immediate threat to the United States that was put forward in the beginning. This was a war of choice from the very beginning, and that's what it was.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Did the other candidate that ran for president that was basically not actually the primary elected one, did they not say that they were an immediate threat?
Are you referring to Kamala
Imminent
Harris?
threat. Yes, did she say that there was an imminent threat?
Kamala Harris did not say anything about going to war with Iran. And the reality
No,
is...
did she say there were imminent threat?
Wait a second.
That's the answer. The question too is, did she say, is there an imminent threat?
I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't.
Wow. Dude, come on, man.
Did
Don't
she?
do that.
I don't know.
Yes, she did. She said
so
it.
what does that do? What does that do for your...
So you had two people that I'm pretty sure, did you vote?
Yes.
So you voted for both of them. They both admitted, and they said that they thought Iran was an imminent threat.
Wait a second. Are you saying that Kamala Harris saying that Iran was a threat is the same thing? Threat. I don't know if she said that or if she didn't. But even if
she did, she definitely said
it. Can you give me a second? You say you want to have this discussion, so let's go swim into deep waters then. You're trying to say about Kamala Harris saying that they were a threat, an imminent threat, whatever, right? Let's just say she said that. And you're trying to compare... Excuse me. And you're trying...
Don't get all frustrated, man. I'm just being honest with you.
So I'm trying to have a respectful conversation. It seems as if you don't want that. So let's talk about this like how it really
I don't like the fact that you're educated.
When you have somebody like Kamala Harris that said that they were a threat compared to Donald Trump. Let's be very serious here. Don't be dense. Compared to Donald Trump, who came forward and went and launched a war because Benjamin Netanyahu told them to. Benjamin Netanyahu tried to get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to go to war with Iran. Did they do it? Did they do it? Did they go to war with Iran?
Let's stick to this.
Did they go to war with Iran?
No.
Did they go to war with Iran?
We're
Did
debating.
they go to war with Iran? They were there for 4 years.
I don't know what you're talking about now. You're moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts.
Yes.
Are you going to acknowledge
fucking idiot?
Both options? Are you going
to? Dude, you're in so deep. You don't even know what you're fucking saying anymore.
No, you're not going to move the goalposts.
Because they were in office for 4 straight years. The question is, did they go to war with Iran? Yes or no?
No, but it doesn't matter.
No.
She said that they were
both tried to get Obama to go to war with Iran. Did he do it? Yes or no?
No, but it didn't do anything.
Did he try to get Bush to go to war with Iran? Did he do it? Yes or no?
Yeah.
He went to war with Iran?
He went with he's still over in the Middle East.
That's not Iran. I'm asking you about Iran. I would hope that you would be able to understand the
Yeah,
difference
but
between the two.
you are moving the goalposts
because
you don't want to tell the truth about Kamala Harris.
Wait a second. Did George Bush go to war with Iran?
It doesn't matter. We're not going to go down in history.
Did he go to war with Iran?
We're not going to go down in history. We're going to stay president. We're going to stay president.
Did he go?
We're going to stay president. Because you cannot say you cannot have criticism for one.
And one last one that he was in office
talk
for.
through me. All right, cool.
Did Bill Clinton go to war with
Iran? Talk through me, and this is disrespectful.
Did he go? Huh?
No, it don't matter. It doesn't matter.
You say you want to debate in the big league, so here it is. So the answer
I don't care about all that. I don't care about that. I'm focused on one thing. You're using debate strategies to move the point, move the goalposts.
Every single president of recent memory has been pressured by Benjamin Netanyahu to go to war with Iran. Every single one of them said no. And the only one that was stupid enough and low IQ to go to war with Iran was Donald J. Trump. And you know what the results are? $400 billion now to the coffers of Iran. A new revenue stream in the Strait of Hormuz. Millions of people that have now been jeopardized. All of these millions of barrels of oil that will now become more expensive. That is a legacy that you guys have done with your war.
I came to challenge you on my points, and you refuse. No, you cannot talk through. Listen, I sat back. No, I sat back and I let you say all that. It doesn't remove the fact that you said you don't know for a fact if Kamala Harris said that they were an imminent threat. You refuse to say that that is a true statement.
You must be low IQ if you actually are trying to compare that to actually going to war with Iran. If you're trying to compare someone saying that someone is an imminent threat to actually going to war with Iran, you must be low IQ.
It's potentially the same thing, man.
It is
if they
not.
both had the
$100
sentiment.
billion on war is
If
the
they
same
both
thing
had
as
the
saying
same
that somebody
sentiment,
is a threat.
if they both had the same sentiment, and you voted for one or the other, they felt the same way about Iran. So you're trying to gaslight. You trying to gaslight us now.
How am I trying to gaslight them when they were in office for 4 years and
You
they
don't
didn't
want
go
you
to
don't
war
want
with
to
Iran?
you don't want to hold her accountable.
They didn't go to war with Iran. What are you talking about?
You don't want to hold her accountable because it's not in your best interest.
Hold her accountable for not going to war with Iran.
You don't want to hold her accountable.
Low IQ.
It doesn't matter if I'm low IQ or not. I'm stating facts.
Hold her accountable for what? For not going to war with Iran?
She said the same thing. She isn't a president.
I'm not talking about what I'm talking about what she did.
You're speaking.
They were there for 4 years. 4 years, and they didn't go to war with Iran. Your president wasn't even in office for 2 years.
She didn't have power to decide that.
$100 billion on this conflict.
She didn't have power. She didn't have power to decide that.
The president that she was with did not go to war.
That was not his sentiment though. So you can miss me with the nonsense.
This is what I'm talking about.
But see, you can't talk that stuff with me because see, I see right through your nonsense.
You don't know what
and that's why you go on these long rants to make it seem like you're talking about something because you want to protect your image.
What are you
instead of saying admitting that you just don't know and you wasn't aware of that and that was not one of your focal points.
This has got to be
you want to try to make a fool of me when I'm right
you will be made a fool of tomorrow. You will be clipped.
It doesn't matter. Clip me.
That is happening.
I'm gonna come
You're
back.
Making
and
a fool of yourself, dude.
Oh, it will be. Trust me.
Make it imminent. Make it immediately.
It will be. Be careful what you ask for.
Go ahead. You can't make a fool of me because I'm telling the truth.
Oh, just wait.
To see when you go look it up and you go see the interview that she did, then you will see that it was a specific question asked to her. No, don't keep talking over me. I wasn't talking over you. No, don't be disrespectful. See, this is where you get the black people being disrespectful right now. Y'all think that because you think you the smarty-arty, but you ain't. It's not smart of you to be dishonest.
I'm just
and disrespect your own people that look just like you, that hold you accountable in an instant. I may agree with you on some things, but guess what? Right now, you want to run from the facts.
Run from
and that's how y'all do now. Y'all weak. Y'all. This is why y'all breaking down.
Facts.
This is why y'all breaking down. Y'all women are taking over. Y'all are weak. Y'all emotional and weak creatures.
What does women have to do with any of this?
You're broken. You're broken back dudes, bro.
Now you're talking about women. But you don't like black women?
No, this is sentiment. No, I'm speaking to the sentiment.
Why don't you like
black men? I'm speaking to the sentiment of black men
wait.
that are in politics right now.
Why don't you like black women, bro?
I mean, dog, that ain't the point.
That's what you just said. You said y'all women. What does that mean?
Dog, you don't get it. And that's why you don't want to listen. You don't want to hear it. I'm saying that you guys are taking a backseat to them and you're acting like a bunch of emotional and you follow in the steps of what they do. It is failing. You're acting like emotional women.
Because I am asking you about
Overly emotional women. This is why you talk through it. And you think with the smarts that you do have, you don't know how to use it. You don't know how to redirect the energy in a conducive way.
So what facts do you have?
I gave you the facts, and you won't say, let me go fact check it. You won't do none of that. All you want to do is try to make me look like a fool. Instead of you,
already made yourself
as you
look
look,
like a fool.
no, you're trying. I said trying.
Well, I've already done that.
I love the fact that he's the one getting all fucking emotional, and Isaiah's just like, "Wait, what? You don't like women?" Oh, it was great.
You can't. How can you say you made me look like a fool?
Because you're the one that's pressed, and not only are you
The
pressed,
only thing I have brought to this table so far is, and I laid it on the table, and you have not fact checked it. You have not tried to actually refute it or say if it's true or false.
Here's what's really
You know,
sad
if you
about
tell
this.
if you really told your
that
following
I know that you
that
probably
this is true,
studied for this
if you
all
told
day,
I have not studied for this.
You
I haven't studied for
came,
this.
and you thought
This
that
is
you
easy talking.
finally had your gotcha on Isaiah Martin.
No. You were just listen. I got bags of tricks. If that's what you want to say, I got them all up my sleeve. But I can debate you on something else.
Can you breathe? Can you just relax? I know you got a vein going on the side of your head right now.
I'm good. I just think that I think you trying to paint me in a bad image. And the reason why is because you trying to hold your ground from what the things that you don't really want to talk about.
Why are you flustered?
No. So let's ask this other question. Why is it okay? Let's ask a prominent and very present conversation. How do you feel about Stephen A. Smith getting the thumbs down from the Black Journalists
I don't give a shit.
Institution?
I don't care.
No. Be honest. Be honest with me. Give me your true, authentic thoughts. Like if you were to actually be okay, I got you. You don't care. But if you were to look at it from a objective perspective, why would they do that to him?
I don't care.
Why? He brought visibility to them. He also said he's also.
Let me continue to keep asking you about something that you've already said 3 times you don't fucking care about. This is insanity.
Been in a room with them to secure financial.
Go talk to Stephen A. Smith about that.
Okay, so okay, let me ask you this question: Are you a part of journalism?
No.
Would you accept the journalism position if they was to bring one forward to you?
No.
Okay, so what is the point? So are you just here to raise big people and just talk?
I'm here to talk about the issues of the day in which you joined.
All right, so you're considered a journalist.
I would not think so. No.
I think you are, because you cover all the political
I don't think that I'm a journalist.
stuff. Yes, you are.
I'm a content creator. I'm a political debater.
Okay, so you want to separate yourself. Cool. All right.
I think that journalists have to go through an extensive amount of training to be journalists, and I have not done any of that, so therefore I'm not a journalist.
Okay. So you're a commentator then?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
All right. So a lot of commentators are considered journalists as well.
I'm not a journalist. Aaron Parnas is a journalist. I'm not a journalist.
I believe that you are, because I see you on here covering every day. You in the blogs with it, and you digging into everything that's going on. So
brother,
I mean, you might as well be in a room with the people. Why not?
I'm not a journalist. I don't know why you want me to be a journalist.
All right, cool. I got you. But let's ask this question though. How would you feel if we didn't go to war and you didn't have the same freedoms you have right now?
What do you mean?
I'm just saying. Where do you think your freedoms come from?
It's from the Constitution.
And what does the Constitution allow for us to do?
Have freedom.
So you don't think that military dominance has been able to allow us to have the freedom we have?
Yes.
Is that a part of the Constitution?
What do you mean?
Is it not a part of play a part in the Constitution?
What does that mean?
For you to say that we shouldn't be doing the things and establishing world power, which controls situations in our favor, and proxy wars and different situations that we can assert dominance and get what we want out of certain situations. If you were to say you're ignoring that, then I
How am
would
I saying that
question
I'm
then
ignoring
what
that?
is your motive? What do you think the motive
How am
is?
I saying that I'm ignoring that?
Because you're saying that we shouldn't be at wars. We shouldn't be involved in
I said that we
executing
shouldn't be in the
these.
Iran war
Why not?
because United States intelligence said that there was no threat to the United States.
It doesn't matter. We still gotta assert.
So we should ignore United States intelligence?
Yes. And you cannot keep saying that you know what's going on in these rooms when
Why
they're
should
having
we ignore
conversations.
United States intelligence?
Let me ask this:
So
do you
should we
know?
believe
Okay.
Israel's intelligence over our own?
No, I don't believe anything. I think everything that you know that I know is pretty much fluff.
Should we believe Israel's intelligence over our own?
No fucking way. Is he trying to say if you know what's going on in these rooms? Is he trying to say that because he's read a newspaper, he must be a journalist? Because that's where it sounds like he's fucking going.
I think it's fluff.
Should we believe Israel's intelligence over our own?
No.
But that's what Trump did.
But no. See, what I am saying is all
But
these
that's what
things that
Trump
you're
did.
talking.
You
Hold
just
up,
said
hold up.
no.
Let me explain my perspective of this. Okay, I believe it's half truths. I believe there's more to it than you see, and most of it doesn't never ever reach the surface. And these people are making deals in rooms that you don't even know about. And for you to say somebody is stupid, you don't know what actually happened in the room,
But
so you can't really say that.
But you just said that shouldn't happen, but Trump just ignored U.S. intelligence.
It doesn't matter. He's not. Listen. I got what you said. I get what you're saying, but it doesn't matter.
It's so easy to cook this dude, bro.
He
No,
just
I'm
cooks
not.
himself.
Listen, I get it. I said that's all fluff to me. I don't believe. I don't believe they telling us half the story.
Bro, this is like, bro, if any of you guys ever play pickup basketball, it's like when that, no offense to our short friends, man, but it's like when you got that little kid that comes and tries to play on the team and you just keep going after him over and over and over again. It's like, it's a mouse in the house. It's a mouse in the house. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is like when Shaq.
Why do you have so much? Why do you have so much? Why you take the opportunity to try to insult somebody so much?
Because you cannot formulate an argument.
I have. I
Yeah.
said I think that it's fluff and that we're not in the room, so we cannot say whether it is stupid or not because you don't have an outcome just yet. So to say somebody is stupid.
Thank you so much for your time.
There you go, Timmy. There's his channel for you. He's awesome. I absolutely adore him. So, okay. It is almost 7:30. Okay, I think I am really gonna go now because I'm actually fucking starving. And I've been stuck here for... Oh shit, it's been 9.5 hours? No wonder I'm hungry. I didn't realize it's been 9.5 hours. So... I will get some sleep, definitely. Gonna let's do M's and async tonight or this morning. Sound like a plan. Okay, guys. Hey, everybody. Thanks for being here. Love y'all. See you tonight. You know us. We'll be back. Catch y'all later.
Yeah. Somewhere on the internet again. Another apologist talking wild. Dr. M's report to the scene. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Is there a Muslim on the call being ignorant? M's destroying life smooth like an AI voice mod. Destroying all 5 pillars with the voice like a god. Baby, why you getting mad at me? Because your book teaches you fake anatomy. When M's gets on the call, it's like a rectal exam. Cause he knows the Quran like the back of his hand. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Gonna diagnose that cognitive dissonance that keeps you believing the Quran's nonsense. Did you say between the ribs and the backbone, bro? Sure, but that's a cell phone, bro. Blood clot gone and then into bones. You have no clue how an embryo grows. Just wait 1 beat, you're about to get owned. And M's cuts you down with the biology he knows. You think your prophet split the moon? Are you stupid? You probably also think he never screwed a kid. Miss me with your Muhammad. Police be upon him. Justice for Aisha. You'll never see his face, but you're gonna hear his voice. Getting surgical on the hadith of your choice. Muslims getting cooked in English and Arabic by a medically trained ex-Muslim heretic. Did someone post the M's bat signal again? Looks like another apologist needs attention. Dr. M's has entered the chat. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your